Hello and welcome everyone to ZaranTech. Did you know? Companies using SAP Ariba experience up to 60% faster procurement cycles and save 15% on costs. With over $3 trillion in commerce flowing through Ariba annually, it's a game changer in procurement and supply chain management. SAP S 4HANA Ariba Upstream and Downstream with CIG helps businesses streamline procurement, supplier management, and payments through automation and cloud integration. It connects buyers and suppliers seamlessly for efficient, transparent, and cost-effective transactions. Over 5 million companies use SAP Ariba for smarter procurement. It reduces supplier risk by 25% and boosts contract compliance by 30%. With SAP Business Network and CIG, integration is faster. Ariba streamlines data exchange, provides real-time insights, and enhances supplier collaboration, keeping businesses competitive digitally. This course will cover SAP Ariba's core functions, upstream and downstream processes, and how CIG simplifies integration. You'll gain hands-on skills to optimize procurement workflows and drive business efficiency. Let's dive in.
Basically, first we will look into that SAP Ariba. What is Ariba? What is actually an SAP Ariba system? It's an application. It's an application which has various product procurement functionalities together into Ariba application and have been given to us. And it's an on-demand application. We have basic segregation between the systems as on-premise and on-cloud. Ariba has also started as on-premise, and later on it is on-demand, which is actually being used. Earlier we have SRM. Maybe some of you are experts in SRM or SAP MM. Of that background, you might be moving ahead with SAP Ariba. Ariba has a wide spectrum in terms of Ariba. The communication between SAP various buyers and suppliers. This is providing us an opportunity to seamless communication between suppliers and buyers. That way, Ariba has predominantly taken a good picture in the market, and we have the complete roof here where we can interact between suppliers and buyers together. And Ariba, as I mentioned, it's like a software which is actually giving us the platform for interaction between buyers and suppliers with a seamless communication between the systems. Earlier days, there was a scenario where supplier used to submit invoice and he will never be able to track the status of invoice. And now, yes, in order to address those type of issues, Ariba is actually playing a vital role. Hope you all will be there in the SAP environment maybe for quite some time, and maybe some of the newcomers also will be learning SAP Ariba nowadays. And it has the flexibility to get into the system and start working, and then taking the benefit of providing support or providing implementation work, and then molding the careers into SAP Ariba. This is the environment where we can see currently at a wider growth opportunities, and I will take you through the slide. Next slide. Ariba, you might have heard that it itself as a separate company that has started in '96, but it was acquired by SAP. Thereby we call it as SAP Ariba, and from then the primary focus of their system has been changed, and procurement it has started as a spend management tool. With the word itself, you can imagine it's a spend management tool, so we can manage the spend, and in terms of what all the directions that we need have. Is it an indirect or direct? It addresses all the issues like a direct spend or indirect spend. So direct category and indirect category. There is a category management also. It is possible through Ariba application. Coming to the Ariba specifically, like we have already discussed, it's an on-demand system which is actually a cloud-based, where the server will be managed at a remote level, and we no need to have the infrastructure consisting the server itself, a server with us. It will be managed but at a distant location. We have several data centers, UK, US, and EMEA that has been recently started. With all these, we have different data centers that are available. Through them, we are actually driving the SAP Ariba. SAP Ariba is driving all that. As I mentioned, right, it's a cloud-based innovative solution for suppliers and buyers. It is just to connect between all the buyers and suppliers, having the collaboration between all of them. It is providing us a platform here. Okay, it improves our vendor management, vendor communication, and it's a digital platform where we can interact between suppliers and customers. There is a regular interaction, and that interaction gives the a transparency. It improves the transparency in the system. So I'm just briefing all the like theoretical concepts of SAP Ariba. Coming to Ariba, we have upstream, downstream. We have several, like application itself has been provided as an SAP Ariba Upstream, SAP Ariba Downstream, and there is a suite integration between upstream and downstream for ensuring the data flow between both the modules. Like that, it has been segregated. And we can ask, like, why it is upstream, why downstream, why can't it be a same platform? So basically, there may be a chance that there may be a requirement from somebody that they want to use platform for only sourcing activities or contracts activities or procure to pay activities. According to that requirement, they'll be able to use the system and leverage the functionalities that are available in SAP. Whereas if that has been updated, segregated into respective streams, those particular streams will be useful for those respective functionalities that are required by the customers. So accordingly, it has been updated as upstream and downstream. Upstream we have upstream designed for sourcing. We'll be using a template, and utilizing the template, we can gather all the information particularly from the template. So accordingly, we have the templates created, and Ariba itself, they'll be providing the standard templates and best practice method templates. Using all of those templates, we can create and publish according to the client requirement. And yes, as I mentioned, again, there are limitations in terms of providing various configurations. Coming to configurations, what are the configurations that we have to do, we will be discussing in forthcoming sessions. And coming to SAP Ariba, right, we have several, as I mentioned, right, we have upstream and we have downstream. Coming to upstream, we have SAP sourcing, contracts, SLP, and within the SLP, we have supplier risk, supplier lifecycle performance. Based on the performance, we can evaluate and take up their individual supplier ratings, and accordingly, you can manage the ratings of the suppliers. All these are possible. All these are there in the supplier module, SLP module. Yeah. Yes. Before we start off each module separately, we will discuss like what is it called as. The entire SAP Ariba is called as the SAP Ariba network, under which what all the activities we will be doing. We will be doing contract management, we do buy and sell, and like request for information, request for proposals. All these are we are coming we are having all of that under the RFP. That is nothing but sourcing module. So this architecture depicts that between the buyers and suppliers, there is a supplier network, which is like driving the mechanism. And for this, we will be using this particular system for various types of materials that are indirect category or the direct category, and different types of services or the materials. All these are covered under SAP Ariba network. This is the entire architecture. You might have seen this at various places, maybe in your discussions, or when you are checking about either the material data or the service material management, or various applications. Here we have SAP Ariba Cloud. It's a cloud. We have already mentioned that a cloud, like where the customer need not to maintain the infrastructure like server or any other systems. It is driven by SAP Ariba itself, since it's an on-demand application. Here we have, okay, coming to ERP. What do we call ERP? Means ERP is enterprise resource programming, where we have like the customers can plan their entire activity using, for example, like they have materials, they have resources. All these applications are called ERP. And Ariba is actually integrating their backend, any of their ERP system, to Ariba network. Why do we need Ariba network to be integrated with any backend system or ERP system is you have certain data management already happening in your organization, and that is maybe an Oracle product or an product, SAP product. We have that particular product available in the customer environment, but we are bringing in Ariba in terms of having more leverage or bringing in more flexibility of usage or interaction of users through application and better user interface experience. We are bringing in the Ariba. By bringing in Ariba, what we are providing to the end user is the ease of application use. That is the main thing. And we also have the guided buying, where we are going to bring in the experience similar to Amazon buying. We are all buyers at various places. We are all going to buy various things, and that buying experience, everybody has it. So if we can bring in the buying experience with more user friendly, so that particular application will be most useful for the organization across. And that's the reason Ariba has come into the picture, where we have Ariba, which helps in creating better user interface, easiest user interface in terms of creating guided buying tiles, which provides the end user a more flexibility. We do have normally different types of users, either casual users or formal users. So any casual user also can get into the system and start using it, start buying things. And in case the formal user, where they have respective training programs done, and they are well versed with the system, and they'll be called as formal users. So according to that, we will be segregating customer user base, and we are going to provide that particular access to each user and provide training accordingly, so that they'll be able to use the system as per that. So we try to understand from like each one of you, maybe like you can brief any of your experience coming to or Ariba, so we understand. So I will probably like frame it in this way. I will ask, like, from your opinion, you might have heard here and there, or you may have some opinion, what is ERP or what is Ariba? Probably like you can unmute and tell about your views. What is Ariba that you feel, or what is ERP that you are actually working on? So we can just have a understanding of your views. So yeah, as I already mentioned, right, SAP Ariba, we are treating it as we are mentioning that it's a cloud-based system. We do have several other cloud systems similar to SAP Ariba. You might have heard SuccessFactors or Fieldglass, Concur. These are also some of the like on-demand applications. But yes, of course, we are talking here about SAP Ariba, because we are discussing on basically the procure S to pay. Rather, I will call it as source to pay cycle. So within the source to pay cycle, we have the predefined like categories within the system and predefined supplier base, or else sometimes it happens that new suppliers will be coming into the picture, and we add more suppliers, we rate them, and we involve them into upcoming new sourcing activities. That way we leverage sourcing module and sourcing to pay, where we need to source first of all, we need to source, we need to then buy, and we then need to pay and rate the procurement material or services, how the rating is. Okay. And coming to buying, we have been calling it as buying. What do we buy usually? We buy two types of material with any of the organization. Either it's a new material or it's an old material. What is new, what is old? That means we have to source newly to the customer, we have to source a product or a service newly to the organization. That's a new product altogether. That is nothing but we are buying it for the first time. For example, you are going to buy a laptop, or you are going to buy some furniture material, or you are going to buy some material equipment. These are all not new to the company. Whereas some particular services which are suddenly you wanted to implement a new IT product, it's a new thing to the company. So that comes as a new product. What is old product? Old product which has been already procured at various times, and there are some suppliers who have been supplying that material or service, and they have been rated, and they have been continuously serving this company from long time. So they are the existing suppliers or incumbent suppliers, or maybe sometimes you will buy it from new supplier, but they are already serving that particular product from various time zones to your company. Whereas new product you cannot buy. For example, there are huge investment involved in any organization. Particularly, there are several organizations which will be end up paying huge millions of dollars because of that particular service is really rare and new product. At that time, what happens is they will be buying it. They'll be first of all source. They need to source that product and then enter into a contract agreement, and then take the material and put into use. So that is the old product and new product. There is a differentiation. When you want to buy a new product, you need to source it first. So you need to have some sourcing. You call it strategic sourcing, or you call it tactical sourcing, or you call any sourcing, but you need to source it. When you want to source it, you need to inquire in the market who are the potential suppliers that they are actually supplying that material, and how long they have been supplying it, how much duration that they have been supplying into the market, and how much experience that do have, and what is their importance to buy from them. So your product is reliable, your product becomes reliable. So these all the information you need to gather first. When you gather this information, that is nothing that is called as RFI, request for information. And once you have the information in hand, now you need that product pricing. How much is the pricing, how much is annual maintenance cost, or how much is service cost, all this. Then you call it as RFP. Then you need to obtain RFPs from the customers, suppliers. So we have RFI, we have RFP. Earlier, we used to call it as RFQ, but Ariba has segregated between RFA and RFP, all these processes. So we have RFI, RFP, both together we call it as RFX. So when you obtain that, you will understand from that supplier perspective. When you obtain only the information, you will get to know. So this is the part of sourcing. When you want to source it, you will do RFI, then you enter into RFP, then you will get the pricing. Then according to your requirement of the management, you will place the order and you will buy it. So that we are covering all that under the business network. We have customer, we have manufacturing plants, which are nothing but where the plant is going to manufacture the material and do the supply chain and forecast. Like we have also like a finance, first of all. And finance is not going to be fully handled within Ariba, because payment module, always we will have some legacy system we will be integrating. And coming to like SAP, we have other human resources also that we are not going to discuss here. And yes, we have all the flexibility to integrate between various systems. Maybe your ERPs, it's an Oracle, it's not a non-SAP, it may be a non-SAP or SAP. We can integrate various systems using various integration tools, primarily CIG for SAP, which is being used across the companies. And apart from CIG, we do have some other integration tool, MuleSoft, other systems through which we are integrating the systems, right? And architecture integration. I mean, like as I mentioned, right, we have various types of integrations nowadays. The prominent integration is through APIs. Various APIs are also available nowadays, and we can pull those APIs and we can integrate. So anyways, it's like a basic information I'm providing about APIs, but it's a detailed flow that we need to understand about that, and that will be a separate course anyways. But yeah, I just want to brief, and you guys know that there are some APIs that are being developed by SAP Ariba. We call it as developer portal. Through developer portal, we can pull various APIs and leverage them as well for integrations. That is the advanced integration which we have here. As I already mentioned, right,
Can you please brief it again on the API part? Can you go?
Sure. Okay. Do you have some idea about APIs?
Yes, I do.
Okay, fine. You might have leveraged some of the APIs, application program interface, and pull various data elements and post it in the postman or run it and try to understand those scripts. And similar to that, Ariba also providing us various APIs. To explore more on it, you can go to developer.sap.com, where we have the list of APIs that are possible. For example, we have upstream and we have downstream in Ariba. For the upstream, we have some sort of approval flows that can be pulled through API and sent into any other API integration system. Or else you have some data available and the data can be pulled through APIs and send it to your probably some analytical dashboard systems. And from there by you can provide various types of dashboards in the system. So that is also possible. Yeah, as I mentioned, right, APIs are now having so much predominant uses, and also it is the advanced integration that we are using currently.
Yeah, but here, if I mean, just to understand this graph or the architect, right, I'm more interested into what is SAP graph, data intelligence, AI uses, and enterprise messaging, right, that you are sharing as architect. So we talked about API, true, data intelligence, that AI, what you was okay, and enterprise messaging. So what is exact message from this slide?
See, exact message from this side is we are just briefing about various types of integrations. Coming to integrations, we have BTP. Also, nowadays we are using BTP for integration. Our CIG is the one which we are actually discussing here, because your MM system or your ECC system that is going to be integrated with Ariba, where when you integrate that, we are going to leverage CIG, which is actually a feature that is provided with no additional cost from Ariba to integrate between both your systems, SAP ECC and or S4 with Ariba. And where when you do this integration, it's like real-time integration and also native integration, it is called as. Apart from that, we also have some flexibility to leverage APIs. That through APIs we can pull out some information from SAP Ariba, and you can integrate those APIs with your any other system. Where you can leverage those APIs, you need to read them out and pull and push the data into your other system where you want to integrate and create some dashboards or approval flows. That is what it says here.
Okay, can you go to the previous slide again? On top, here they gave a 3 out-of-box integration, open integration, and AI-driven integration. So, which are there any example
comes
here?
under this AI, yeah.
Sorry, AI-driven integration is what exactly? Where exactly we use it?
AI-driven, that comes with this APIs, a different type of APIs. You can program it and you can drive it with various AI-driven systems. For example, we have SAC. You might have heard
Supply
SAC.
chain collaboration. Okay, yeah.
Yeah. SAC, mentioning about
SAC, okay, Supplier Analytics, okay, SAP Analytics Cloud, yeah.
Analytics Cloud. So when you have a SAC in the customer's place, you can leverage these APIs and provide that data to the SAC, and it creates various types of dashboards according to customer requirement, and that we can drive it as like AI-driven integration. Yeah, that's what it is mentioning about. Yeah.
Okay, anything in Ariba space? Do you have any AI example?
Ariba space, no, not really. But there are some exposures which I have discussed, like in the previous sessions, where they wanted to introduce bots process, robotic process. We have suggested a way out through bots, right? You can develop. I mean, for example, if you see you have a source of truth, a different system. Source of truth is nothing but your maybe your legacy Oracle system or legacy SAP. From there, if you want to pull some of the master data elements to Ariba, and you don't want any other integration, but you want to use some bot process to avoid some of the manual intervention, that is possible. Some of the participants, they wanted to understand that bot process, and when we discussed, they have implemented it. What I understood was they remotely used that bot process, generated some Java program through which it will drive some of the loads. Instead of manual, it loads automatically using bot process. That's one example I can quote here.
Okay, so that is integration.
Yeah, yeah. Please go ahead. You were asking something.
Yeah, bot process, it's more interesting. Okay, if you have some slide on that, please share later on. I'm not sure. Yeah, you can continue.
Yeah, fine.
Because anything regarding category, anything regarding when we say AI, right? Category management or any process which been part of Ariba AI practice or processes, there is no, right?
No. Yeah.
Okay.
Yes, these are the basic questions. If you sometimes when you interact with the new customer, they'll be asking you several basic questions as well. And we sometimes, get to know that, okay, what is their actual system? Because we need to understand any customer, right? When we start interacting with them, we need to also understand their as is process, how it is going, and what is their current ERP, and why are they actually seeking a different system now, like Ariba. Then we can actually fill up those gaps. Then they'll be, your happy customer then. So because you are addressing their queries, they'll be more happier customers. Yeah, fine. So yeah, thanks. As we discussed, right, CIG will be bringing in, in between, that is nothing but your existing legacy system. It may be ECC, and that is your backend system. And if you are going to integrate that with your SAP Ariba, which is a cloud system, and CIG is the tool which we are using it. We are going to use it that because it has been provided as a native integration by SAP. Yeah, fine. We will be focusing on Ariba application first rather than more integrations. These are all integrations slides. But yes, you can go through it, and in case any doubts, we can discuss. But currently, we'll also try to first understand about SAP features, SAP Ariba features, and then what is SAP Ariba features, sorry, and then what is it known for? What are the renowned application Ariba is having the features, first of all, for buyer and supplier? What is actually making them interactive? What is actually making them more collaborative? We'll try to first figure it out. Yeah, key features, as I've been mentioning several times before, SAP Ariba, it's a B2B. Now let's come to B2B. What is B2B? It's nothing but business to business. That means it's your business to create some product, not you, because you are a consulting partner with them. You are not going to, create anything as a product, but your customers, all of your customers who are there, they'll be either manufacturing some equipment and by selling some equipment, and for that they need to buy some products, right? Either indirect or direct. Why we are calling indirect or direct means SAP has basically has this nomenclature for those are the materials which are ready to use. They are called as indirect material, and those are the material which has to be prepared in some or the other form and prepare as a ready to use material, that they are calling it as direct material. Okay, that hope that clarifies. And coming to B2B, right, we are doing this B2B, it's nothing but business to business. So you may be a buyer, your customer may be a buyer, and they are going to interact with some seller who is actually called a supplier. The one who supplies material or sells the material, they are called as suppliers, and the one who buys that material and make use of it, they are the buyers. So between both of them, there can be an end-to-end integration. That's a B2B solution which we are discussing about. That B2B is like you procure something, and you get the invoice for something, and you pay it out and clear it out. So that is the B2B end-to-end solution, which is Ariba is the best solution in that, and it is the world's largest, which is having Ariba's largest network. See, Ariba has also one application that is called Ariba Discovery. Although we are not going to discuss much on it, but so that you know what is Ariba Discovery, you can directly enter into Ariba Discovery, and anybody who supplies material or who is interested to buy some material, they can enter into Ariba Discovery, because there are a lot of network suppliers have been enabled in that, and they're actually taking a leverage of Ariba network to establish their companies and to sell their products through Ariba network, right? That is the part of Ariba Discovery. We will probably interact more on that Ariba Discovery at a later part. And yes, as I mentioned already, this is the supply chain between buyers and suppliers, and we need a network, and that network gives a flexibility to interact and to communicate between both the parties seamlessly. That is the Ariba system. As I mentioned already, like Ariba networks that removes a complexity of procurement process, and suppliers and buyers can manage all the key terms and of vendor management into a single network. Right. With this only, they'll be able to clear all the complexities between in terms of sending their responses or accepting the purchase orders or getting the invoices paid. Right. And yeah, fine. We when we talk about integration, right, we will integrate clearly, we will discuss clearly what is that we are going to integrate, what do we actually need for integrating, right? So just to brief you that we will be integrating different systems to ensure that the master data is flowing between the systems correctly, so that no transaction errors will happen and the transaction will flow smoothly without any errors. That is the main motive of having some integration between both the systems. And apart from that, now okay, fine. Before asking you questions, like let us have a minute over here. This gives you a clear idea that how rapidly the suppliers are getting involved into Ariba discovery and our Ariba network, thereby they are leveraging the benefit. Yes, everybody agrees that there will be a charge for each invoice that supplier has invoiced, supplier has received the purchase order. But at the same time, how much is the benefit that they are getting is the main thing, based on which Ariba is actually going at a fast pace, right? So I'm discussing all that functional aspects in the overview now, so that you are aware why we are actually here, why we are discussing about Ariba. Going forward, we will be discussing only on the configuration or approval flow configuration or template configuration, or understanding each template's functionality and what is the benefit each user is getting, how users are created. All that discussions we will anyways do it. That is technical part of it. Prior to that, I'm discussing on like the functional aspect of the entire application, so that you guys are aware. I mean, like if you are new, that you get to know these things, and it will be helpful when you are interacting with any customer, when you are going to demonstrate the system to the customer. And there will be many this type of functional questions: why actually we need this, or what actually this application that helps them, why is it required between buyers and suppliers. These are all the questions you will be able to understand. That's why I'm discussing on functional aspects currently. Fine, I think these details we have already discussed. You can go through it. SAP. Okay, fine. I think, yeah, we are actually fine here. We have discussed some of the functional aspects and this tech. In case of any other questions, when you go through this, we can answer the questions again. As I already mentioned, right, this has SAP Ariba Strategic Sourcing Suite, which consists of sourcing, which consists of contracts module, contract management, sourcing, strategic sourcing module, SLP. Why SLP is needed? Because you have the suppliers created through SLP, and then you will be leveraging all that suppliers base to start doing the RFI, request for information, or RFP or sourcing activities, and then entering into a contract. And SAP Ariba is also known for its own, feature that will provide you a flexible reports, various types of reports that will be used for the spend analysis of the company. And SAP Ariba P2P is nothing but procure to pay, which is actually addressed in buying and invoicing module, that is called the downstream module. There will always be a suite integration if you have both upstream and downstream, so that the data flows between both the systems. Either it's a master data, or when you do some type of contract complaints, it will also flow some transactions from upstream to downstream. Apart from that, we used to call it as Ariba network. Now it is SAP Business Network, or SAP Business Network for buyer and SAP Business Network for suppliers. Both are called as network. So we are going to cover these aspects going forward. Each topic we will be discussing, each module we will be discussing. Our primary focus during this training program will be on all these four four of these modules. These are the components basically. Strategic sourcing is a component, spend analysis, and then buying and invoicing and business network. Here it is written as commerce automation. Commerce automation, it is a different, application is same, whereas commerce automation is a process. We will discuss it later. You'll understand it better. Maybe let me go through this slide. And then I will open the system and show where necessary. And from there on, we will be onto the system most of the time. So yeah, fine. And as I already mentioned, we discussed on this slide. You guys understood that what are the different components here. And as I already mentioned, right, we have sourcing contracts, SLP, and then savings related to sourcing event, savings related to like issue of the contracts, and then track all of that savings. And also discovery, we have already mentioned that what is Ariba network discovery. So these are all part of our Ariba solution. These are all part of our discussion pointers. Yes, the main objective, what is that we can do is anybody wants to track their spend. So if at all any customer you are going to interact, they will first ask for what is the tracking system that you have within Ariba. So we have Ariba spend analysis that is possible. For this, Ariba provides various types of reports, standard reports and custom reports. And yes, let us discuss a bit about standard, what is standard and what is custom. Ariba provides various fields, various reports as an out-of-the-box functionality. That is nothing but you guys need to understand here one thing. We have some limitations in terms of making any customization in the product because it's across the globe. They are offering this service as a on cloud basis. It's on demand basis. So a common platform across the suppliers across the globe has been created. So it has some limitations in terms of making some customizations. That is the way we need to actually try to convince the customers when they want to do more of the customizations, right? There are certain limitations that Ariba has given. Ariba recommends that limited customizations. The reason behind is it's an on-demand application. It has been provided to all the suppliers, all the customers together. So in view of that, we have some limited customizations possible. Although it is possible, but they are limited. But still, coming to reports, also we can do various different custom reports and different standard reports that are possible, through which the spend analysis is possible. Analysis can be done in different ways. And we will discuss more when we are entering into Ariba and what are the reports that are possible. We will try and understand the report creation and how to automate those reports as well. And these are the buying and invoicing related. Earlier we saw the other slide. It's about sourcing, strategic sourcing suite, strategic sourcing module where we have SLP and contracts sourcing and all. Here it is buying and invoicing. Here the features are there for buying and invoicing, and also we have guided buying feature that is possible. We can get the invoices created and submitted. Once invoices are submitted, we can also do the invoice management through Ariba. Maybe some of you guys are aware, SAP offers vendor invoice management system, which we integrate normally to ECC or S4 to process those invoices by mentioning various exceptions. We create different exceptions and clear all of that. But here, Ariba provides as a default feature to have those all exceptions within Ariba buying and invoicing module. We can create those invoices and validate. Once that approved, it goes to next level in the sense that will be paid off or rejection or anything that will be paid off. But there are some flexibilities. There is a flexibility, and there is an application that is B&I, wherein we have the we can leverage the functionality. We have the functionality of creating invoice reconciliation exceptions with exceptions, right? We can create that. Coming to commerce automation, has anybody heard of the term called commerce automation?
No.
Okay, fine. See, commerce automation, it is nothing but the commercial commercials that are going to automate. Okay, but why we are calling it as commerce automation suddenly within Ariba? So what happens is Ariba buyer and seller we are talking about, buyer network and supplier network. If you don't want to, if there are certain customers, we also had one of the customer where we have implemented only commerce automation. Why it is that there is a system that, as I mentioned earlier also, the buyer and supplier can interact seamlessly and smoothly and understand the each document status between both of them. For that, we have buyer and supplier network. But there may be a case that they don't want to use Ariba, but they just want only the network. So that is also possible. So when customer has SAP S4HANA or ECC, through them they are creating the purchase orders and they are sending it to suppliers. But how they are sending is they are sending in the legacy way by probably printing it or by email, and they are expecting the acknowledgement, but they cannot see the acknowledgement. These all the problems we can resolve by only providing them the Ariba buyer network. So when we provide buyer network, it's nothing but business network. Now it is called as business network. So if you provide business network and integrate that business network with their S4HANA, leveraging CIG, then it is called as commerce automation, where we do not have Ariba buyer, but Ariba network is in place. How that is, that we will be, I mean, like probably like once you are familiar more with Ariba buyer, you will understand why we are talking about Ariba network separately and what is that application is for, and how we actually have what are the flexibilities that we have in that Ariba, particularly Ariba buyer. Okay, so probably like when I get a deep discussion, we can do it when we have more time on commerce automation during our sessions, right? Yes. And when you log on into the Ariba cloud solution, home dashboard is displayed, and you can navigate each of these tasks. You can navigate each of the action items into the Ariba. How you navigate it, what are the actions you can perform, that we will be discussing it. Probably like since you have this tech already with you, when you navigate, you can see the same in Ariba itself. So for logging into Ariba, let me log in and show you. Yeah, you can see that it is sourcing and the procurement is linked with a procurement link. You enter the user ID and password, click on sign in. And here, some of the customers will be using SSO login. It is nothing but single sign on. So they don't need to enter the user ID and password when they have SSO enabled. So for SSO enabling, we need to work with their infrastructure team, with their customer, and then we need to provide them like SSO login. Here it is a third-party login, so we can directly log in, not a problem. And now let me show you. Here are our system. Here is the that is provided to you. We call it as dashboard, and how to navigate that. We'll let us see. Here it's marked with 1, 2, and all. So you guys know where to click, how to find out each of the document. But anyways, we will try. We will be doing it directly. And one more thing is this icon. It shows you when it is a suite integrated system. That means you have a child realm and the parent realm. Why are we calling it as realm again? Yes, this is the standard nomenclature, but we know currently it is the upstream, and from there, if you want to go to the downstream, when it is suite integrated, you will find this icon and you can click on this link and it will take you to the downstream. So parent and child, we call it as parent and child. That indicates this C1. C1 indicates child 1. Okay, and you will probably like you might get a doubt. There will be multiple. Can there be multiple child realms? Yes, that is also possible. Depending on the requirement, we create multiple child realms. Now I will first more focus here. It is already showing P, that is parent. We are in the upstream, and we call it as dashboard. This is the dashboard we have, and here is the dashboard, and we will be discussing what all the things are there in the dashboard. Then here is a search, so you will be able to see what all the options are there for you to search and find out, right? That is, each one of it is mentioned in our deck, in our slide here. One is that, okay, fine. So for example, you are in the upstream, right? And you will be searching upstream related all the documents from here. You select each one of it. You have the flexibility to select. And then, for example, you want to search for various sourcing project. It's the search button. It's a drop down. You can click here and try to search. You can search here. But after you coming here, you want to change it, you can change it. Or you can select all, or you can select respectively. It may be a procurement space or anything that you want to search. You can search from here. These are the search filters. You can add or delete various search filters. Fine. We will be entering into that discussion more into in for upcoming sessions. But I just want to introduce, because you have this tech, you will anyways want to log in into Ariba and check various things. Then you have the reference here, and that's why I want to mention, so that you guys can start looking into the things, right? Then, for example, if I am there, I have tasks, so I want to check all the things, and these are the options that are available for each of the tile. This is called as tile. Each one is a tile, and we are able to manage these tiles on our own. Based on requirement, we can probably remove or add, or manage all the tiles from here. That is managing tiles. And then if at all we have any task, so just one more thing here. Why are we calling it as tasks or anything in the upstream? Because everything is task based. All the templates are various types of task based, right? So all the tasks are to be completed, to do tasks, or complete tasks, approval task, or negotiation task. All these are task based. Okay, so what is a task, and how do we create in the template? How do we configure each task? All the things we will be discussing anyways in the template configuration. So during which time you will understand. But primarily you will need to know why these tiles are mentioned here. Why are these tiles are having each name of it? Okay, and this is something settings. If you want to add any component or remove any component or rearrange for your dashboard, you can always do from these settings. This is the refresh button. And what else is here? Okay, fine. So when these are the buttons that for any user. And let me tell you one more thing. All these icons, each one of these components that we are able to see, these are all based on roles. Each role will have, for example, if a end user, he doesn't need to have any other role except creating some sourcing request. Then accordingly we'll be configuring his role into the system, and based on the role he'll be getting that privilege to check in the system what all the things he needs to check. Based on his role, he'll be able to perform the activity. So everything is based on the roles. What is that role is all about, what role we need to give, whom we need to give which role, all that things that we will be interacting, that we'll be discussing and creating some of the test ones. And probably you can also do the lab and try to understand what all the roles, why are the roles are coming into the picture. Fine. And yes, as we already mentioned, right, these are the create option. In case you want to create some transaction, you will be using create option, and managing tiles. All these are again on your dashboard. What are the activities you can perform? You can see here wherever the icon is there, that will be shown here. For example, if you want to analyze, or if you want to go to the latest like a transaction that you have done, you can click on recent. Every recent action, whatever action you have performed recently, that will be shown here. And manage is nothing but the administration activity. Here we call each of the user into based on their roles. They might be an administrator, or they might be a end user. And of course the consultant, it's within the users itself, within the user set who is using an end application, right? From there also there will be two types of users. One will be the user, other one will be administration user. What administration user will perform? They'll be performing some additional activities than user. End user is going to create transactions, whereas the validation happens, and validation approvals or rejections, all these things will be done by an additional admin user. So the both are part of users, but they'll be having different roles altogether. So they'll be based on their roles performance, they'll be segregated as a user or admin user. Apart from that, the main administrator is going to be the consultant who performed all the activities, who has actually created all the templates. He is the main administrator. So based on that roles, the respective actions will be provided, like enabled here based on that roles. Since we are here as a customer administrator, I mean, like the main role that we are having, we have all the functionalities provided shown here. Okay. And this happens to the consultant administrator because he is going to perform various activities on templates, configurations, master data flow, or creating various types of reports. These are all the responsibilities of a consultant. But still, under the user group, there will be two types of users, as I mentioned. End user, who will be creating only transaction and he doesn't perform any approval activity or anything. So he's not going to be the administrator. Administrator is whom, for his supervisor, he will be having more privileges. They'll have some different roles. But how do we perform? How do we enable them? That doing it based on the roles, and we will be able to see that in the upcoming sessions as well. You can go through this. You can organize the dashboard, as I already mentioned. This is fine. And also, like there are, as I already mentioned, right, recently viewed, common actions, and to-do contents. So these are the main things that any user has to perform, and any user has to be trained. So of course, let's come to a discussion pointer, which will happen on regular basis with any customer. How do you train them? How do you want to train them after your configurations are over? Maybe it's for UAT or for operational activity. How do you train them? There may be different methods a consultant will take up and approach the customer. What are the methods that they are comfortable with? There may be end user training. For that end user training, you might take an approach like train the trainer. So there are some set of super users which organization will find out, and you will train them, and in turn they will be training the end user on regular basis. So when you approach the super user who has to be trained as an administrator and take up trainings in their internal training programs, so at that time you will provide all these inputs, how to navigate the dashboard, and common actions. They'll be having some additional common actions compared to their normal users, because they'll have to provide various inputs to their end users and provide some information, right? And also, like, there is a possibility for them to provide some of the announcements. There can be a knowledge project created. We'll see how to create it. So they can create that project and publish it, so that becomes an announcement for all their users. They'll be able to see it here. So again, here, if you want to move it to some other place, you can drag it and drop it here. It will come here like this. So this flexibility that we have within the dashboard, right? So somebody has used it. So ideally the announcement usually published by the company when there are certain changes. For example, they want to have a refresh of their quality system, or they want to have a refresh in the developer system or something. When that type of announcement they want to mention, and they will be creating an announcement and publishing it here, which will be communicated through Ariba to all their users. So they are aware that some of the refresh activity is going on. So they'll be, they'll have to be, aware of and complete their task before this particular date. Accordingly, they'll announce some of the announcements here. That is one key thing here. And other than that, these are the tasks that are pending for a user that will be shown on his dashboard. Event status, he can monitor what all the events he created and how many have been published and how many under review. See, we'll come to know what is this task status. Okay, each task has a meaning actually. What is a draft state? What is a preview state? What is an open stage? What is completed? What is pending publish? These are all the status we'll be looking at each of these tasks during our discussion of template. And also, like, this dashboard shows what are the expiring contracts, how many contracts are going to be expired in how many days. All the information will be shown to the end user. And yes, dashboard settings we can create and publish it, so that will be shown to the end user. And further, we also have this. If you click on this icon, all the details, related to login, there is various functionalities are available for user to change the password as secret question, default local, activate mobile device, deactivate mobile device, change notification preferences. Why do we change the notification preferences? Because if every notification has been enabled, user will be flooded up with various notifications which may be necessary, which may not be necessary. So that notification preference, he can set it, and only those preferred notification he can get it on his mail. So he'll be able to monitor them, right? Change DFS. This DFS functionality, we'll discuss it during contracts, but nowadays DFS is not being used prevailing, is not so much prevailing. We have ECA, enhanced contract authoring. That is the main objective. In ECA is something that override DFS more, because that is more advanced and more flexible. So we'll discuss this during the contract management, what is DFS and what is actually ECA. Yes, as I mentioned, right, dashboard preferences, we can change it. Every individual user can change it. And yeah, these are the, and we have the themes, different themes we can enable, either it's a light theme or blue theme. So why I'm interacting with all these, these are not a consultant roles, this, okay, so much. He doesn't need to get into that, because his role is mainly on the configurations, mainly on the flow, how it is working, or troubleshooting various issues. But end user will be raising a lot of questions about what is this dashboard, each dashboard item, each dashboard tile, and they'll be more concerned about it, because end of the day they want to use it as a more easiest system. Through easiest way they want to navigate and understand their own things very clearly, so that they are more interested in it. So you guys can look into it and practice it and try to understand. These are much more useful when you interact with the customer. They'll be asking all these, what is this task, why am I seeing all my documents here, what is it involved, why do I need it? All these things they'll be checking with you, right? As I mentioned, right, common actions, recently viewed, and to do. These are the main things. So common actions is here. So for example, if any user wants to create something, they can create a quick survey, they can create supplier request, they can create, and click on more. They'll get all the based on the roles. It's always based on the roles, what all the activities that they can do, it will be shown here under the common actions. And recently viewed, we already saw. Recently, if you click on this recently viewed, it will be shown here, whatever has been recently has watched. At the same time, you have this also, where you can see what all the actions you have recently performed. And then common actions we've seen, recent and to do. So these are the actions that anybody has to do. Probably I have something approval is pending in my action. That's what it is showing to do. So I need to click on this task and check what it is. Either I can approve or deny based on validation from my side. But yes, unless I complete that action, it will keep on showing under my to-dos list, right? I can approve or deny and request additional information. What are these buttons? What are exactly the meaning of all these? That we'll come to know in our upcoming sections. We'll be discussing more. And okay, you guys have already heard, I think you might have heard SaaS, software as a service. There are various elements like this: infrastructure as a service, SaaS, that means service as a service, IaaS or SaaS, or product as a service, PaaS. All these are provided as for all these softwares. We are providing services in different form. Coming to Ariba, it's a SaaS system. It's a software as a service. What type of software it is? It's a procurement software where we can source, order, or agreement, create agreement, and then order, and then pay. All these actions are possible. So under a software, that's why we call it as procurement software. It's a procurement software on cloud-based system. That is the main terminology which we are using for Ariba, where it's a self-service requisitioning. I mean, as I already mentioned, right, the users may be of different types: a casual user, or a formal user. A casual user, whenever he wants to order something, he wants to get into the system and you pick it up and order it, right? That's the casual approach. But for doing that, company cannot allow any buyer to do anything to buy on his own without any complaints. But before buying, he has to comply few of the things. How that complaints will be taken care, because it's a procurement software, we can make sure that all that buying things are done through a complaints process. That complaints we are enabling through this application Ariba as a procurement software, because we enabled all the policies and procedures. Whenever they buy it, they can buy it casually, but that comes under under the complaints. So that complaints systems we need to develop in procurement software. How we develop, what are the complaints insurance that we are going to do through Ariba, how we actually can do, that is the course that we are going to do. I mean, like, through, there are various things that we can do. Either you create an RFA, create an RFP, or create contract. While doing all these things, you are going to comply various rules, and that is what is our understanding from their as is process. After we understand that, we enable all of that through templates, and that is the template management which we will be doing to, in order to ensure that complaints are done and apply all the required controls in the system. Then we are flexible enough to go ahead and buy things, right? Then it becomes a complaint system which is actually ensured all the controls are in place and compliances are in place. Then any buyer can do the buying with that, right? One of the module, very important module, that is SLP, supply lifecycle performance, is a very important role. It plays a very important role. It will be in upstream, whereas it's going to work for both upstream and downstream. We have a very important functionality that is available within SLP, that is nothing but supply lifecycle and performance, which has a very important role. As I mentioned, for upstream and downstream together, we'll be managing all the supply database with the SLP module. It's a new vendor data model. Actually, it has a native integration capability with ERP in an web services architecture. So actually, maybe some of you are aware how it works. We actually analyze any of the issues using SRT_money in ERP, and it has the web services enablement. Through that, we are going to have SLP integrated with our ERP system. As you know, right, once upon a time, it was very difficult to manage getting the suppliers, definitely, I mean, like, as per the requirement to get the supplier base, approaching the suppliers and getting the agreement. All these things once upon a time was very difficult. But nowadays, in the era of digitalization, we all seem to have suppliers and a bunch of suppliers for every product or any type of service which are available online. We actually tend to get and explore more of it, and then we get it online itself. And also, like, as we discussed, there is a capability of SAP Ariba that is nothing but Ariba Discovery, where suppliers register themselves for certain products, certain types of services. And during this digitalization, right, we have a huge supplier network around it, and it makes our life easier, which enables us to get best deals as well with minimal hassles, right? Earlier days was different, where we don't have online services a lot, but slowly Ariba is providing that much of scope for any customer to have more suppliers, and competition can be increased so that we get the better deals and better services. When it comes to sourcing, I'm mentioning about SLP, but when it comes to sourcing, the very big enterprises who are going to be your customers, right? They are the big enterprises, and there are various kinds of bigger companies or smaller companies, but they'll have a bigger challenges to involve various types of suppliers into their competitions when they are doing various sourcing activities, and they invest a lot of amounts into their traditional ERP systems, and they need to spend a lot of time finalizing any agreement or any type of suppliers for their particular equipment requirements, right? But nowadays, with the SLP enablement, there are a lot of features that SLP gives us. Therefore, finding a qualified supplier is a major. I mean, like it becomes easier because there is a wide spectrum of suppliers available. They can actually get into it and explore it, and find a qualified supplier. SLP offers various subjects. SLP offers supplier lifecycle performance and suppliers qualification and also supplier risk. All these together, it is providing a wide spectrum of supplier qualifications, and against each product they can qualify a supplier which will work in forthcoming sourcing activities, and we can make certain things that it's possible for buyers to get qualified suppliers against their products easily by leveraging the SLP features. That is the advantage of having SLP. And SLP acts as a as a single hub where you can actually store all the supply related information, and it can be integrated with your internal and external. When I mention internal, that is nothing but your strategic sourcing suite has upstream and downstream integration, where you will be leveraging the supplier database into upstream for arriving the contracts or for exploring sourcing activities. And also it can be integrated with your buying and invoicing module, where you can leverage the supplier base, and it supports a seamless integration with ERP as well. So fine, that is the main objective. That's why SLP has a very good importance in this, and we'll be discussing more, and also we will address various questions, how the customers actually facing the real-time issues, and how the SLP is going to help them out to clear their various tasks that are their daily requirements, right? Finally, SAP Ariba has SLP, which has different components, as I mentioned, right? One is qualification, supplier qualification, supplier performance, and supplier risk. These are primary objectives. With this, we are able to address all the spend management questions, spend management requirements from supplier. And when we maintain the data of suppliers, so there are certain things that we need to do. We do a supplier request where a minimum available information will be filled up by the buyer in supplier request. Thereby, it goes for an approval process based on the requirement. We can configure the approval flow, and once the approval flow is completed, we can get the supplier registered with the filled in information, and it's a self-service for supplier. They can fill in their information on their own and submit it, which go for a validation in two ways. The validation happens manually and validation happens automatically. So that means you will be predefining certain qualifications for each of the fields. Thereby, you will be validating the information, and once the validation is completed, manually the required stakeholders who are configured in the approval flow, they will also validate and they will approve it. Based on that approvals, it go for registration. So once the registration is completed, it's a registered supplier within the organization. So therefore, they can qualify for a particular product, which is their a regular requirement. And based on that, the requirement fulfilled by supplier, they will be qualified for that. And going forward, any risk is there that can be maintained by the buyer in the leveraging supplier risk within the module. So that is briefly about SLP and how it functions. And yes, we can maintain their bank information, company address, and contact information, and some other relevant information based on the requirement. How we gather it is based on some questionnaire that we'll be preparing within the system. So if you see, yeah, fine. Let's navigate and check where the supplier management and how we actually access it briefly, so that you get an idea when I go through further discussions. Then when you want to navigate into SLP module, so you log in here. After logging in, we discussed a bit about all these tabs. There are various tabs that are available. Suppose if you are not able to see, because it is showing the recent ones that we have touched. So if you're not able to see there, you can actually click on supplier management. And here I just accessed it, so it is showing here. So go to supplier management. Here is the supplier name, which you can enter and search for it. There is a search bar for this supplier, and you will see how these templates are created in upcoming sections. But here we have the supplier details, so we can view each supplier. In case anything is pending for approval, it shows as in approval. and whose approval is pending, that will show here. So let us see what is this. It's an approved supplier. That means we have a supplier request created that has got approved, and it will show in this system here as approved. Now you see there is a supplier which has been approved. When it is approved fully, it shows in this way, which shows in the green till end. And you can click on view supplier profile, which shows you, this is called the 360 profile view of the supplier. What does that mean? That we'll come to know going by while we are discussing various things here. And here is the supplier ID. We have information that is mentioned. We can maintain required contacts, and we can maintain required ERP data. What is that ERP data? That we'll come to know. Some of you have maybe experienced how the vendor data is managed in ECC, or the business partner is maintained in S4HANA or ECC. That elements have to be populated and integrated with your SLP system. So this is indirectly the same thing what we actually open and see in the business partner. Here we are able to see here because it gets integrated, and it shows here any information that with which it has been created. And how these details are populating, who is managing all this information within this SLP, that we are going to see it going by. And yeah, about this ERP integration and sync now options, we'll be able to discuss it going by. How does it come? And there are certain parameters based on which the Ariba works. Basically, when you are working on Ariba, it is, as we mentioned, the upstream sourcing or SLP contracts. These are all driven by certain templates. Similarly, there are certain parameters which are going to be enabled or disabled. Who has that access, enabling parameters, who has additional access to enable the parameter, all those things we'll be discussing going by. Currently, I'll be going further and we will discuss on SLP. Then yes, certainly that will be coming in the upcoming sessions, that we will be able to understand more. And also some data will be there from suppliers. Those are called certificates, and especially these are actually specific to the particular regions. There are different type of qualification certificates that need to be provided by suppliers when it is required. We will be able to collect that information. How we collect is, we will be able to send the registration questionnaire to a supplier and get those information populated, and we'll be maintaining all that. And yeah, activity log and risk. So we'll go one by one. And before that, let us see what we are discussing. Fine. So as I mentioned that, right, banking information, company address, and these details will be filled in by supplier in their questionnaire, in their registration questionnaire. And that registration questionnaire we have to populate according to the requirement. Of course, as it's an on-demand application, so we have some certain types of questionnaires which are already filled in. I mean, like, which are already created within the template under the standard template. We can make use of it and add if any other additional questionnaires that are requested from your customers. And yeah, there is a direct integration, direct interface with supplier, resulting in improved collaboration and goal sharing. That means the Ariba network which we are discussing, right? From there, the collaboration starts, and from there, the suppliers will add information, and then they will be able to submit all that questionnaire and details. All suppliers need to use SLP to maintain their own supplier data. Here it means that supplier is providing their information with their hands. Unlike the olden days where we have certain Excel sheets or some other information where we get the information and populate that data and we load it manually or something. Maybe some of you are aware how it used to happen. But nowadays in the digital era, we have the flexibility within SLP to gather all that information with their own hands. They'll be filling up and they'll be submitting it, which will go for a validation. And once the validation is completed, then they will be approved in the SLP. Once it is approved, only then they will get registered with certain amount of information that is required to be required mandatorily. We gather that information, only then we register them, right? And there is a two-way synchronization. That means you might have a doubt saying that whenever there is an update happens in the backend for any supplier directly, whether it flows to Ariba or when you add some information or the supplier has added some information in Ariba, which is whether it is going to be integrated with backend or not. So we configure in such a way that the two-way there will be a match between ERP system, and that two-way match will ensure that the both systems are in sync, and when the data that has been flown is same, one and the same. Yeah, that's how we maintain SLP and supplier data between SLP and the backend system. It's actually enabling organizations to actively manage their entire supplier master in this cloud, and they can implement their global strategies and policies. When I'm meaning global, meaning certain types of compliances will be there which will become a global, and certain types of compliances for supplier becomes a regional. Both they can maintain within the region and within the specific country, and they can follow that guidelines at a template level, so that there will be a unique and unified data vendor database that can be maintained by organizations. And here, before going ahead, I will pause and let me ask you, have you ever, I mean, like maybe like you have got an experience in other systems, and that, whereby would you be, like able to like consolidate that much of supplier database within the same, same application that gives you a unified supplier apart from Ariba?
No.
Yeah. Okay.
See, I have worked on SLP, as I said yesterday also, 4-5 years ago. At
Okay.
that time, we were only working on this Ariba SLP module. And we had this service now 2 weeks from where we used to get the ticket for the supplier creation or any changes that the supplier has actually requested, let's say changes into the PAN number or the bank details or whatsoever. I have worked in that. From that, if you say that working on Ariba SLP, if I have worked on any other module with that, so I have not.
Okay, got it. So that is what the advantage of having SLP, so that it unifies all the data and have the uniform data with all the required data elements that are sought by the supply customers, by any of your customers, and we can have a single repository which works within the modules and in Ariba, and also with your integrated backend system. So that solves various issues. Great. Thanks for adding that here. Yeah. Anyone else wants to add anything? Fine, no problem. Yes, we will be discussing about supplier performance template as well, and SLP template. So whereby we will get to know how these things are created. Coming to performance, we can create various types of scorecards or surveys where we get information from the supplier. I mean, like various buyers will be filling it and providing that information in terms of supplier, how they are performance, how they're rated, how their material has been delivered on time, and all that can be maintained within the scorecard, and we get that information. That gives you a supplier qualification based on that rating, that those suppliers can be used in their competitive upcoming sourcing activities. And how the sourcing activity will be carried out, that we will be discussing when sourcing is there. And currently we are focusing on SLP module. As I mentioned, right, we can maintain the various information like their responsiveness and how they are competitively positioned. Those information can be maintained within the scorecards, right? And we create various KPIs. I'm not going one by one from here, but anyways, we are going to touch in the application so that we will, utilize our most of the time on the application. But yes, in case you have any doubts while going through this, you can highlight it so that we can discuss for everybody's benefit. Coming to deployment models, right? How we actually deploy is various organizations will have different types of landscape, and where that SLP fits in, and how that we are going to integrate with what all the backend systems. Based on that, we will be working according to the customer. Some of the customers may use the capabilities of master data governance, MDG. If you have heard, MDG also will be there within this landscape, and we can have that integrated. But yes, that will come as an advanced integration. Primarily, we are focusing on a basic integration where we understand within the landscape what are the things that will fit in. Either it's a non-SAP or SAP backend. how we are going to do the integration with SAP native integration, and then and in advanced you will also have some more flexibilities, as we already discussed, right? APIs also can leverage, and other integrations if at all you are integrating with non-SAP system. And primarily, like when you have Ariba network and Ariba SLP both together, your questionnaires, whatever questionnaires have been submitted for each supplier, that will go to the supplier and they'll be submitting it, and you will be validating all that questionnaire within SLP module, and where you have the required configurations for approvals, and including whosoever required to configure that, approve that particular supply request, you will be adding all of them for review and approval from them. These are certain things that we have already discussed. I mean, like what is the header? I mean, like what is the dashboard? What dashboard we have, and how to modify the dashboard if at all required. So going further, I will be focusing on SLP first. Okay, this SPM, we will discuss it once we are through with the SLP, because supplier performance management comes once you have supplier registered and approved. Once you have supplier is approved, then you will go, I mean, like register them. Once the registration is completed, you will evaluate them for supplier, like performance wise, right? Based on that. And we have certain custom reports, which or the reports that are there in Ariba, which actually gives you a clear picture on how actually the suppliers are like registered, how many suppliers, all the dashboards, all that reports that will give you a flexibility to understand the suppliers. And once you have supplier database created, you will be able to understand that how many suppliers have been registered, and how many registrations are completed, and what is the status of each supplier. That will be leveraged, that you can export from supplier reports. We have certain reports that we will separately discuss in a session, what type of reports will help us evaluating suppliers and supplier database in the system. So let me go to a supplier registration. So as I mentioned, you will have to create the supplier request. So create supplier request will give the flexibility for user. What user has to do is, user has to update certain information and provide them the details, which will actually create a supplier request. Thereby we'll be able to go further and get a supplier registered within the system. So in here we have, the required supplier request form has been created. There are two ways for a new supplier to create. One is that we will have to fill in the supplier request form, and we, in the sense, the buyer who is actually taking the buyer activity, he is recommending the new supplier. A new user will be creating supplier request, and respective stakeholders will involve in evaluation of this supplier and go further to approve that and register that supplier. So when a user is creating a supplier request, then what will happen is they'll be able to create whether, and they will have to mention, here is a question as per customer requirement saying, is it a new supplier, or is it for a new project, or for OEM vendor or a partner company? So these are the drop downs, and here user has to select the particular reason why they want to add the supplier in the database. So they want to, they just found a new supplier and they want to add that supplier. Why do they want it? We already discussed. There are two types of procurement. One is that it's a new procurement, or it's an old procurement. Old procurement, you have certain catalogs, certain requirements, certain operational requirements, for which you will be buying a product which is existing and you already bought it in the past. Whereas you will be buying a new product that is new to the company, but it happens to be a requirement. So when you add new procurement, then you need to explore, and you will have to find new supplier and have them registered in your database or in your system. Only then you will be able to send the invite for their product's information, or their product pricing, and the product qualifications, or criteria, or you will say specifications of the project. Sorry, I'm creating a supplier request for my new project. I want to involve new supplier in the product, so I'm adding that new supplier into the system for my new project.
Let's say, if you have mentioned the business justification for adding a new supplier,
is new project. So does that mean that this supplier will be specifically for this project only, or this supplier can give his services to other projects also?
Excellent. Very good question. So these type of questions usually come from customers because yeah, we are introducing them the system and we need to explain them. So what happens is here you are introducing the supplier and he lies in your database, right? When you have added that particular supplier into your database and he's a qualified supplier for your material, and once the material is supplied by them and you have rated them against that supply very well, and he lies, that particular supplier lies in the system, right? Unless you deactivate or anything, he will be staying in the system. So when you want to repeat this order, yes, he will be your first reference, right? First preference. Whereas it happens that he may have not met your requirement properly, maybe there is some delay, then accordingly you will rate it, and only based on your rating you might select or you might not select in the upcoming requirement. But to answer your question, this supplier will be going to be there in your system, and he is already a registered supplier. If so, then next time when any other purchase, similar purchase or any other purchase that this particular supplier is going to give you, then at that time you can include in the invite, right? In the RFP invite.
So
Yeah.
I actually want to understand this one. Let's say we have project A and project B, right?
Okay.
So if we are actually registering and qualifying this vendor for this project A, okay, and he is actually fulfilling all the requirements as per the catalog that he carries, right? And obviously, if there will be another repetitive requirement from project A, then this supplier would be the preferred supplier, okay, because this supplier has been added in project A. But let's suppose if there is a project B and he has the same requirement, okay, so will this supplier be eligible to deliver his services to project B also, or it is just specifically for?
Not really. You are mentioning this project here as if since you are creating as a new project and you wanted to mention that it's for new project, whereas when you are doing plan B, project B, there is, unless you apply certain conditions, supplier is free to serve there as well, unless there is some specific requirement from your customer saying that when the order is in progress and he will not be able to supply to any other project, any such restriction is there compliance wise or policies wise for your customer, he'll be able to
if there
supply.
are any compliance things, if any compliance things,
Yes.
or let's say if there are any terms and conditions where the customer says that this particular supplier will only deliver it to me, then he is only bounded to deliver his services to that project. Apart from that, if there are no terms and conditions, then the supplier can give his services to others project also. Is that what you mean?
Yeah. Technically, we don't have as such restriction that we are going to apply, because once it is registered, the registered supplier is available for any of the users, unless there are certain conditions like you are maintaining the supplier for particular region, or suppose you think over this way, your project A is in India and project B is in US, right? The same supplier may not be able to cater both the requirements. At that time, it is it is a common sense point that they should not be selecting that particular supplier. They may not be able to serve it. Yeah.
Okay. Got it.
Yeah. A good question. I mean, this definitely these type of functional questions or operational questions we'll be facing, even though maybe customer would have this idea, but they wanted to automate as much as they can. When they really feel that they want to automate certain things, they'll be raising these questions, and in case we have any solution we can provide at that particular time, so that they will leverage that. Otherwise, if there is no such things are available, but it's a policy that they have to adopt, where these regions are different, they may not be able to supply, at that time they'll be going ahead with our answer. Yeah, thanks for adding that. I will be adding further information in each field, and I'll try to create a supplier. We will discuss what is these fields for and how much information is mandatory. Wherever you see this, that's the mandatory information that needs to be filled in, without which it won't take it. And we'll come to know what are the mandatory fields when you click on submit button. In case anything is missing, the system won't allow us to submit it. So I'm providing some of the information to create a supplier. We need to give a title, and this is a mandatory field. And sometimes it validates with the existing supplier. In case it finds any duplicate, it will let us informed, and it happens like there is a duplicate check that can happen, and we will come to know if the supplier is already registered, then also it will populate the information. And we have to provide some addresses and show more. There are certain fields which are hidden, it will show here. Usually we might miss it, but system won't allow without filling any mandatory information is hidden, or like that is indirectly required for any other additional question, then also it will show. It is to show more, it is to show less. Though we have a bit of slowness here, we will try to fill up the information. And principal line of street address, if there are some questions here, they can hover the mouse there, they'll understand. I mean, like in case any tip is there, that will be visible for the user. So these are all useful when we are actually training any of the supply customers user, and the user wants to understand each field, we will be able to make them understand. So accordingly, if there is any additional requirement, we will try to understand from the customers. Let me fill in the information. Okay. And let me fill in the information about district, country, region. This is the field which populates the values. And from here, you will be able to select. The rigid format has been applied for all these fields, and it provides you the information, whether it is 2 characters or 3 characters. While selecting, yes, this field is required. So automatically when we have selected United States, it is giving the provision, and you will be able to select the region here. Let me select Florida here. And it will also give you the format of postal code. If there is any error, the first contact name, the contact information for its supplier has to be filled in, because based on the contact, that respective supplier will receive the information. Yes, this is the additional information whereby we'll be able to search and get the required information, what all the commodities they are eligible and they are actually sending it, and for which supplier you are actually taking this supplier. Maybe you are obtaining it for a data center and for enterprise. I'm selecting a few of the options. You guys can also try and check that what is that actually you want to qualify them as a supplier. When you are registering, when the user or the buyer who is registering the supplier, they'll be aware like what is that actually the supplier meant for, and what supplies they did across the globe, and how much actually they are supplying on time. All that things they may be aware. Or if it is a new supplier altogether, they qualify based on certain information from online or from somewhere. They might have obtained some information. Based on that, they are going to work. Even though it's a new supplier, they'll be doing some research. The users who are there, right, they'll be having some idea. That is what the user also plays a vital role when this particular supplier related information has to be filled in. Users will have some idea, end users. Sorry, let me pause it here if anybody has any question.
No.
Fine. So I am submitting that. So your supplier request submission is in progress. Once complete, you can view the submit request, right? So what will happen is, if it is submitted, it will show on your dashboard, and the dashboard will have that information. So here is the test supplier ABB which I have submitted now. It will show here as a supplier request. When it is under registration, it will show under the registration. If it is under the qualification, that will show here. So whatever the suppliers are pending under that, it will show. Here it is supplier request, which is just created. It is my dashboard where with this user ID, I have created the supplier. So it is showing here. And here is the approval process, which will be triggered. How the approval flow has been configured, that we'll be discussing it during template time. How any approval flow that we need to create, what are the information we need to provide while configuring the approvals, and accordingly how the approval flow will be triggered. Once it is triggered, it has to go through that certain approval process. Only then it will move ahead and enable the user to send the supplier request to the supplier. What supplier has to act, that we'll see once the registration questionnaire is sent to the supplier. And for you to make use of for end user to make use of it. They'll be creating the supplier request with certain amount of information in supplier request. Similarly, you can approach SAP and ask them to create a supplier registration, a supplier request to create supplier themselves, even the supplier information which buyer has provided here. For that, we can raise a link and share it with supplier so that this primary information can also be filled in by the supplier. That provision is there when you are interacting with your SAP partner. By the way, some of you may already know that, and for anybody who is new, to understand for them, like there will be a supplier, there will be a Spock from Ariba. We call it as shared services or Ariba. Sometimes it happens that your project may have been assigned a dedicated resource, or sometimes we get a shared resource from SAP because it's an on-cloud system or the on-demand system, and it's a cloud-based. We will have some limitations, as you know, for creating any of the customizations or even for creating the fields within the system and various other tasks that we are going to discuss. For all those, there are certain help that we need to have from SAP. So we will be having a shared service associate who will be, working along with us in that project. And sometimes, like it's a huge requirement or a custom requirement, we might have to be raising the ER. ER is enhancement request, which needs some approvals. There are certain votes. Once you create the ER, it will go across, and globally, if you have more votes on it, it will be evaluated by SAP how actually that customization can be addressed. Apart from that, there are limited customizations possible for each of the application when you are implementing. And while doing it, you will discuss with your shared service partner, or else you raise an SR with providing all the information, and thereby that the fields will be created. And in addition to that, there will be certain limited custom fields which are provided to each customer based on the scope of work that has been agreed for that particular customer. Accordingly, you will create that fields. Those fields you will be utilizing in that module. Maybe there is usually we have a limited 5 number of customizations will be given for each scope, and beyond that it has to be discussed and evaluated, and customer has to buy those customizations. Accordingly, those will be created. Fine. That is about during initial implementation when you do how there are certain questions from your customer saying that how much customizations I can do. Ariba prefers to have standard fields and standard implementations. In case of any customizations, they'll be allowing us based on certain agreements that are already done with the customer. That is for your information. As we discussed that like it's a unified vendor model, and you will have the preferred supplier qualifications, and all that will be done through the SLP model. All these are allowing us to create a smooth supplier request to registration process that will allow us creating a valid and unified vendor database for any customer. Generally, like we will be looking into different activities, how a supplier is created in upstream is flowing into downstream, and is there any other additional information or import activities or any activities we need to do in order to enable those suppliers for buying various things in the procurement module. That will be coming in P2P discussions, as well as when we do some administration activities discussion, we will get to know those things. So currently I'm going ahead with this approval. Once you approve it, it will go further. So these are actually the approval flow configurations which we have done it. Based on that, it will show each one of it. And when you want to see it is waiting for whose approval, you can click on see details. It will show the list of approvers who are there, right? So, okay, these are the approvals. This is a supplier manager. This is project owner. Okay, why is that supplier manager is coming? What do we have here? So basically, when you have users, right, you will have to have users in certain way. So suppose users are there. Sometimes I use this notepad where we'll be discussing and we'll be noting some of the important points if I want to mention to you any flow, so that it is more clear for you. Like users, we have two different users, like end user Who is the end user? The system is created for them who wants to use it at the end purpose. So they are the end users who actually buys the product, source the product, and use the product in their regular operations or regular projects. They are the end users. And these end users, apart from these end users, there are some admin users. What is an admin user? Why we are calling it as admin user is they are not only creating transaction, they are not going to be creating transaction. This end user is creating transactions. This end user is creating transactions. Admin user is approving transaction or modifying based on any changes required, right? Whenever there is some changes required, he might be able to reject it, approve it, or send it with comments. They are the admin users. Within the users, we segregate accordingly. So we understand that who is the end user and who is the admin user. For an admin user, he'll be having a little more privileges. There they can approve or deny those particular transactions. How we saw that in the supply request, there is an approver who is going to approve it. Similarly, apart from that, we have admin, another admin. What that admin? These are the consultant administration. Consultant who brings in configurations, who creates templates, who actually does validation of the requirements and provide configurations within the system, and who interacts with SAP and bring in any of the requirement to your system and provides provides the end customer the required resultant templates, right? They are the consultant, they are the administrators. This administrator is different than admin user. This admin user will have more privileges than the end user, where he will have some approval authority or rejecting authority. That will be the end user. So how we define all these? We define all these based on certain roles. There are certain roles who will give you more privileges than end user, and there are certain roles who will give you a consultant permission where you will be creating all the transactions. I mean, like creating all the template level configurations and also doing some configurations, right? They are the administration. Accordingly, we will be allocating the roles, and based on that, they will be looking at the privileges and they'll be able to do the activities which they are supposed to be doing, right? Hope that is clear. Fine. And coming to our this thing, let me find out who will approve this. If that is there, okay, fine. It's still an approval, but it is an approval by the project owner. Let's check this. Yes, when you have some approval done, it goes into this like shade, and when it is in blue, it is currently lying in this approvals, waiting for approval here. Earlier we saw that waiting for approval is here, and now it is showing waiting for approval is here. You approve this, and don't think that the buyer who creates the request, they will be approving everything. No, it is certainly not that way. Because we have this user as an admin user, he is able to see every approval in his queue. Otherwise, wherever we configure this supplier manager who is maintained, whosoever the user is maintained under this group, only they will be able to approve it. Whoever managing the approval under this project owner, only they will be able to approve it. Here it is showing because we have all the privileges as a customer administrator. We will discuss what is customer administrator later when we are discussing about the roles. But currently you try to understand that as we are a consulting administrator, we have all the privileges. We are able to see all approval buttons under that. Otherwise, it's only the respective person will be able to approve it, and that's how system allows them to approve it. Fine. This is called as Ariba 360 view. Here we have Ariba supply details, SM vendor ID. SM vendor ID is nothing but supply management vendor ID, which is actually a meta. I mean, like it's called a temporary. I mean, like it's an ID from Ariba. It's not ERP ID. It is just Ariba ID, Ariba SM ID. Supplier management allocates allots a vendor ID, that is SM vendor ID. And then ERP vendor ID is not yet created because you noted that VDR, it starts with, it's a metadata where it has only a temporary ID created. Because it's not yet integrated with your ERP, it is showing some temporary ID. Once it is integrated with your backend, it will be updated with that backend ERP ID here. And currently ACM also I mean, like this will be always there. And these are the various identification numbers for this supplier and not yet registered on Ariba network. That's why ANID is not available. This is very important for any supplier for having the enablement in Ariba. Only then they will be enabled as an Ariba supplier and have the communication between Ariba buyer and supplier. Let us see how it will appear here, what data will appear here. And we already discussed the regular contacts of supplier and ERP data. All these details will be maintained here. We'll try to create the registration process, and we'll understand like how the registration process works and what all the information that needs to be filled in by supplier and how the registration questionnaire will be populated. Before I go ahead, feel free to ask like any questions meanwhile while we are working on this. Yeah, I'm fine with that. So when we go to supplier profile, as I mentioned to you, it is the 360 view of the supplier, and supplier contacts are available here, through which you want to, if you see this is the contact information I have populated. Here, the supplier contact is, whom you want to interact to do the business, with whom you want to interact. That particular person's contact ID we can add, and we can add multiple IDs here and make one of them as a, one of them you can make it as a primary user, we call it as, and that primary user will be there for you direct contact to contact them directly, and remaining users also you'll be able to add. I want to ensure I have some, okay, fine, no problem. I'm not adding anything currently. So when you have this contact enabled, right, you have the option to view, edit. These are the options are possible, right? You can view clearly. This is the information. So when you want to make it as a primary contact, see, it's by default, if there is only one contact, it is a primary contact. If you have multiple contacts, you can make other contact as that you want to have it as a additional contact, and this will be a primary contact. So it is already a primary contact since we have only one ID here. Okay, and fine. If you want to add supplier manager, you will be adding this supplier manager in this way. It is in progress.
Is it possible to delete one contact and then add again?
When you have a very good question. When you have only single contact, you won't be able to delete it. If you have multiple contacts, you can edit and or delete those additional contacts. When you have single contact, you will be editing it. Probably you will be modifying it, but you can't delete that particular one contact, because at least we need one contact here.
But Anis, is it possible to add the previously deleted contact again?
Which for this supplier contacts you are asking, right?
Yeah.
Contact, you will be able to edit it. You can maintain the information and you can edit it. Yeah.
But there must be any system which records all the changes, right? We must used to get some sort of request via any ticketing system where, let's say, for example, someone has asked to change the contact details. So we generally used to get some sort of ticket, and after that, on the basis of that, we make those changes, or we can directly make the changes.
Yeah. Again, it depends on what is that you are handling. You are handling an implementation, or you are handling an AMS where you are depending on a ticketing tool. So when you want to make some changes during your AMS, what I meant is your support activities. When you're doing some support activities under the AMS project, there is certain protocol that needs to follow by users, right? So at that time, you will ask for a ticket and make any change, because it has to be recorded who has asked and what is being asked and what is being changed in the system. If it is an implementation during that project, you may not have any ticketing tool. You might have to change it in test system because they are performing some UAT testing. They want to have some IDs configured. At that time, you will be making the change. For in production system, if any change has to happen, that has to be routed through some support or ticketing tool or email where you have some tracking system enabled, right?
Correct. Okay.
Yeah. Have the backup before any change that is happening in any of the system. And there will, it happens once you have a completely system is set up and production is up and running. And when you are doing any make changes in production system, mostly these are, you will be training a particular set of users who can make certain changes, and they'll be able to do, because they will be assigning certain roles and only then they'll be starting doing that, right? Accordingly, we will have to segregate and maintain the jobs well, so that every job that we are performing in production should have a proper backup, a justification as well. If it is justified, and internally client might have some approval process to justify any change, and only then this task will be performed, right? Yeah. Yes, fine. Yeah, thanks. And let me go back. Okay, so it is supplier request is approved. I'm just looking for a role, maybe that is not there, supplier manager role. Let us discuss on a supplier registration process. Whereas, as I mentioned, right, we'll be assigning a supplier manager. I'm just checking some of the information where we find the supplier invite. Okay, so when you have that, when you have this enabled with your system for the registration, once you are done with the supplier request, you have the option for sending the invite. So when you have this invite, you will be able to send it clicking on the supplier. Let me check that we have another user, 1 minute, where we have created. Okay, so probably like we have 2 users here. I have created my supplier request in user ID 40. When I said that the test ABB supplier has been created, you view it and you will be able to go to the supplier view, complete view. So here we have already discussed about contacts. When you want to register that supplier request is completed, you go to supplier registration. And once you go there, just give us a minute. It is refreshing. You have the invite option. Currently, we also discussed that after supplier request is completed, you will be able to send it for registration. You will be able to see this in this way, where you have the registration enabled, and see this is complete project. Wherever there is action pending, when you have this particular button enabled, you have the tasks that you can perform. And let us see, since the registration is done, you will have to send this invite. So you can click on invite option. When you send that, you have the option to select that particular user to send that invite. Click on send. It triggers an email. When it triggers an email, the mail will be triggered to the particular supplier who you have added as a primary contact, and the primary contact person will be receiving that email ID. Thereby, he'll start doing the registration. So let us see, once we have sent the mail, it will trigger an email. Let's see how it is going to trigger. We have this. Fine. This is how an Ariba network enabled supplier will receive. I mean, like, he is not an enabled supplier, but since we have registered, they'll be receiving an email to register themselves. And from there, they'll be able to start doing the registration. So you go, the supplier who is supposed to register themselves, they can go and click on this option where they have the option to create the account. So particular user ID, it shows there, has invited you register in this Ariba network, and you have to create an account now. So what he has to, what the user is supposed to do, supplier user is supposed to do is, he can click here and do that registration. I'm not directly clicking on it here because we have some cookies issue. We'll be having some cookies issue if at all we click on it, because remember one thing, when you have buyer opened in the same browser, the supplier will not be open, because it will create an issue. There is a mismatch between supplier and buyer. If the cookies doesn't work, it will not allow supplier to open. So this is the regular issues that we receive it from suppliers. So I'm not able to open this mail by clicking on it, because they might have opened some other details in the browser, and due to the cookies, it might stop them accessing this request. So we need to inform clear cache and then click on that link. And if at all we are doing as a testing purpose, when we do that implementation, various projects, we will have to create it some test suppliers. At that time, we need to be ensuring that we are not on the same browser where we have opened the buyer. It creates an issue with the supplier creation. So it's a invite for supplier to create a new account. Sometimes it may happen that they might have already got an existing account, then they'll click on it. but for us, it's a new account. So we click on new account. And DUNS number, what is it actually? So some of the suppliers might have created in the DUNS website, and they will have allocated a DUNS number. In order to maintain that DUNS number associated with the Ariba network, they can mention that. It's not a mandatory field, but they can mention it so that they can continue to have the DUNS number also here, and they can work on it. And yes, these are the details that we are providing, right? Why this has been updated, why I have got all this information populated automatically, because the supplier request was created with this information, and that is showing here. Okay, let us see what state is that. Under Florida, I am mentioning a country name. You guys may be more familiar with country names, then accordingly you can use it while creating test scenario. Try to use when you are creating a test scenario to resemble most of your production, I mean like understanding or the knowledge. So you will get a proper supplier created for your testing purposes. I'm using the same password. Let me see. So here also the password, when they are using, supplier gets a clear instructions. How do they have to create the password? While creating the password, what are the things you need to ensure? And these things they have to follow in order to have a unique password created, and also like it is acceptable and it is not going to be like followed by anyone, or yeah, fine. I mean like you understand that to have a unique password, and you have to have certain regulations you need to follow so that it becomes accessible. Fine, that's it. And I'm clicking on create account. Yes, at that time when we have any errors, it will show here. Please correct the errors, following errors. So yes, I already mentioned earlier, system will populate some of the information, what exactly the format that they should use for US zip code. So it can be 9 digits, or sorry, it can be 5 digits or 5-4 digits, or this digit. Let me try and use only 5 digits. Yeah, it is allowing me now. I'm clicking as a supplier. On behalf of a supplier, I'm creating this request. If there are no errors, it will allow me to go for further steps. The registration process is not yet completed, but I can go for further step. Still, I have some errors. Okay, it is also not allowed. Incorrect zip code. Okay, I'm using that format. Click on this. Oh, my incorrect zip code. Mine is not allowing. Fine. Even though I'm trying to allow that format, it's not allowing. So let me try. Why? Because maybe let me check that. Florida. Maybe I'm not exactly selecting the city to Florida, city Florida. Okay. Why we have this postal code mandatorily? I mean, like, and also like we are maintaining all this because of this only. We have that uniqueness of each supplier, and also like if you don't apply that format correctly, it will create a lot of issues while we are getting supplier registered. And also like this information will be populated and integrated directly with Ariba buyer. So when supplier is submitting information, it will apply certain rules, certain complaint things, so that it will be going as a valid ID, and it will not have any mismatching. Enter a valid house number. Okay, these are the flexibilities that Ariba has created in terms of getting the supplier registered at an easiest process, and to work further as a smooth process, because once the supplier is registered, this will always be there in the system, and they'll be further communicating based on this. And please confirm your mail address. So I will have to confirm going to my mail ID. So let me confirm this again. Since my buyer is open, I'm not going to do that there. I will copy this link. Let me go to incognito. Most of you are aware like why I'm going to incognito. It will not capture any of the cache information that is already existing. So my opening of that link will be smooth, and I can open it without any issues. Got it. Update your account before. Okay. Update user and account. It's still showing. Yeah. Fine. I'm in the buyer network. Business network. As we discussed, right, nowadays, now SAP terminology has updated a bit for Ariba. Earlier, it is like business network, but we used to call it as Ariba network. Now it is supplier business network, SBN. We call it as SPN, Supplier Business Network. Supplier will have always the options to either go for a standard account or enterprise account. Based on requirement, supplier will be able to go to a standard account or an enterprise account. When enterprise account is created, they'll be attracting for some of the charges additional and some of the additional privileges that they can enjoy. And according, I mean, like for this, what all the privileges that they will be getting, all the things that we will be discussing more in detail when we are into Ariba network session. We will have a throw light. We will throw a light on that. What exactly standard account? What is the enterprise account? A supplier will have more privileges. What sort of privileges that they will be having? All that things we will be discussing in detail. Fine. And I'm still not able to open it because there are some certain errors which I have to fill in. I have to complete those errors. After this, the registration process will be completed. Once we have the supplier network opens without any issues, we'll be able to complete the registration process. There will be a questionnaire that might have been triggered already. I need to fill it up and provide all that information. Under this, I'm in the business network now. Since I have completed, I have already completed information about supplier request. Let me go to 1 minute. Business network proposals. Okay. And questionnaires. These are the options for any business network enabled supplier. They'll have some of the information, and I'm still having that issue. Update user account. Let us update the information and get out of these errors. What is that? Account settings, fine. The name contain only numbers. For example, 123, name 123. Okay. Last name. Okay, got it. Valid phone number, only numbers. I'm giving a random number, but supplier will ensure all that information is provided correctly. Now it is done. I'm able to save it. It is already saved. So you need to click on close. Fine. Now it gives me a flexibility to add what sort of product categories that this supplier, particular supplier, as a supplier, what are the areas that I'm working on. So they can type it and add that particular item that they are supplying. Actually, they are actually supplying here, right? Or else they have the option to click on browse, and here on they can do the selection of their product. All these categories and category management, you might have heard various types of coding system. Some of you are maybe aware UNSPSC. Based on that, we have this supplier driving in the SLP. The categorization will be managed. So category management is one of the useful module within Ariba. So what happens is we can categorize each supplier and we can maintain that qualification of each supplier for that category. So accordingly, it will be useful for us. So like while the buyers are selecting that particular suppliers, it is useful for them. So here also I'm selecting some of the categories, right? I have added both. And either ship to services. Some suppliers may be a global supplier. They can select directly global, or some of the suppliers, regional suppliers, where they'll be able to serve only some of the areas. For example, the North American areas, they may be supplying only that. Accordingly, they see these are all the area, EMEA region or APAC region, or any other region, AMER, they can select it. Or else they will be able to select global, because some of the suppliers may serve globally. They can select global suppliers. So I'm selecting that and I'm going to click on submit. What happens next? Yes, I'm able to. So it is clear. The message is clear that welcome to Ariba Network. We are pleased to engage with your organization as a supplier, right? Fine. Now I became a supplier. I will see what are the questionnaires that I have. What is that questionnaire is pending for me is the registration questionnaire. So here it is showing registration questionnaire. I can go to registration questionnaire. I am in the invited status currently. That is also transparent. It is showing to me. Now I will have to complete the information and submit these details. Then that will be validated at the company, and they'll be registering me as a registered supplier. Once my registration is completed, I'll become a regular supplier to them as a registered supplier. There are certain fields information I need to fill up, and there are also certain attachments I need to provide, and I need to add bank account information, and I need to add it. So once I add all this information and submit it, it goes for a validation. And once validation is completed, I'll be a registered supplier in the organization, whom I have been receiving this email for the registration. I'll give a pause here, open for any questions. So we will discuss further. That sounds good. That is it clear to all? Fine. Yes. This is the discussion we have actually started. I mean, for SLP, like where SLP provides flexibility and transparent information from supplier, where you get all the information provided by supplier as per your template, and where you have all the information or the required templates, required attachments provided by the supplier for validation. And based on that, you are going to do the validation and approve that supplier. That is the SLP discussion we had. Let us run through this. And registration remaining process, you can also try to create a supplier, and during the registration, you will see what all the information you have to provide. And once you submit that, it goes for validation. So supplier registration. Okay. After the supplier registration, the supplier will become a trade partner, for which there are certain procedures which need to be done. That is nothing but TRR, trading relationship request, will have to be sent to the supplier to make them as a supplier who is going to be a trading partner. And once the trading relation is established, then they'll be having, features of receiving the purchase orders and sending order confirmations and updating their selection product category and seamless communication with the suppliers. I provided this description already with you. You have for reference here in the PPT, like what are the areas that you have to define. For the first time users, they'll be creating a unique user ID and unique password with that user ID. So there is a difference between email ID and the user ID. For example, if the supplier has used a particular email ID, but that particular ID, he wants to use it for other customers also, but then he might be able to use it. But only thing is he has to ensure that user ID is unique. For that, he has to maintain certain validations, and you will see what all the checks that they will be able to do it for each user ID while they are creating. If the first time users, right, they'll have to check, I mean, what is the unique user ID that they can maintain, and accordingly they'll have to mention that unique ID. Only then they'll be able to move forward. Here I don't have that issue because this is the first time one of the customer has asked me to register. So I used the same mail ID. I did not face any issue. And coming to like category, product category and service selection, we already touched upon it, and we did just updated that information. For example, if it is a global supplier, since I'm a global supplier, I selected, so I became a global supplier. Or else they can select a particular region that will show in their registration completely. These all the information we filled in, but for your reference, you can refer this guide and how to create a supplier, and you will be able to successfully create it. That is about supplier registration. Once the registration is completed, then we'll go to the next set of integration of that supplier. Okay. For doing that registration, what we did, we have invited the supplier to register. Once the invite has been sent, that questionnaires has been filled in, then the supplier will become registered. Okay, these are the questionnaires. So this is a big list which supplier has to mention everything which are actually required. I will brief some of these important information here under the registration questionnaire. Supplier has to mention the full legal name. Why a full legal name? Why is it asked once again? Because sometimes it may happen like we fill up ABP Limited, for example, I'm taking, but that ABP is having a full form that company would have to update as per their legal name. Then there is a chance for supplier to update their information. And main address, this is the address has been filled in the supplier request. But if in case of any change that needs to be made, it can be made. And there is a show more option. Here are some of the more information that need to be filled in case of anything is missing. Let me tell you, in one of the supplier registration case, we had a lot of issue at that time. That PO box field was also enabled and tax jurisdiction was also enabled, but supplier is unable to see that because he is under this show more option. He did not expand, and he was able to search for the field where he did not find that field. Okay, So what he did was he raised an incident. He says that I was asked to I wanted to update the PO box number, which is not there in the field. At that time, we had explained him by clicking on show more option. You have more options, which are more fields which are hidden. And when you expand it, you will be able to complete all that information. Then he was able to submit his questionnaire. They need to fill up all this information and click on the submit questionnaire. And it is somehow stuck again. 1 minute. Fine. And probably I missed to tell you, like Ariba is actually predominantly taking the market as a procurement software application. And there are some competitors for Ariba, like Coupa is also one of the competitor for Ariba. And there are few more. GEP is also one of the competitor. But among all of them, Ariba has acquired more market. And Ariba is providing, a lot of customers, having a lot of customer base. As being it's an SAP product, also they have, they have the market captured in the market currently. So just so you know that, I'm just informing that. But yeah, there is still there is a lot of market and which are being captured with some of the competitors. But Ariba is actually, as I mentioned, like it's taking highest part of the market actually as a snippet. Fine. So I'm just updating this information to submit it as a registration questionnaire. In view of the timeline, probably like I'll do some of it. Where I want to stress upon, I'll be mentioning those information for you. As I mentioned, like show more, it will give you more fields where there are some hidden fields information that can also be filled in. And when you want to update any of your additional contact information, the supplier can click on it. They'll be provisioned to give more contact information. So if he wants some additional subcontacts from his supplier, he can provide it here. Similarly, the bank account information, they can click on bank information and click on add bank details and provide all the bank information. Type of the bank, it's a domestic or foreign, but depending on the nature, he can provide it and he can update all the information here and submit this bank information. So these two are being added by clicking on it. They can add the information without mentioning these informations. The registration may not allow. And wherever there is a attached file, it has to be attached. It becomes a mandatory field. And without file attachment, it will not move forward. And there are actually, it's a typical template where we have a lot of information to be filled in. And depending on customer, probably like they might have more questions, which we'll be enabling it at the template level, and then we publish accordingly. The questionnaire will have the required questions. I will again pause it here for 2 minutes. I'll be submitting this offline because almost we have seen all the fields. These fields information where attachment is mandatory, you need to mention it. And here is a question. They have to mention X or no. Unspecified will not allow the user to do submit. Here also unspecified will not allow to submit it. Rest all information, mandatory information, they have to fill in, attach the files and submit this questionnaire for further process.
All right, let's test your knowledge. Here's a question for you. What is the primary purpose of SAP Ariba Upstream in the procurement process? Option A, invoice processing and payment execution. Option B, sourcing, contracting, and supplier management. Option C, warehouse management and inventory control. Option D, sales order processing and delivery scheduling. Take a moment to think, and when you're ready, choose the correct option. Remember, each choice holds a key to unlocking the answer. Good luck! Type the correct answer in the comment section. Hey there! Want to master procurement and supplier management? Our SAP S 4HANA Ariba Upstream and Downstream with CIG course is here to help. You can take it at your own pace on our platform. In this course, you'll learn all about SAP Ariba. It helps businesses handle purchasing, contracts, and payments smoothly. It also connects with SAP S 4HANA using CIG for better data flow. Our course covers everything you need, from the basics to advanced concepts. It's made by experts who know the industry well. Your teachers are pros with years of experience. They will guide you and answer your questions anytime. And don't just take our word for it. Our students love this course too. People just like you have found our course super helpful. Best part? It's budget friendly. You can learn all this at an affordable price. Ready to become an SAP Ariba expert? Sign up on our page now. For more info, check out ZaranTech's website.
Yeah, primarily like we were discussing about supplier registration process, and the supplier registration we have actually on behalf of supplier we logged in into the system, and we tried sharing all the information whatever is requested. So if you just log in as a supplier, you will be able to, under the proposals and questionnaire, you will be able to see the questionnaire that has been sent to them. This is called registration questionnaire. So supplier have to update all the information that is requested under this questionnaire and send all the information in terms of while creating the supplier registration questionnaire. They will have to provide all required attachments, what we had discussed last time. So all that has been submitted. Now it goes for a review into the customer system. One supplier submits a registration questionnaire, right, with all the information. So as we discussed, right, supplier registration, if there is a template that has been created, according to the template, the information must have been populated by supplier and sent it. So like, once this information is submitted, it goes for regular approval processes that have been created. So it requires some of the terms and conditions to be confirmed while creating that we have seen in the. So once they are able to submit the information, right, this is the landing page for supplier. Any supplier, it is common. So once they're able to access this registration questionnaire, they'll be able to submit the required, details. Just all these screens we have seen in the how a supplier has submitted. So let us go to the system and see how this has been populated to the customer. So for example, this is the supplier we have created, and under the contact, the information we have created and we have sent it. Currently it is not integrated. In case when the integration happens in the system where the integration it has been integrated with backend, the details will be shown respectively with all the purchasing elements or the company organization elements. The required information will be populated under ERP data. We have also discussed that the required certificates which will be updated by the supplier will show here. This is the activity log. Whatever the action that we have taken against this particular supplier project, who has done that, what all the actions that are done, all that actions will be shown here. Okay. Coming to this one, supplier request, whatever the buyer has updated the information, all that buyer updated information will show here. Now we are at the registration process because we are waiting for suppliers information to populate in our in the system, so that we'll be able to review. So respective buyers in the sense, we call everybody as buyer, but in the system we segregate them as managers, as approvers, as a reviewers. They are all the stakeholders for registration. They'll be reviewing it. And please note that once a registration manager starts the supplier registration process by sending some of the internal registration or external registration questionnaires to the recipients, they'll be able to review that and approve it. In an internal registration, right, when the internal registration is done, the organization elements have to be fulfilled by the buyer and update all that information while they are doing the registration process. So let us see how it will happen. This is a project owner. We have these tasks under our task. The action has to be taken. What action has to be taken? So let us open this complete questionnaire. See, when they are approving it, this is what is internal questionnaire. Under the internal questionnaire, the respective information has been populated. So accounting group, these are defaulted at the template level and they will be populated here. So once if he reviews and if he finds it well and good and correct, so these are the partner functions. You might be knowing some of them who are from ECC. They're aware that partner functions have to be populated, and in case there is any changes that need to be done by the buyer, they'll do it and mark it as complete. This task will be completed only if there is no error, and there seems to be some system expecting details like Incoterms location part 2. So let's see what all the information we have to populate here. Let us keep it, okay, minimum value has to be maintained. These are the field values that are expected by system. So we need to complete it as a buyer. This is nothing but the action is taken by the registration owner. Whoever has been configured as an approver in the approval flow, they'll have to complete that registration process. And once that a project owner has submitted with the required information, it will go to the next level. Wherever you see this in shade, so that is approval is needed there actually. See, this is waiting for approval. You need to open this. Don't worry, this is actually the registration process where it all comes based on the approval flow that we have created in the system. Okay, so once all the approvals are done, it goes for a registered status. So now this supplier has been registered. Okay, so in case any task is not happening or anything is not completed, we do have an advanced view. Normally, if you click on this advanced view, you will be able to see it in the task status, like, okay, what all the documents are there. I mean, like, it's an internal questionnaire. This has been closed because the registration action has been taken by the respective stakeholder and he has mentioned all information that is required. Then he has closed it, right? And the required tasks are completed. Registration update. Okay, so new registration, in case of any registration has to happen after, once the registration is completed, then there is any update in the questionnaire, then they will be doing it. How that takes place? So let us see. If there is action completed, right, then this is the supplier login where we have logged in as a supplier. We have this login page and supplier login dashboard will be there once supplier logs in, and they'll be able to see their questionnaire status, right? Earlier it was pending approval, you might have noticed. Now it is registered because the registration is completed at the customer end. See, that is a transparent way of handling a supplier registration in Ariba. And there is, for example, if the supplier wants to revise their response, they want to add more details, they maybe wanted to add more bank information, then they have a revise response option. They can click on revise response option and resubmit that questionnaire once again, and that goes for a reapproval in the system. Okay, that is when we needed this like task where there is a revise response option, they'll be able to revise it.
So in that, can you please go to registration?
Registration, yes.
Yeah, here if you see, like, it is unable to, that 3 dot for resend re-invite supplier, that is not available. Can you please scroll down?
Yeah.
Yeah, now it is available. Previously it was not available. Why so?
Which one?
That supplier registration questionnaire, external action in the action button, it was only few option was there.
This one, right? See, remember one thing. At that time, the registration was not completed, right? Already we have sent the questionnaire to the supplier. Supplier was able to submit the questionnaire and sent it back to the customer. Customer is reviewing it. As long as it is under pending for review and approvals, these options may not be visible because that is how system works, right? Now the registration is completed. They'll be able to now re-invite, and in case there is any questionnaire that is to be revised, they'll be able to send it. At the same time, supplier also will be able to see this, right? Revise response option. Okay, based on that status, you are not able to see that because that time the registration was under approval, under review and approval.
Okay.
Yeah, clear?
Yes, nice.
Now this is a qualification. Okay, so we usually have a supplier qualification also. Why do we need it? We need to qualify that supplier for respective areas where they'll be able to, like, serve the customers, right? If you click on it, so this is the category a buyer can categorize and see. If you have seen that, if you remember, initially supplier was having this option that they can select it, they can select respective commodity that they are going to supply. Now and this particular supplier like is qualified for which supply, that we can mention it, and region, right? According to the which region and which area and what are the area supplies that they will be doing or the services, they'll be able to select it and then submit it, right? So based on 28, suppose these are the dates that we have completed supplier qualification. According to that supplier qualification, you might have this data evaluated later on. This supplier is particularly qualified for this information, right? And we have an option to send it to the supplier. We can add additional suppliers, right? This qualification also will go for an approval process. And once it is approved, this particular category, that is the main thing. We have the categorization of supplier enabled. That is called, we call it as a supplier qualification. Through supplier qualification, we are going to do it. Let us discuss that in the PPT. We do have detailed mentions about what is a supplier qualification. supplier is qualified. The questionnaire segments will have various commodity, region, and department combinations which are actually required for that supplier. So supplier has been qualified for different commodities. You can add multiple or you can add single. Based on that qualification criteria, supplier meets your requirement and they are able to, they are qualified for those suppliers. And the approvers will have the qualification and requalification also. If there is anything that need to be revisited, they'll be able to do that. So based on commodity and region, the supplier will be qualified. Okay. And why do we need it? We need it at any, like we can do this at any point of time. It is not that mandatorily you need to do it during the registration, because it is also required to qualify based on their submission, based on their timely delivery, and all these things matter when you are qualifying that supplier. Whether any supplier is disqualified, then accordingly they'll be disqualified for that supplier. So upcoming buyers, whoever are there, they'll be aware like whether they are able to submit, whether they are able to supply on time or not. Okay, this is about supplier qualification, right? Yeah, I'll pause it for a minute if anybody has any questions. Fine, I'll continue. You can go ahead.
Yeah, hi, Ariba, please.
Okay, fine.
Yeah,
Yes.
can you go to the supplier request?
Supplier request. Yes.
So here requested by the professor party is there, right? If I want to change this, how can you change?
No, see, this is already done.
Yeah,
when we are creating.
for
the supplier
example, if
request.
this professor A party is not available, he left the organization or he is something. I want to change, replace new supplier requester. How can it is possible?
Fine, I got it. There is no need of changing it here, since the supplier request has already been created. You don't need to change it if in case that the person has left the organization. So there are some provisions that are available. If you have seen that we have supplier manager to be added into the system, let me go to that. Under the registration, 1 minute. Okay. Suppose if you want to assign a new manager, since the other person has left the organization, you can assign somebody as a supplier manager, and that person will have the access in terms of remove as a project manager and to take further actions, right? You don't need to be revisiting and editing the supplier request since that has been completed. You can add the other user who will become the supplier manager, and therefore he'll be able to take up the action further, so that he will log in and he'll be able to send the re-invite to the supplier. In case you wanted to modify anything, then you can re-invite from here. For that supplier manager who is added as a new project owner for this, they'll be able to do it. No need for doing this change itself. Like since the registration questionnaire was initially sent by this ID, you don't need to send it. You can do that adding the supplier manager. Multiple managers can be added and they'll be able to take that action. This was just initially taken the action, but going forward, new supplier manager can take the action.
Okay.
Yeah, that helps. Hope that helps. And yeah, since we are like in the SLP module now, we have various like options together: supplier registration, SLP, supplier lifecycle performance, and supplier. Also, we have supplier risk. Okay, supplier risk. What is supplier risk? Basically, is that you have certain data that has been created in the past for a few months. How that supplier exposure is a risk to engage with, or is able to submit everything on time. So depending on that history, you'll be able to evaluate the risk. That's where we use the risk option. So we'll have risk exposure. So if you want to do various activities, right, related to supplier, we will go to like, I'm not talking about template level management. We will come into template. But before that, if at all you want to do certain updates to any of the supplier, we have an administration location for supplier management especially. That is, we call it as SM administration. Under the SM administration, we have various options to carry out. This is from supplier contacts or supplier qualification data, preferred supplier list. So these are various inputs that you have that is controlled. These are the various import-export activities we can do for each of the supplier. We will talk about supplier.csv. For every activity, we have been provided with a sample file. Either you can export this and modify for that supplier and do the necessary actions on it. Otherwise, you have export option, supplier export.csv. You can click on this and export the data and you can make the changes and re-import that. And entire summary will be able to show you under the supplier.csv import summary. Import summary carries all that information. In case you have any errors, it will show here, or if you want to cancel the job, there is an option. And once the status is completed, you will be able to see all that status, whether it is completed successfully or it has any issue. So that's the reason we have SM administration option created. We can leverage all that. And under this, you will find various options. For example, default values. There are certain default field values which you have to maintain. Those are the values that you will be maintaining using this option, using this import option. We have ERP integration status. Suppose if you want to integrate, what type of integration we have a cloud integration gate. Through that you are integrating. And what is the backend system ID? Suppose some of you may be aware, like this is how the ECC or S4HANA ID will be maintained. So in case the integration has to happen for any backend system, you will use this ERP integration option where you have the details available. And also, like when the integration failures are happened or any integration does not happen successfully, you will have the integration status button. Under this tab, you will know under the last 1 hour what are the errors or what are the successful stories. Or in the last one day, you can check it. And this is particularly you will use when you want to send an mass invite for those new suppliers that have been registered. So these are various options for us. Similarly, you have the inactivated suppliers. For example, there are certain suppliers which are already inactivated. You'll be able to see that list of suppliers which are already inactivated under this, right? For this, you have an option to reactivate it, and accordingly, you can probably use this option and reactivate it. If you want to reactivate any of these suppliers, that will not be showing anymore here if once you reactivate. Sorry, go ahead. Somebody wants to ask something, right?
Are you going to explain in detail this SM admin part later on, or?
Yeah. Yes, we will discuss that. Okay. I mean, we are going to cover a bit of basic details about it in our course, but in case specifically you wanted to understand something, we will discuss in detail, because in terms of timelines, we also need to look into other modules as well as the detailed modules are there. But yeah, some of them we will definitely look into it. For example, if maybe you are interested some of how the export import activities to be carried out, yeah, we'll touch in when we have master load session. We will also check about the supplier load and what other supplier loads we will do it. Yeah, fine. Okay.
So what about ERP integration?
The ERP integration part. Yeah, we will have some integration discussion about what is the integration, how we do it, but we don't have the backend integration session here. It will be taken as a separate session, I believe. There you will be covering with what are the settings that you will be doing under CIG or in the S Pro. So which is not in detail covered here, ERP integration, but as I introduced what integration, how it is going to be from Ariba perspective, what are the endpoints you will have to check and configure in system, probably that I can cover.
Okay, so as an Ariba consultant, whatever we need to do for integration, that you will cover, right? Okay.
Yes, that basic part we'll be covering, and the integration consultant, like for any CIG guys who will be doing the complete integration, that will be an exhaustive session. As you know, it will be like as a different course here actually. Yeah. We are going to cover the basic part. Yes.
So S4 side is not needed, but Ariba, whatever Ariba is allowing to perform, that need to be discussed, right? Anish?
Yeah, Ariba part, what you will be maintaining, the endpoint configurations, what CIG, like when the CIG is there, what are the endpoint configuration that will be doing in buyer, because we don't have the CIG here and SPRO, the backend S4. So we will be covering from Ariba front for an integration. I mean, we are not going to cover the integration consulting part, but we are covering the buyer part, right, from Ariba side.
Okay.
Yeah. We will also have to keep in mind the course curriculum and timelines. So that's the reason. That's clear?
Okay, Anish.
Yeah, thank you. And let's see the template part for SLP and try to understand how that questionnaire has been created. If you see, you must have noticed, I went into templates from manage to template. So primarily there are certain prerequisites that need to be having for accessing the templates whenever you need it. That's nothing but the template management and template editor role. Those roles have to be maintained for our user ID. Only then you will be able to access the templates and manage those templates, edit or republish. If you have those template creator and template editor access. So if you see that that option, like when we get into this user roles discussion, we understand more about how the users will be created and what all the roles that is needed for respectively for which action. And when that action needs to be performed for respective buyer, what is needed and what role restrict them to access which are not relevant to them. Those things we'll be looking into when we have the data load session or user maintaining, right? But here we will see, first of all, we will have to know that when we want to access the templates, we need to have prerequisite template creator or the template editor access. Only when we'll be able to manage those templates here. Okay. So yeah, just give me a minute. It is taking a bit of time. Probably sometimes we see this slowness in the test system, but in production it will be much faster compared to test system for accessing various modules and also like various tabs here. Okay. So yeah, when we have the template created and creator, the template editor, both options, right? Then we are able to see all the templates together. This is an overview of all the templates. If you see what all the templates that are created, and if you click on documents, from the overview can come back to documents and see under these documents all the templates that are created are going to be saved here and it will show, right? Supplier registration template. Let me talk about supplier registration template. So these are all organized in a way that we can easily make out. So don't worry about how many are there and why are so many folders are created and all. Mainly you will have to be focusing, like suppose if you are working on supplier registration template, there is a folder and there are certain templates that are already created will be showing. As long as it is showing a owner name differently rather than Ariba, then it is a custom template which has been created utilizing the standard template that was provided by Ariba. You are able to copy it and edit it. You will never be able to edit directly the standard template which was supplied. Standard in the sense Ariba shares certain templates for us to leverage them and copy it and use it, because they are creating as a like best method templates. We'll be using all of that. And in terms of creating a template, we can copy it and we can start using it. If it is in draft status, it is not active. That means it is not in use. If it is in active, that means it is in the active status, which is being used in our system, right? That's why it is in active status. If it is in draft status, you will be able to edit that particular template. And we also have regular templates for supplier request, supplier registration. Based on that, you will be able to select that template which you wanted to copy it and create a template. Just give me 1 minute. Supplier, we were using it different folders when we are creating it. Just 1 minute. Yes, this is customer support admin, which was by default provided by customer admin. Customer admin in the sense like we'll be having some shared service people who will be supporting us. They have that customer support admin access. They'll be doing it. Otherwise, all these, wherever you will see that the name of the user, these are customized templates which have been created by some of the training people who has done it, or the trainers who are for the demonstration purpose, they might have used it. All that will be shown here. Okay. And draft is something editable, active is something not editable. And for example, if I want to copy this template, and okay, this is a sourcing template, let me not touch it. We'll be discussing in the sourcing in detail. We have the detailed session about sourcing template. Once we are in that session, we can discuss this. Yeah. So whenever we want to copy that, we have the option to copy. And once you copy it, you will have option to edit that and republish and make any changes under your name. Okay. So what I'm doing is I'm copying it, supplier request version 1, and so I'm renaming it. Once I rename it, it will be available for me for making changes and republish. So even for the standard template that Ariba provides us, we'll be using the same method in order to edit that. What we do is we copy first and we will then make the changes. Once you open it, it's in the draft status. And what you can do is you can go to overview. Under the overview, you have actions tab. Under the actions tab, you will be able to modify this. You can see view details, edit properties. When you want to publish, you can publish it. So suppose if you want to, and also like there is a compact view option, which will show you the details in a compact view. You'll be able to understand it very clearly. This is the form that we wanted. This is the supplier request form. Whenever you want to edit that form, you will have this form to be clicked on. Once you click on it, you will have all the details under the supplier tab. You will be able to make the changes and republish that. So first of all, we need to check on the rules. So respectively, like any template you work on in either sourcing or contracts or in SLP, you'll have all these tabs. Certainly you need to work on these rules, participant, content, and summary. And based on that, your template will start working. Whenever you make some changes into it, you will have to republish that, and only then the new template that has been created or changed, that will become active. Once it becomes active, it will be available for all respective stakeholders to work on. So for example, supplier eligibility criteria. Note that minimum supplier status for the event participation is not invited and not invited. What is it meant by not invited? So status of any new supplier that is created in the system in the not invited status can also participate in your sourcing event. But just one thing, these are commonly created templates for all the modules, so it will show everything. But primary focus won't be here as far as SLP is concerned. We will be focusing during our sourcing template creation. We will understand about these rules in detail. Why the supplier eligibility criteria is mentioned here, or timing rules are mentioned here. These are primarily sourcing related template questions. So even though you have this option available, you don't need to change anything. You can leave it here. And during sourcing, it plays a role, because respective customers, right? Your customers maybe sometimes you will tell you that I want invited suppliers, any invited supplier to participate, or I want any supplier to participate in your event. Their status should be registered in my system. Only then I'll be able to allow them to participate in the event. That sort of conditions will be there from certain customers. At that time, based on their requirement status and the demonstration and the approvals, you will change it. But for here, I am not going to change it. And next question you will have is, what is hidden or what is read only? So if it is hidden, means we don't need these particular rules to be shown in our template. If you see that SLP template, you don't see this. That's why it is in hidden form, right? If it is read only, you'll be still able to see that, but it is under read only option. You can't change it. Currently, I don't want this in the SLP template, so I make it as hidden. And timing rules, enable preview period before bidding opens. It's not required here. So based on the customer requirement, they might say yes, they might say no. But you need to explain them what is enable preview period before bidding opens. So it is nothing but whenever we are sending an invite, it may be for contract or it may be for sourcing, supplier would be able to see before the bidding opens. They will be able to see that, okay, it is going to come to me. There is a bid that is expected from customer, and my customer is going to issue a bid that will be that is going to come to me on probably in short time. At that time, we enable it here. Based requirement from customer only, we will be enabling it, right? And it's hidden. That means it's not going to be visible for anybody to change it, right? During the creation. Response start date. See, when I click on publish button on the summary page, my response from the supplier is expected. So on that time itself, I want them to be participating. So here it is delegated. We saw read only, we saw hidden, but what is delegated? Delegated is nothing but you are giving this option to your buyer. When they create a supply request, they'll be able to modify this, and if they want, they can make it yes, or if they want to change it to schedule for future date, they can make it. Or if they want to go ahead with this option, when I click the publish button, they can use it. That's why it's delegated. When it's delegated, it is nothing but the option is given to your buyer. They can make the change. And similarly, it's 30 minutes is the duration, default duration.
So
yeah.
If it is not delegated, then the buyer will not be able to create the supplier request or what?
Buyer will be able to create the supply request, but he will not have the option to choose between these two. If you want to give the option to your buyer to choose between them, these two questions, either one of them they want to choose it, then you are going to delegate. If you don't give it as delegate, if you hide it, or if you keep it as a read only, then they cannot choose it. Whatever you default it will be working only based on that.
So what is this response target means? Like for what response? Like I'm not getting.
Let me show. Let me show you. For example, if this is a supplier, right? We have issued a supplier registration questionnaire, and supplier was able to start working on the registration questionnaire. Let me relog in. Okay. If you see here, supplier has this registration questionnaire, right? So this registration questionnaire, once he clicks on it, he'll be able to start working on it and submit the response. For example, if you when I click the publish button on the summary page, see, first of all, you note one difference. This is customer page. This is supplier page. Okay. I'm working on behalf of supplier and I'm working on behalf of customer both. That's the reason I'm able to see both. Otherwise, if you are a customer and you are a buyer who is sitting in the customer front, you are sending an invite to the supplier, then you won't see this. Only supplier will be able to see this option. At that time, what you are saying is, by choosing this option, when I click publish button on the summary page, that means you just created the supplier invite and clicked on publish. Immediately supplier will be able to start giving the response. Whereas if you schedule it for the future, that means you are creating the event, but you want your participant to participate on 31st. You can schedule it at 1 p.m. From then he'll be able to submit. Not that the moment he will see this option, he'll be able to submit. No, they can't see it. They can do the submission only on 31st at 1 p.m. Okay, that is the difference between when I click on publish button on the summary page or schedule for the future.
So is it like if I click on schedule for the future and if I keep the date as 5th of February, then after that only I will like send invitation to the supplier, right, for registration?
Correct.
Or is it okay?
You are sending now, but supplier will be start submitting the option only on 5th February. Till then, he needs to wait. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, that sort of option, if customer wanted, then you will delegate it. If you don't want your supplier to your customer that option, your customer doesn't want that option, then you keep it as read only, or based on requirement, you will change it. Here also, it is a delegated option. So for example, if you are giving delegated option, your customer will be able to edit that. And see, there are certain reminders you can send it. Why the reminders are required? Based on the reminder mails, there are certain notifications will be triggered to the supplier. Based on notifications, he will come to know that I need to work on this particular event on so and so date. If there are certain reminders to fulfill, then definitely supplier will be getting that reminders, and based on that reminders, he will be able to work on it and submit it. That is the reason we are using it. We have that enable reminders for due date. Based on what? Suppose start reminders 2 days before, 2 days before due date, or probably if you want 3 days before due date. Set reminders every 1 hour, right? Last reminder before due date, last reminder 30 minutes before. You want last reminder to be sent at 30 minutes before. So these are the reminder settings. You can do it in system, and you are delegating it, so that what will happen is your buyer, whosoever is creating that, they'll be able to set it accordingly. The supplier will be getting the reminders.
But in case of supplier request form, there is nothing like no action need to be done from supplier end, right? Only buyer will perform. Then why this reminder due date is there?
No, that's what I said. These are the common templates that we have for either you are working for supplier request or for supplier registration, or you are working for like maybe that you are working for sourcing, or maybe you are working for contracts. At the template level, you will see all of this, and you will leverage only that are required for supplier accordingly, which template that you are working. Based on that, you need it. And we are currently working for supplier request form. So if they are not needed, you don't work on it. But these are needed when you are creating supplier registration template. At that time, you need that supplier to respond. According to that, you want to set the reminders.
Okay.
Yeah. And once the new supplier is created, as we already discussed, right, the registration manager will start up the registration process by sending, sometimes there may be one or more registration questionnaires and to other recipients, right? If you are having different recipients in your organization, external organization, you'll be able to send them different questionnaires. And sometimes we also depend on modular questionnaires. Modular questionnaire is nothing but you will be able to add more questions for more certifications. There are, you guys would come to know, there are certain compliances at various countries. It's not that same in each and every country supplier can register. There may be some organizations, government organizations also may involve in various activities. Always it may not be, your customer may not be always a private customer. Sometimes there may be a government customer. For example, if you take especially EMEA region, Saudi and all, there are several government organizations who are implementing Ariba, and they do have a lot of complaints in terms of invoice submission or in terms of supplier registration. They will be having a lot of complaints issues, and they will be having a lot of complaint information like their tax registration certificate or various things. Even in Europe countries, or if you consider US, there are North American, South American region, especially Portuguese, they are also having some government organization. Then they need to float some of the registration documents, some of the registration certificates. At that time, we will be creating some modular questionnaire that will help us obtaining more information from suppliers. Okay, so that will help us obtaining more information from the suppliers. And also you need to be saving all that information in your database somewhere. So buyer has to monitor, evaluate those during the registration process, and then approve. These are the certain types of responsibilities that they have it, okay, during that sessions, right? Just I'm informing this because maybe you are into different types of region works. At that time, you will understand that why is that we need to obtain some certificates. Yes, there will be some certain documents which are needed from suppliers. At that time, customer will let you know. Accordingly, you will be adding more questions in your supplier registration questionnaire. If it is not possible, you will be able to create a modular questionnaire, and through modular questionnaire, you will obtain that information. Especially Ariba is giving that modular questionnaire method. We'll see how it will be. Yeah, coming to bidding rules. For example, if you see the allow surrogate bidding is when the event is closed. So these particularly surrogate bid, what it is about surrogate and what is the bid, this discussion we will have it during sourcing time. Since we are discussing first is SLP, so you may be new to it, but going forward when we discuss on supplier sourcing related template discussion, you will be clear, you'll be more having clarification about that, right? And coming to offline responses, we will say no here, but during the time of sourcing, we might say yes to it depending on the customer requirement. And project owner action, can project owner create formulas? Here it is no. When it is in sourcing, we might say yes. Depending on requirement from customer, you will be able to get the feasibility, and there is an option to create for buyer to create various formulas. Based on that formula, once he get the responses from supplier, he will be able to evaluate it quickly. So you will say yes, and you will be able to create that particular formulas at the template level, or sometimes project owner himself will create during the project creation. Okay, that time we need it. Here we don't need it. This is a supplier registration, so we mention it as no. Can project owner create response team by default? Here we are saying no, and also it is hidden. and enable document URL terms. Here we are saying no, but it is delegated. Sometimes if buyer wanted URL for the terms and conditions, if they want to enable URL, then they'll be able to enable it. And market feedback, basically here it is all delegated, show formula to participant, and these are not pertaining to sourcing, I mean like supplier related, these are pertains to sourcing related. We'll be able to discuss that during sourcing. That's why we have a bit of basic understanding of template here, basic understanding of template creation and modification, those options here in during our SLP discussion. But in a sourcing and contracts time, we'll have in detail discussion about each template, how any template will be created, how any template will be modified, what are the tasks that are mandatorily performed, why the tasks are there, why is that delegation options will be there for most of the suppliers. All that we'll be able to see during the time of sourcing and contracts. And here if you see all the tabs also not much of in use during our supplier discussion, but every tab will have more usage during our sourcing and contracts time. We'll check that. And here we don't have any participants because it's just a supplier request form, not sourcing. During sourcing, I mean like at the time of sourcing project creation, there are participants, but template level we don't have any participant defaulted. Because we are not going to default any participant. And coming to content, yes, if you have noticed it during our creation of the registration form by a supplier. Yeah, let me show you here. If I click on revise response option as a supplier, this I'm showing as a supplier. If I click on revise response option, I will be able to re-register myself with more information, and you will see this here, right? As a supplier, I'm showing you. For example, this supplier general information, supplier legal name. These are all supplier is able to see. From where it is all coming under our content tab, right? We have added all this content. That's why we are able to show all these to supplier, primary content, additional information. These are all supplier related, supplier request form related information. We saw this, right? When we created supplier request, we saw all these questions. And in case anything to be changed, we can make the changes. A report configuration. See, these are all like how we want to show to the system customer. We want to show it as a row or we want to show it as a column. Accordingly, we'll be able to select it. But nevertheless, we are not going to change this section. We are always requiring the supplier request in a simple format. How we are able to see here, right? Same all these things. The customer will be entering the vendor name, maintain that vendor ID, vendor address, and their contact information, and their additional information like which category and some other information like what is the legal name. This much is sufficient. If you want to add as a supplier request form, some registration, you will have a different questionnaire together. For a supplier request form, this much is enough most of the times. And in case your customer wanted any additional details, you can go to add button and do that. How we want to add a section. For example, if you want to add a section, you click on it. And if you want to add a question or requirement, or if you want to add some, from of the attachments from library or content from library, you will be able to see that. But here, if you want to add a table section, so let us see how it will be. You can rename it and provide that particular content a name, and that will show here as an additional content. For example, I want to add some additional content from supplier. Suppose if I want to add it, and respectively I'll be checking all that conditions. Visible to participant, yes. Team control, if it is needed, I will make it. Don't think that this particular adding section is only useful for a supplier request. It will be added at any template that you are going to create. Either you are working on sourcing template or contract template. Everywhere you will have to add some certain sections. That's how you are getting all these sections created here. So if you see this, my section has been added as an addition, some supplier. So it is already available for you. If you want to click on it, you can click on it and edit and make any changes. And once it is done, you can click on done. So this is the modification you did for a new supplier request form. And once it is done, you will update it and
Anish,
have it. Yeah.
during supplier creation, I have seen like I have asked one question whether supplier need to be like created for new supplier or there were some questions. So how we need to add those?
Okay.
Any conditions like
Correct.
to add
So
those?
correct. All these we are going to add from here. So in case you want to add any other section, depending on the section, you are going to add it. If you want to add a question, you can add it. This is where we are going to see. Suppose your answer type should be what? What is your answer type? It should be a single line or multiple lines, or it's a money or yes or no. All these things you are going to add from here only. You have this option to add any question. Then you add a question and submit your questionnaire so that it will be available in your questionnaire.
And what is feasibility conditions that I have seen in creating the question?
Okay, which one? Feasibility.
Visibility conditions. That can you please click on additional content from supplier editable?
Yeah.
Can you please explain this feasibility to like team access control?
Okay,
These
fine.
feasibility conditions.
Yes. See, these are the feasibility conditions. You will be able to edit it. For example, if you want any access, this particular question, right? If you want to give it's only for finance information or legal information, accordingly, you will be able to segregate that. For example, if you want to make it as a private to team members, only those who are team members in this particular project. So it's not here actually when you create a supplier request form, right? That will be a project. So it is going to be private to your team members. Based on that, it will show. It will not show to every team member. It will show, it will show only to the team members. It will not show to the others. So, but if you want to classify it or finance information based on it's a legal information, according to that, you will segregate this and that question will be only like classified or categorized to them. And if you want to add some other groups who can edit it, suppose already project owner will be able to edit it. Okay, a supplier manager, if you want to provide access, they'll be able to manage it. And if you want to create a condition, for example, if there are no conditions for this visible conditions, if you want to make a condition, you can click on create condition. If there are certain conditions available, then you can click on others and add those conditions. If there are no conditions, right, then you will create a condition. See, for example, these are all the fields. Based on this, for example, if you want this particular category only will be able to see this. So you select it and a category, you can mention that category, and based on your visibility condition, once it is satisfied, only then that will be showing to the customer, that particular buyer. We will have more discussion on this during our sourcing, because SLP will not be, especially supplier request form, right? We won't be having that much conditions visible, but during the beginning of sourcing only, you will see what is that visibility condition, how many conditions that you can actually apply, whether you are able to add more conditions or you cannot add, or you can delete any of the existing conditions. That all discussion will happen during sourcing related template creation. So you'll be more clear about it. And especially for this supplier request form, we are not going to use that visible much conditions. So we will limit it here. We will discuss more in detail at the time of sourcing.
Okay, and in ISS discuss that in the address tab, if we don't need something like PO details and all, so we can avoid those questions. We can remove those questions. How to do that?
Which one? Let me recollect that. Where did that point come up?
In the registration questionnaire.
Okay. Yeah.
Or supply request, I guess. There were some PO details, so those need to be removed from the content, right?
Okay.
For example, in case address, in case of address, if we want to remove something from the address questions, so how we need to do that?
Okay, is it in the supplier registration? Let me go back to supplier registration and you will be able to explain me better. Here is a supplier request. Which supplier registration?
Is it possible to remove street 3 from the list?
Okay, street from the list. No, it's not
street
possible.
3 or 2.
Street, this one, right? Street 3 or 2.
Yeah.
No, it's not possible. No, you cannot remove those fields because these are the default fields that is provided. Okay. So in case you don't want it, you can leave it. In case anything that, suppose your customer is insisting you to remove this, right? That will become a customization. So you need to approach, remember one thing, we are creating template using all the fields that are created by the Ariba system. Okay. So if you want to add more field, for example, if you want to add another field here, right? So you need to approach Ariba and ask them, see, I want another field as per the customer's requirement. Please add it. And you need to provide certain information. What is the field name? Is it going to be reportal? What is the tooltip you needed? So for example, this has a tooltip, part principal line of street address. So this tooltip has been added by Ariba, not by you. Or any field, right? Any field that is showing here, we have not added. We have Ariba support who to add all these fields. In case you make any change, you want to make any certain change, you need to approach SAP. And remember one thing. For example, if you want, these are the standard fields which are available. If you want to add another field, that will become a customization. As well as if you want to remove a field, that will become another customization. For these customizations, you need to approach SAP Ariba and then get it done from your shared service team member. Got it?
Okay, that will be like enhancement request.
Yeah, it's called customization or enhancements request. Yes.
Okay.
We will also check about the supplier risk template. So we just saw the SLP supplier request form. Similarly, supplier registration also will be there, where we have the content difference. If you see this supplier risk template also, you will notice it where the difference is exactly. So let us go to supplier risk engagement project template. So if you want to ask some supplier risk, where we have supplier risk template here, if you go to this project template, here also, like if you want to edit that, you can edit, or you can copy it and make the changes to it. And first of all, let me show you, we are in the compact view. Once you go into the compact view, you have these documents, respective documents created. If you open these documents, you have the template content, template conditions, or the rules that are provided in this. Rules, we saw that already. Similarly, rules will be there even anywhere, any of the template. We can discuss the rules which are in sourcing template, because in sourcing we have a lot of rules that need to be applied, and we will have a lot of provisions that are provided. But here we don't need to, like, we will be having common. So we have already discussed some sort of rules why it is mentioned. So now participants also will not be there, as it is at default level. We are not going to have any participant. But yes, the important page is this, the content. Coming to risk content, what all the specifications that we have. See, for example, if the profile, and again, here also how the content has been added. By clicking on add, you can add a section, repeat from selection parent. For example, if you have selection section, something is already parent, you call it as, and you want to repeat it, you can repeat and add respective child questions for a parent question. And requirements, if it is there, you can add it. And content from library, we will bring more content during contract times. We will check that how to bring in any content. So almost everything is same. And if you want a section, you can add it from here, or the question also you can add it from here. But see what are the questionnaires that are there in the risk. And these are all filled up by the buyers, material in which the business wants to own this intellectual property rights. So this is a question. And third party requiring the right use of business brands. For example, why we need to focus is, this is the similar type of content whenever you prepare a risk questionnaire or the risk template most of the times. And of course, like Ariba provides a default questionnaire section. That Ariba provided best method template, you can modify that according to your client requirement. Your client might ask you to change certain things, and accordingly you will be changing it. And remaining things will be there in the same as like previous content, but you will be making changes based on the requirement from the client, and accordingly you will be creating it and submitting it the client about the risk template. Okay, once you submit it, like once you publish it, you have the option of supplier risk available, and based on that supplier risk details, the supplier will be able to provide the questionnaire and submit. Based on that questionnaire, you will be able to get the answers from supplier, and that will evaluate the risk profile of the supplier. So as I mentioned, right, we have the template separately created for sourcing form, sourcing request form, sourcing registration form, and then supplier request form, supplier registration questionnaire, and then supplier risk. Similarly, for supplier qualification project templates are here. You will be able to open and check. Yeah, go ahead.
What is the advantage of using supplier risk? Is it only for disqualification and qualification, or like what are the other advantages?
Not really. Not really. Supplier risk has a lot of features. Why it is enabled under SLP? Okay, supplier risk is the possibility that business operations are looking at. Okay, so these are all like looked into by the respective stakeholders. There are certain types of supplier risk that are maintained in every of the template. Okay, even if you can open and check the by default best method provided by Ariba, or the requirements from customer, keeping in view the financial risk, okay, and the compliance risk, reputational risk. These are all various terms that are covered under the supplier risk. To answer your question, if you go to supplier, right, let me open this supplier risk questionnaire once again. You will see there are different types of question. If there is any financial risk of the supplier, all those parts have to be covered here. Let me open this. Supplier risk is going to be evaluated from the business perspective. From your business perspective, what are the questions will make your supplier a good supplier, and there is no risk from obtaining anything from that supplier. This is what is going to be decided based on this questionnaire. If you see this, right, materially in which the business wants to own the intellectual property rights. So there are certain suppliers who have intellectual property rights. If you are using that supplier into your organization, how much is the risk? That evaluation has to be taken care. So and you have seen that, right? The supplier dashboard, risk dashboard is showing in the system. So if at all there is any risk that has been highlighted by any of the buyer, it needs to be considered when you are giving this supplier any other next task. Okay, and also if you want to add certain questions like business justification for financial rating, this justification has to be provided by, suppose it's a multi-line. Okay, there can be a complete justification. Is it a less than $20 million, more than 20 but 50, less than 50? These are all conditions which are created based on suppliers, like turnover in the year. I mentioned to you, right, reputational. So whether what rating that supplier has, is it being a 5 is top, how is it rated? Is it rated at 5 or is it rated at 4? How it is rated? And for that, what is the justification? What is a customer provided that? See here also customer provided rating. What is at a legal regularity? How they are they good at maintaining all the regularities? Are they complying everything? These type of risk categories that are there, and these type of evaluation that will be carried out by the buyer. With that, they will be considering this supplier as a high rated or high risk. Okay, and also if you have heard of APIs, developer API means application programming interface. There are various risk APIs created. You can pull out these risk areas of supplier and provide it to your any of the third party system. Accordingly, you can configure it. Of course, it's not better to pull that APIs concept here. It's a different concept altogether. But I'm telling you, like, in terms of risk, there is a lot of scope for a customer to understand about their supplier. How much are they good at? What are the risk appetitive, and what is the financial rating or the evidential rating or any compliance rating? All these things are very much important for a business to consider a supplier who is at a risk or who is not at a risk. Based on this risk criteria, they'll be taking it up. Is that something answered your question? You have anything to ask more or discuss more?
So buyer, who will fill the risk form questionnaire?
Risk form will be filled up by the buyer.
So like in case of supplier request, we are creating the supplier registration. A supplier has fulfilled the registration questionnaire. Then in case of risk, what is the only report is the evaluation as a part of evaluation, or something else is there, like the outcome? Only through report, right?
Only through report, and it will be showing against each supplier what is it's rated, how the graph is. So based on that is the outcome basically. Inputs are done by buyers, outcome is from the report. Yes.
Okay.
Yeah. And if you see that supplier qualification and engagement assessment will have a lot of similarities, like how much is the engagement risk, how to mitigate that engaging risk. All these are part of supplier risk discussions, and accordingly the decision will be made about that supplier. And based on that qualification and the risk criteria, the supplier may get disqualified for any further evaluations in the organization, right? They might be rejected, and they permanently be rejected, and the block will be applied on that particular supplier. Therefore, they won't be able to participate in any of the upcoming events if the block is applied on that, depending on the criteria that has been maintained for supplier, okay, under this risk questionnaire. Based on that only the decision will be taken whether to consider in further or not. With that, we discussed about supplier risk, supplier qualification, and supplier registration, how the questionnaires are to be filled in by each supplier. Once supplier has been filled in all the information, then how that data will be populated and how the data will be leveraged, and also how to create any template for either sourcing, supplier request or a registration template. What is that important is very much is content. Once you have the content ready and publish it, therefore this that particular questionnaire will be ready for suppliers to perform and submit their tasks. And with that, we are we have almost discussed about SLP, but in the upcoming sessions we will also be covering some part of suppliers, like supplier enablement, how the supplier will be enabled on Ariba network, and how the supplier is going to access the purchase orders or the sourcing events, and how do we actually create or involve various suppliers in auctions and supplier events or anything. That will also be discussed in detail. And also, like, about the template, you don't worry, because when you create a sourcing template, you will get the certain differences between sourcing template and SLP template. How much is more required at a template level to have more understanding about sourcing, and those all the things will be covered. So we will be good there. And these all the points will come up there, but only you will see the difference between the content among all the templates, not anything else. Okay. And also, like, we have various pre-packaged reports that will cover various supplier reports as well. How this, suppose if you are maintaining some data within the supplier, all the data elements will be there in our reports, and that gives a clarity of suppliers, right? So there will be different types of reports under our spend management, which we have certain reports which are already created, that they are called pre-packaged reports. And apart from pre-packaged reports, we are able to customize certain types of reports based on requirement from the customer. When we create certain types of reports, we will have all the supplier database will be populated into those reports, which will give a clear idea on the supplier risk and some other attributes of each supplier. Okay. And also, like, Ariba supplier risk, right? It's a solution basically that helps simplifying our supplier management process by providing actionable insight of high risk of suppliers, and use it as a focused risk alerts by the third-party risk assessment. Whenever you engage some third-party guys to assess your supplier during their third-party assessment, this will give a clear picture on that in order to evaluate and mitigate those supplier risk into the exposure. And it is easy in terms of Ariba because it's a cloud-based deployment we can do, and we can collaborate with various teams and evaluate and provide the supplier risk here, which will give a clear idea about all the suppliers, right? And I will be now going ahead and starting with sourcing activity, sourcing discussion, so that you will be more familiar.
Everything about like SLP?
This is what we had discussed about SLP, but here
the modular question, process flow, all these things we have not discussed, right?
We are going to discuss. Yeah. Go ahead, please.
Yeah. Also, the entire workflow, like, somehow I'm feeling like it got missed. Entire workflow, like registration, then qualification, disqualification, then modular questionnaire. This
no, if you want to run through the qualification disqualification procedure, we will be doing it probably like as a basic discussion. We had it now. Since we are without any delay, if you start sourcing, we will be doing the in-depth discussion in sourcing and at the template level and the sourcing process level as well. That is, as a consultant, you will be focusing more on sourcing and contracts. Of course, SLP is also very much important, whereas we have some basic concepts cleared. With that, if we can move and, during the part of sourcing and contracts, we will be having more discussion oriented SLP, supplier oriented, where we have to check on supplier enablement and some other additional task of, maintaining the suppliers. And also, as you mentioned earlier, also like you wanted to understand supplier SM administration activities, all that things will be covered, which will have more clarity on supplier as well. It's not that, we are keeping it aside, but that will, yeah, go ahead.
But as Ariba consultant from this after the class, I won't be able to go for configuration for this module, like modular questionnaire, because I'm not familiar with those process flow modular questionnaire. Then registration also, configuration we have not seen.
Registration, you want to go through the template level, right? Modular questionnaire, we are going to cover it anyways, because we are going to do some supplier enablement thing, and during that time we will be able to do it. But anyways, if you want to understand supplier registration template, I will go ahead and discuss. Modular questionnaire, we will have that, in
and
terms
also
of
in the curriculum, it is mentioned as a modular questionnaire template design for all including SM process flow template. So SLP integration, ERP, including DRF out. These things are included in the curriculum. So I'm not discussing.
Okay, got it.
Yeah. It is mentioned in the curriculum. Unit 2, supplier SLP. So there are supply request, supply registration, supply qualification, supply performance management, SM modular questionnaire, template design for all, including SM process flow template. So SLP integration, ERP for S4HANA, including DRF out. So these things are included in the curriculum. But
okay. No. What I'm saying is DRF out is the option where you will be exporting the supplier data from your backend to your, Ariba SLP, for which, I'll have to just discuss on it, how to mention about DRF out, because currently it's not integrated in S4HANA. Let me try for it. And modular questionnaire thing is not kept aside. We are going to discuss modular questionnaire also. Currently I'm holding SLP because there are certain things which are actually interrelated with sourcing. So once we have sourcing familiarity and the sourcing template creation, including various settings, how we did about the content and all that, once you are completely familiar with sourcing, if I compare that with SLP, it will be more clear what is actually required during SLP, what is not required during sourcing, various types of registration template or request template and qualification template. That will be more clear. When we have discussion around sourcing template discussion, what will happen is you will be completely having the more picture, detailed picture about what the template end to end, each configuration is, how it is working. When I'm creating the same SLP template, right, sourcing template, sourcing template to SLP template, if you compare, there are a lot of things that are not required during a supplier request, right? But they are all mandatorily required during the time of your creation of sourcing template. So once you are familiar with that, if you come back and just check these questionnaires, you will be more clear. Is that fair enough? So to discuss it at a later time, and once we are done with sourcing.
So after sourcing again, we will come back to SLP.
We'll come back and compare, so you will be more clear and easy to understand. And whatever is missing, we'll be discussing that. And about DRF out, I'll have to check how that is possible in the current system, because the integrated S4 is not visible. So we can check monitoring, how it is to be done, what actions to be performed. Those details I can mention, but system absence might be there. Okay. So, but still I'll try and cover with some details so that you are familiar. Whenever you have some system, you can practice it. Is that fair? Am I clear now?
It would be better if we know what is process flow like modular questionnaire details in like the configuration things we can check later on if it is like after sourcing you want to discuss, but the entire workflow for process flow, modular questionnaire, the qualification, disqualification, that would be better to understand.
Yeah, fine. Okay, so from process wise, yes, fine. If you want to discuss a bit more, let me come back. We do have supplier qualification in this case. We have just gone through based on the procedure in the system, but I think I have discussed this qualification, right? The process flow I have discussed. Yeah, we can discuss a bit more the questionnaire segments for various commodity region. So I did discuss this initially about the supplier qualification, right? Process flow we have discussed.
Qualification we have discussed, like disqualification.
Disqualification when you qualified for supplier and the meeting requirement is not done, then you will be disqualifying that supplier, and that also needs an approval process, which will see how the disqualify works for any qualified supplier. I'll try to find out any of the qualified supplier, or I'll qualify and keep it so we can discuss on disqualification, how we will be disqualifying. Okay, and that is about qualification and disqualification. We will see in the system, we have discussed it, and probably like I haven't taken you through this, but we discussed all the supplier risk features. So supplier risk is a part of SLP, our supplier lifecycle performance management. So like once the supplier is maintained, registered, and their performance or some like qualification is evaluated, after that if you want to evaluate their risk, that is also possible through supplier SLP as a supplier risk module, for which, like, what are the scalable measures that we have. We will be we have that under the template managed. We have already seen the template. Based on the template questionnaire, we will be qualifying or disqualifying the supplier. We are evaluating the risk profile of the supplier. And like if you see, like we have this, it's already under the SLP. The risk module is also covered, and there are some intelligent risk assessment triggers also based on the policy controls and exposures, which are going to be done by the buyer based on how we have designed the questionnaire. Based on the questionnaire only, it is going to be done. Yeah? That is a supplier risk management. I think this is something that you can read it through, but I would like to focus more on the system. When you have supplier risk template created and it is available for customers to provide their inputs, if they are providing, the buyers are providing each information against each question that has been created, that will provide us the clarity of how the supplier, what is the risk exposure of the supplier. Yeah, and if you see this, right, supplier exposure is numerical value. It is between 1 to 100 that designates the supplier level of risk. 100 being the riskiest and 1 being the least risky. So this is how the supplier risk management challenges are occurred, and it is going to be addressed. News items about the supplier, corporate information about the supplier, geographical data and how they are actually geographically maintained, and about the new natural disasters, what is the disaster management plan. All these things will be a part of your risk evaluation. Okay, so this we have seen it. Supply risk management challenges. Okay, so regulatory challenges are like they may be not complying anything. They may be having some bribery and correction activities. Legally they are not compliant. IT security is not completely there. These are all to be evaluated and performed respective activities, and all these to be covered under our questionnaire when we are creating the questionnaire. Environmental facts like labor issues or health and safety, how they are maintaining. Our questionnaire should be basically considering all these aspects only to be created, to be maintained. Then it will create as environmental social issues questionnaire, which will cover up our risk issues. In case of there is financial also, we saw that if there is any bankruptcy happened, if there is any insolvency, or credit rating, how their credit rating and liquidation. So we need to ensure while creating the questionnaire these type of aspects are covered or not, because they are the major challenges for any organization. And operationally, are there any natural disasters or accidents, labor issues? These are all going to be covered, and which are actually taking a high amount of questionnaires under your risk questionnaire, which will actually perform supplier's performance, predict the supplier response, and it will give a clear-cut idea about the risk dashboard. Risk dashboard provides a high-level view of risk. Okay, we saw this right in our system. Supplier risk is a dashboard that we can create. Let me also discuss that how the dashboard is going to be showing us when we have some of the suppliers risk evaluation completed. For them, we can see that on the dashboard what is their performance, how the dashboard is based on that controls that we have applied. If the supplier is at risk control, we need to determine, and based on the determination, we will have these dashboards mentioned, and it will show a clear idea how much is the risk the supplier each supplier is at. And yeah, we need to ensure that assessments are completed and due diligence is done on each supplier. Okay, here is supplier risk, like potentially how the supplier risk performance has to be reviewed, or this is the entire dashboard. It is actually the entire flow. Okay, how the issue tracking will happen. We need to apply certain types of controls, assessments, and issues. We already mentioned it. It's a repetition basically. I would say these assessments will have to be communicated seamlessly between the customer buyers, respective buyers, and only then they'll be able to monitor and control that, right, within the organization. Template configuration we have already discussed, and respective administrators will have to configure and provide that project updates. So this is fine. We have covered that perspective, but we will see the flow, how risk module is going to flow between SLP request to risk template, how the process flow will be. We'll have a complete round of it, so you'll be more clear. And one end-to-end flow we will be doing it, so for covering all these aspects so that it will be more clear, and then we can go further. Since we wanted to complete the module questionnaire setup as well as the end-to-end flow once, we will start, the end-to-end flow once, we will complete that, and then we'll come to know a clear idea. Suppose the modular questionnaire, right? We have created certain types of modular questionnaire. We are going to issue modular questionnaire is what? Modular questionnaire is required when you want to send supplier a particular question or obtain some certificates which are not in the template of registration, but you want to obtain that detail from supplier. That is when you are going to use the modular questionnaire details. Okay, so we need it at the time when we wanted to have that supplier side information which are not covered in our registration questionnaire, but we want to obtain that information, that we cover it under the modular questionnaire. How we create a modular? Yeah, go ahead.
But if certification details can be collect from registration, external registration, then why modular questionnaire?
Yeah, exactly. So it may not be a common thing, but if you want to add that detail from your supplier, when that is not covered under your registration questionnaire, you will do this. Okay, so if you see this, right, they can be standalone questionnaire or included in the process qualification. So if it is not covered and if you want to send it as a standalone, then at that time you will leverage this modular questionnaire and you will send it as a separately for that supplier and obtain that information, which is not covered under your registration questionnaire. Modular questionnaire project template includes several configuration options. If you see this, right, ability to reuse the same questionnaire project in multiple contexts or create new questionnaire project for which you use it. Ability to allow updates from questionnaire or to use it from one-time snapshot data collection. It's not that entire data you wanted, but you want some partial data, some sort of certificate or some sort of information or their categorical information, then we need it. Then at that time we use this modular questionnaire. Optional, it's an optional internal form, include information from internal stakeholders in the project and to aggregate ratings of the internal stakeholders. Features for managing supplier certificates. Basically, this is mainly used for certificates. And once you obtain that certificates, you can go ahead and probably your supplier is registered, but you still want to make use of modular questionnaire and obtain some information. At that time you are going to issue this. Fine. So we will run through this. We will run through one modular questionnaire and we will just see the flow. and try to then close the SLP module before entering sourcing itself. Probably like we'll try to, as you mentioned, right, like a process flow, we have seen it in the deck, as well as process flow bits and pieces we have actually covered, but we will see the process. Only thing is, during the supplier registration, if we are filling up the registration questionnaire and taking that time out, it might be consuming our time. But that's the reason I have done the offline registration. But I came up with the same supplier I have shown you. Probably since we have completed supplier registration process, we will check once the supplier qualification, and then we complete the supplier risk and then modular questionnaire. With that, we call it as SLP. And then about the DRF out, I'll have to check if any possibility is there for bringing in S4. Otherwise, I'll put some screenshot and show you like the process and the steps to follow for the DRF out. With that, like that may not be immediately, but we'll cover up remaining things and then go to sourcing. Is that fine?
Process flow template?
Yeah. Process flow is not a template. Process flow is like you are mentioning about the qualification and registration to include, the qualification and risk to include in the process and complete it, right? Since we have done with the registration, we can qualify that supplier and we can move with the risk profile and issuing the modular questionnaire and answering it from supplier end. And then we'll close the sourcing. We'll move to sourcing. And for the DRF out, whenever I feel that there is any possibility here, we can do it. Otherwise, I'll store the steps how to do it, and then probably like that we will take up separately. Is that fine?
Okay.
Yeah. Fine. And I will.
Yeah, hi.
Yeah, tell me.
Can you explain about legacy supplier also? Legacy supplier and performance partitions in this part, right?
Legacy supplier in the sense you are having some supplier in your existing system and you want to move all those suppliers into your newly implemented Ariba. Is that what you are mentioning about legacy supplier load?
Yeah.
Okay. Can you briefly give me a context what you are mentioning?
Yeah, we have an option for like in ERP IDs, we have two types. One is starting with, can you go to the system? We'll try to experiment on this.
Yeah.
Go to SAP.
Yeah.
Open that any request supplier.
Any existing supplier?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Here we have option called ERP ID, right?
This one, right?
Yeah, it is dummy, right? Dummy.
It's a dummy ID. Currently, it is a dummy ID, as we also discussed in the first session, right? It's a VDR, which is at metadata. It's not yet integrated with backend ERP system. That's the reason it is showing a temporary ID. Once your system is integrated with backend and an ERP ID is generated, when your system is synced between both the systems, it will be changed as an ERP ID. Completely, it will be changed to ERP vendor ID. Currently, it's a metadata ID. It's a temporary ID, VDR.
Okay, if the data is available in ERP, I want to import this data to Ariba. How can I import this data to Ariba?
Okay, that we will cover under mass load. I mean, like under the SM admin, we have 1 minute. We have the option to load the supplier, right? Supplier.csv. Under that, we will be looking into. I will add it in our session during our import export activities, how admin performs various activities. Those we have a session separately. So I'll be covering that under that session.
Yeah, please, that part is come under legacy supplier. I want to know about legacy supplier about more. Okay.
See, the context, what you are saying is how, suppose if I have the vendor ID details already available with me, how will I load that data so that that data will be shown here, right? Along with the ERP ID. So that we will cover up, as I mentioned, right, in our session. We have that first, we have this upstream. Once done with the upstream and then downstream, after that we have some core administration activities. During that time, we will also cover SM admin. I will show you that how you will import supply data there.
Okay.
So if you talk about Ariba is basically a B2B software. When I say a B2B software, when you go to Amazon to buy anything as a customer, okay, you are buying. You are logging into Amazon. And you are picking the items, whatever you want, and you are checking out and adding to cart and paying for them. So in this case, Amazon is a business and you are the customer. This model is called B2C, business to customer. Okay. So whereas when we come to Ariba, we have suppliers and buyers. Okay, the communication is between the buyers and the suppliers. Okay, here we have Ariba spend management on one side, spend management. Other side we have business network. Earlier it used to called as Ariba network. Now they have changed the name to business network. Okay, so this is the place where the buyers will log into Ariba spend management, and this is the place where suppliers will log into them. And so this relation is called as B2B. Okay, this is business to business software. So Ariba is called as a business to B2B software. And it is a software as a application. So it is a SaaS application. Okay, and to understand Ariba effectively, first you have to understand what is the indirect procurement and direct procurement. Any idea what is direct procurement or indirect procurement? I mean, you can also name it as indirect material or direct material.
I think BOM materials are indirect, the raw materials.
The thing is, when we say the direct procurement or direct materials, okay, these materials are directly utilized during the production of any product. Okay, those are the expenses or the material are directly utilized during the production. Okay, whether the wages to the laborers or the raw materials or the semi-finished goods. Okay, the spare parts used for the machinery itself, and the construction of the factory layout. All this expenditure is come under the direct procurement because this expenditure is directly utilized in creating that product. Okay, that is called direct procurement. When you say indirect procurement, okay, indirect procurement is something after a product is already, I mean, produced, and now you have to market it. There is office expenses. Okay, I mean, you have to buy a laptop for your employees. Okay, there is IT. Okay, these expenses doesn't directly impact your production, right? It is outside production. Okay, this is called indirect procurement. Okay, when we say why I told this difference is Ariba spend management mainly deals about indirect procurement, not direct procurement. Okay, so for this reason, we have different modules. Okay, we have different modules like SLP, we have sourcing, we have contract management. Okay, we have P2P, and again in SLP we have supplier risk module, and again in P2P sourcing we have an extended module called guided sourcing. And in P2P, we have an extend module called guided buying. Okay. These are the 4 different modules what Ariba provides us. Okay. So these are all comes under indirect procurement. Okay. There is something called direct procurement. So if you are going to, I mean, you are going to supplier. Okay. For example, I will start from here. In P2P, in Ariba spend management indirect procurement, what happens when you create a PO in P2P? Okay. The PR will be created and post approval, it will get PO, and that will be sent to business network. Okay, in business network, supplier will verify the PO. Okay, based on that, he will create a confirmation, order confirmation, ship notice, all these things. Okay, here what happens in this case? Okay, so the buyer is creating a PO in Ariba spend management. That PO is sending to business network. In case of direct procurement, okay, so now SAP is going to sell Ariba to some customer, and he say, I am not using indirect procurement that often, but I want Ariba to be utilized for direct procurement. So in this case, what you can do is you can connect your ECC or S4HANA with your business network. Okay, this Ariba module is called as commerce automation. Okay, it is also called as DSN, Digital Supplier Network. Okay, so you can call it as DSN or commerce automation. Okay, this is actually this side commerce automation. You ignore this commerce automation. Okay, this is commerce automation. There is an extended version. Okay, in commerce automation, what happens? You create a PO in ECC or S4HANA, and that PO will be sent to business network. When supplier sends order confirmation, that will be routed to your ECC or S4HANA. This module is called as commerce automation or digital supplier network. The extended version of this commerce automation is called as supply chain collaboration. Okay, understand? See, here only P2P things are involved in commerce automation. In supply chain collaboration, it is extended version, and here you can have a forecasting. If anyone worked on ECC, they know about the special procurement. There are some special procurement items which are called as this forecasting. Okay, the consignment. Okay, what is subcontracting? All this comes under you can actually work on supply chain collaboration with these activities as well. Along with your PR, PO, GR invoice, you can also do a forecasting consignment request, also send a subcontracting request to the supplier from ECC or S4HANA to business network. This is called as supply chain collaboration. So any doubts so far?
No doubts.
Okay. Now you understand what is difference between these two, indirect procurement and direct procurement. So we will take this, anyways, now when you are going to sell this within this, within this Ariba spend management, you are selling these things to a customer from SAP. They say we are already using ECC or S4HANA, but we don't want, we see that catalog thing is, in demand. Okay, we can use that in Ariba. So what they say is they will only say, we want to do a requisition, a PR in Ariba, and the PO will be converted. That PO has to get integrated to your ECC or S4HANA. In ECC or S4HANA, they will carry out this goods receipt and invoice things. Okay, this what is required for this? The integration layer is required. That is called as CIG, Cloud Integration Gateway, which is now called as Managed Gateway for Spend and Network. Okay. So this CIG can be a direct connectivity or a mediated connectivity. When they say, it is a direct connectivity, we will only use the CIG part here, and directly we will have an add-on in S4HANA or ECC. That add-on will be connected through Cloud Connector, and there are some basic settings we have to do from S4HANA and ECC side as well as in CIG side, and we can do transactions after that. All the transactions, whatever we create here in Ariba, that will get transmitted to your ECC or S4HANA. Okay, and there is a mediate connectivity. So there is some security layer, what customer expects in that cases. The extra security layer, what customer expects in that case, what they will say is, along with you're going to use some PI or CPI in between, then it will be like a PO will be created and sent to your CPI, and sent to CIG, then to PI, and then to your S4HANA. Similarly, whatever the response from S4HANA will get routed to your CPI, then to CIG, then to Ariba. Okay, this is called mediated connectivity. So this connectivity is possible between your SLP. You can integrate your SLP with your ECC business partner. Okay, this can be done for your sourcing as well. You can create a sourcing request. Once the sourcing request is fully awarded, and that awarded line items can be integrated to your S4HANA. Similarly, the contract and P2P. Whatever P2P transactions you are creating, that you can transmit to your S4HANA. From there, you can create a goods receipt, and bidirectionally, when a goods receipt is created there and the invoice can be created, that will get routed to your P2P. Okay. So for the benefits of a new joinee, to understand what is SLP, okay, and these 4 modules. So far, any doubts, any questions?
No questions.
Okay. So it is, the first one is the supplier management. It is part of supplier management or SLP. So for the benefits of new people, what is SLP? It is supplier lifecycle and performance. Okay. Whenever we are doing with a business with a supplier, okay, or we are sending him a sourcing event or a contract, it is necessary for us to first get the supplier registered in our portal. Okay. For this reason, we all this time we were discussing about there is a buyer and there is a business network. There are 2 portals actually. One is Ariba Spend Management, which buyer uses, and business network, which supplier uses. Okay. So for the supplier to get access to business network, first he has to get registered. Okay. That is possible through SLP module. In SLP module, okay, if you relate this SLP module to your employee onboarding, okay, whenever a new joinee joins, you have to go through all these steps, right? You have to upload your documents, okay? Someone will verify and onboard your employee documents. Similarly, whenever a supplier gets onboarded into the system, first we have to send him invite. Okay, internally, some procurement manager will identify stating, I want to onboard this supplier because I want to do this business. I have to invite him for sourcing event. In that case, we will first send him an invite, and they will register. Okay, and they will get onboarded. Okay, and they will get registered first, and that will go for an approvals, and once fully approved, and they will their status will show as registered in the portal. Okay, once supplier is, before this module, when we relate sourcing with our employees, okay, when you go for an interview, okay, there are hundreds of interviewers, candidates, okay. In that, you have to shortlist 10, and again, you will shortlist, for the final round, 5 people, and finally, you will select 1 or 2 in the for the position open. Similarly, in case of buying activity also, when you are selecting a supplier, you have to do a sourcing activity. In this sourcing activity, you will roll out, publish.
6:30 से ट्रेनिंग के मुझे याद ही नहीं था.
Okay.
6:30 से 8, 7:30, 6:30 से 8:30.
Can you please go on mute? Okay. So when we compare the same thing, when a buyer has to onboard a supplier, he has to carry out some, he has to check whether he is fit for the requirement. Okay. For that, they will send out RFIs. These are called events. Okay. In these events, they will say RFI, request for information. Okay. Request for information can be, for example, you want to have now the new concept everywhere is AI. Okay. Artificial intelligence. Okay. You know the suppliers. Okay. You have a requirement. You know the suppliers, but you don't know who will satisfy that requirement. Okay. Then you will roll out information. I am looking AI for this requirement. And you have to invite all the suppliers, okay, and ask them information about, okay, whether you can provide this artificial intelligence requirement. Accordingly, they will respond. From that, you can say, for example, 10 responded, you can shortlist 5 people from them and ask them for a proposal. What is RFP? The first one is RFI. It is request for information. In that, you only asked for information about that AI. You have asked few questions in the event, okay. You have created some questionnaire, you asked for some questions, and they have responded. Now from the 10, you shortlist 5 and ask for a proposal from them. Okay, you asked for a RFP. In this RFP is not just information, it is like a techno-commercial. Okay. When we say techno-commercial, you can ask the technological things, the technical things related to that, whatever your service or material you want to procure, and as well as the commercial part of that material or service. In that, they will send you all those lists, and finally, in this, you shortlist some 2 people. Still, see, the end of the day, there is a sales team. What is the target for the sales people? Revenue is the target for them. Likewise, for every procurement guy, the target is saving. Okay, unless he achieves that, if he expected to achieve some 10% or 20% savings out of this sourcing activity, he will go for another round called auction. If he is not satisfied, if he is not getting the savings at this point in this request for proposal, he will go for, there is a multi-round RFP also. He can go for a multi-round RFP, or he can go for an auction. Okay. At this point, he will shortlist one guy and give the business to him. Okay. And this part, contract is nothing but, when we, like from the beginning, we are taking example of employee. Contract, if we take example of an employee is onboarded, you selected him, interview shortlisted, you are giving him offer letter. That is a contract when we compare it to supplier. Okay. So here you are creating an offer letter or a contract with whether it can be a master agreement or a sub agreement. Okay. You are creating a contract with him with all the sections and clauses. Okay. And both the legal teams, from the buyer and the supplier legal team, they will sign the contract. They will understand. They will negotiate on the contract terms. They will say, in this module, they can negotiate on the contract sections and clauses. Okay, they say, so my legal team is not fine with this. Can you change this clause? The buyer side, they will say, so we can change the clause up to this extent. Are you okay with that? These negotiations will happen, and finally they draft a final agreement. Okay, that they will upload in this, whatever I'm saying, the negotiation, drafting a contract, this is called as contract authoring in Ariba. Okay. After contract authoring, this pricing terms has to be fixed. What is the discount, everything that comes under your contract compliance. There are 2 parts. Okay, contract management. One is contract authoring. In this case, you'll be only finalizing the contract, negotiating on the sections and clauses, keeping a final contract, and having it signed from both the parties. Contract compliance is actually linking your contract to the P2P side. When you create a contract compliance, actually you are saying when you buy this item, automatically a discount will apply. Okay. And from this, for this material only, you are allowed to procure this much, not more than that, as per the contract. So all these rules and regulations you are framing in contract compliance. The final one, this is the transactions. This is based on the transactions what you are creating. Okay. Here you have now your supplier is onboarded and you have done the sourcing activity, contract is created, both the parties have a contract now. Now you are creating, I mean, you are start creating the transactions. Now you have a requirement, new requirement after the contract. You say for next week I want some 10 laptops. Okay. Okay. This 10 laptops, okay, no, I mean, there are many procurement teams, okay. There are multiple procurement teams who are involved. Like if you call it as a central procurement team in an organization, there will be a procurement team who is involved only for IT. Only for HR, there somebody will procure for HR, somebody will procure for some business associations, somebody will procure for facilities things, okay. This is, for example, this is a procurement for IT, 10 laptops. Okay, not a random procurement guy can just procure 10 laptops. Okay, once somebody is procuring 10 laptops, it will go for an approval from his higher authorities. Okay, based on the approvals, once it is fully approved, higher authorities like his manager has to approve, the finance has to approve. Okay, if the value is high, in case of in sometimes they are procuring more than 100 laptops. Okay, that is a huge cost, right? Okay, then the CEO has to approve it. Okay, based on the value also we can define the approval flow. And whenever you create a P2P, I mean the PR in Ariba, that will go through approvals based on the value. And finally it will get approved, a PO will get created, goods receipt will be done, invoicing and payment. Okay, this is called P2P. And this module, I mean, in this module we can do all those things. And when compared to ECC HANA, what extra we have in P2P? We have catalogs. Okay, we have catalogs, we have non-catalogs, okay? We have non-catalog items, and we have punch-out catalogs. We will check this all these things in detail when we are going to each module. Now I am giving the introduction of each of them. Okay, in P2P, I mean, you can create a non-catalog items. When you want to create a PR, you can create a purchase requisition using a non-catalog item. Okay, non-catalog item meaning, I mean, it is a free text. Okay, I mean, you have not created any catalog, it is not part of any catalog. You are just giving your item description, your unit price, you are giving the quantity and everything. Okay, when it is a punch out catalog or a catalog is created within the system. You just have to, like how you do it in Amazon or Flipkart, you just have to go to that item, click on add to cart, checkout, and done. Okay, you can add that item. And punch out is something, there are catalogs and punch out catalogs. Punch out catalog is something like when you click on the tile, okay, when you are clicking on the tile, I mean, there is a tile, you want to buy a laptop, okay, in Ariba, there is a tile to buy that catalog. You are clicking that catalog, okay, it will route you to the supplier's webpage. There you can add to cart and checkout, and that will get reverted back to your Ariba spend management. Okay, you just clicking and it is redirecting you to supplier webpage. That is called punch out catalog. See, for example, your supplier is Amazon itself. You are working in Infosys. Okay, your client is Infosys. Your supplier is Amazon. When you click on the link given within Ariba Spend Management, you click on the tile. It will redirect you to Amazon page. You can add to cart, checkout, and after checkout, it will redirect you to that item will visible in your Ariba Spend Management, and you just have to add the quantity. Price and everything is fixed there only for punch out catalog. You just have to give the quantity and submit the PO. Okay. And in any questions so far? So this is called as upstream activities. Upstream for Ariba Upstream, this is called as Ariba Upstream, and this is called as Ariba Downstream. Okay. If no questions, I will show you the, I mean, system navigation. Yeah. Before proceeding to that, okay. I mean, this is how we founded. Ariba was founded in 1996. Their main goal was how they can bring procurement online. From that thought, the Ariba started, and it was on-premise earlier. And in 2012, SAP acquired, and it became a cloud module in 2007. And in 2012, SAP acquired it as a subsidiary. And yes, this is all we covered. Yeah, we'll go to this bundles. See, this is a picture of the facts and figures. Okay, illustrations, how many companies are using Ariba worldwide. Every minute a company joins the network. Okay, what is, see, when I speak about this thing, see, now there is a buyer. Every supplier is joining the business network. They are registering and joining business network. What is the benefit for the supplier? Okay, they get visibility. Okay, when there is something called Ariba Discovery, I will show you that in the next classes. So see, as a sales supplier is a sales, I mean, they are selling something, right? Okay, they are looking for some leads. Okay, when they get registered, they are, I mean, reachable to all the clients across the globe. Okay, and through Ariba Discovery, they can respond to not only, you see, if they are supplier to Infosys, they can not only just Infosys, they can respond to queries from across the globe. Okay, and then they get leads and they get more sales for their product. Okay, that is one benefit for the supplier when they get registered to business network. Okay, yes, so they can increase their revenue. And so this is a facts and figures of how many documents annually. This is 250 plus million documents and timesheets 11 plus million timesheets are processed. Okay, this is all about this one. There are bundles. Okay, when in Ariba they will sell using bundles like this. I mean, these are the bundles. Okay, this is a strategic sourcing suite. When they say this is, they will sell this as a package. Okay, they will say we. I mean, this is strategic sourcing suite package. In that, it contains all these modules. Whatever it is shows here, it will have this business network discovery. Okay, it is having product sourcing, Ariba sourcing, contracts, SLP, and Ariba sourcing, savings and pipeline tracking, bonus, penalty, and lookup table formulas. All these things they can get when they buy this Ariba strategic sourcing suite. Similarly, there is a package called Ariba spend analysis. I mean, this module is only to enrich the data, the purchasing data, and provide some spend analysis to the customer. Okay, when they buy alone, they will get only spend analysis where they get their data enriched using the technology features and all. Similarly, there is a package for Ariba buying and invoicing. All those features involving, I mean, the PR, PO, GR, service sheets, okay, and this invoice and payment, all those things, they can get these features when they buy Ariba buying and invoicing. Okay, there is a commerce automation. I already told. I mean, if they want to buy commerce automation, they can go for commerce automation. And there is an extended version of supply chain collaboration. They can use that as well. Okay, now let's have a quick round of navigation. So to the benefit for everyone, when you log into Ariba, you see this page. Okay, you see this page. You see these tabs. This is the home tab. Okay, and this is the sourcing tab, contract tab, procurement tab, and these are all the different tabs. And there is something called, this is, now we are in parent site, and when we click on this C1, this sourcing will change to buyer. Okay, we are into downstream. Okay, this parent and the child realms are created. So, okay, when we are implementing in a hybrid model, like see, now we have one parent. Okay, the parent site will have all the common data, and the child data will have all the partition data which is related to the transactions, especially. Okay, this is the difference between child and all your sourcing SLP or contract activities are carried in your parent site. Okay, to create a PR, PO, catalogs, all those things, you have to switch to your child site. Why the hierarchy is created? Okay, I mean, see, for example, now you are using ECC or HANA in one organization. Across organization, you are using the same. Okay, irrespective of you are using one ERP system. And firstly, it was started when they were using multiple ERPs. For example, the same Infosys company is using S4HANA in India, and in Germany they are using PeopleSoft, and in other country they are using Coupa. Okay, now you are buying Ariba and you have to integrate your system to ECC and PeopleSoft and any other ERP, okay, Oracle. In that case, I mean, they will, when you buy this system, they will give three different childs. Each child you can integrate with different ERP systems. When you have one ERP across all the countries, then you can have one child and one parent. Okay. Now understand, only this is not a hybrid module. Don't get confused. This is the single parent and child. Okay, where in the parent you can carry out all your SLP sourcing and contract activities. In the downstream and in the child side, you can carry out all your partition and transaction activities. Remember this thing? Okay. Okay. And whatever you are seeing, we have talked about, right? I mean, the packages and everything. Whatever you are seeing the slides here, okay, the tabs here, this is a contract and this is a procurement dashboard. This is based on what the customer has bought. The customer has not bought sourcing and the contract, he will not see those tabs here. Okay, he will not see the procurement and invoicing catalog if they have not bought this. Okay, since this is a demo system, we have access to all, and we are seeing we have visibility to all of them. This visibility is depend on what customer has bought, and the second thing is it is based on what access we have. Okay, assume customer has bought all the modules, and you are only a PR preparer. Okay, you will have only access to, I mean, when the user administrator, as administrator, you have to create a user and give him a role. You will give him just a PR preparer role, and he will have only one tab. Only he will see this procurement. Under create, he will not see these many things. He will only see requisition. Under create, he will see only requisition. Okay, if you are a consultant and you have to do a support activity or implementing thing, you will have a customer administrator role. You will see all the tabs and all these activities under create, under manage and everything. Okay, and each of this is called as a dashboard. When you go to each dashboard, you will see, if for example, home dashboard, you will see what is my to-do task. Okay, and my requisitions, how many requisitions, my receipts, what are the pinned items, what is my to-do list, okay, and my documents. So if you are created, if you are these are created by you, you will see them under your my documents. Okay, there is a search. From here you can search different things. I mean, if you have created, you know the ID or you know the title of the requisition, you can enter the title of the requisition or ID of the requisition and click on search. This is one place where you can do a search. And there is other places. There is a binocular icon. You can click on this binocular icon, and for example, you want to search a requisition. You have a title, give that. Okay, and if you don't know the title or ID, you can select what are the PRs created. Nothing created. The last month, nothing created. This year, nothing created. I think this is a new user ID given to me. That's why nothing is there. Okay, yeah. So whenever you want to go back to the home page, you can click on this your company logo. Okay, whichever company logo you are given. Common actions. Okay, not every time you have to go to create and select the action you want here. From manage, you can do some administrative activities. You can also see some common actions. Okay, I mean, you need not have to go here every time. You can go to requisition, under create, or manage all these things. And recently viewed, you can find last 10 recently performed items or viewed items here, or you can see from here as well. Okay, and each of them, for example, this is a home dashboard, and in the contract dashboard also you can see all the items related to contracts only. Okay, what are your to-do tasks in contracts? What are your documents created for the contracts? What are the recently viewed, I mean, the common actions for the contract? Okay, similarly for procurement, I mean, if you go to catalog, you will see only the catalog things. Okay, and here again, if you switch to this test, so I am in child now, I'm switching to parent. In parent, as I told you, you can create sourcing. If you go to sourcing, it will give you a detailed explanation of how many in draft, how many in preview, how many in open, pending selection, completed. Okay, I mean, RFP, RFI, options, surveys, all these things. Okay, here also similarly, you can go to common actions recently. If you go to create, you will have only upstream specific activities you can create here. I mean, we went to downstream, we saw create requisition. Here we went to create and we are seeing sourcing project, sourcing request, all those things. Here we are seeing only upstream activities. Okay, this is one thing. And see, there is a spanner icon here. You see there is a spanner icon. This is where you can configure your tabs. Okay, I will click on the spanner icon. Okay, you can add a new tab or you can add a new content. Okay, you can add a new tab here. You can say it has some that I will give. Okay, that you can use it for your own purpose. Okay, and you can drag whatever you want here. Okay, the reports. Okay, for example, a chart table you can drag and drop here. Okay, which report it will ask. You can select this report. Oh, nothing is there in this. I'm sorry. So if there is anything, I mean, for example, any folder you want to pull here, you can pull it. Okay, or any, I mean, there are no much report here. Okay, that's why nothing we are able to see here. Areas, new projects. Let me check under this. Like a common one you can add here, like announcements. If you want to announce anything to your, for example, we are launching guided buying from that thing. Then you can add some common actions and you can add your calendar. Okay, it is loading. Okay, you can drag and drop these styles. Okay, you can have your all these announcements below and calendar on the top. Okay, that you can do using this content tab. Okay, click on done to go back and you can revert it. When you click on this, it will revert back to the original. I think if we relog in, it will go. Okay, likewise, I mean, see, this is the place where we switch to your child and parent site. Okay, this is the help button. If you want help, you can click on this. It is the processing. Okay, if you click on this, there is a help center. I mean, for any topic you want help on anything, you can click on this help center. Okay, there is a contact us, and there are any events. I mean, it will display here from SAP, and this is the print option. Okay, and this is very important. This is your initial. I mean, if you are login as like Viraj, you will have V here. Okay, I will click on this and you have all these options. Like for example, you are in a blue theme, you can change your theme to light theme. Okay, now you can change it back to your blue theme and you can change the password, you can change your secret question. If you are going on vacation, you can change the delegation of authority. During user management, I will explain you what is delegation authority, what we have to do. We will have a separate topic on this. Okay, you can change your profile. Okay, you can change the default locale. For example, if you are working for English United States, what should be the currency? Accordingly, you have to change your default currency. All these transactions, whatever transactions in future you are going to work, all these transactions default currency will be in US dollars. Okay? And for example, there are change email notifications. I mean, when you are in some support activity, you will keep finding these notifications. I am getting so many alerts, so many notifications for receipts. Okay. So here you can advise that user to change these notification preferences. Notification method, when I am an approver, send consolidated mail, not individual mails. Okay. When I am watcher, okay, send consolidated mail or individual mails. Okay. He can choose his preference and change his notification preferences. Send mail each time my document is approved. Is it necessary each time my document is approved? For example, you have created a PR and there are 10 people. Whenever each one is approving your document, it will send you a notification. Okay. If you feel, I mean, it will fill your inbox, you can uncheck this. Okay. Otherwise, if you want to know, I mean, at what point of time when somebody has approved, you can check this. I mean, similarly, when your document, when the PR you have created and it is fully approved, then you want an email stating your PR is fully approved, then you can check this option. When I need to approve a document, you have to send once, not repeatedly. If you want to get the document, I mean the notification repeatedly, you can select this option. When it is overdue, ask them to send once. When you are watcher, send once. All these preferences you can change accordingly. Okay. Now I change any notifications, our inbox will be filled. So that's why I'm not changing. Edit default preferences. Again, this is one more preferences. So whatever you want to see, and you can enable or disable them. Show catalog item details in thumbnail view. Show confirmation page before deleting the requests. Okay. I mean, when you check this, okay, when you are deleting some item, it will show you a pop-up stating, are you sure you want to delete this item? Okay. If you uncheck this, it will never ask you that confirmation page. Likewise, I mean, based on your requirement, I mean, you have these many options: display catalog item images, show catalogs and template creation, okay, expand item details. All these things based on how the user wants, you can guide them to select, check or uncheck these items. Okay. And if somebody wants activate their mobile device for Ariba, you can click on there is option to deactivate mobile devices as well. When you click on activate device mobile, I mean, so there is the activation code. They have to click here and click on activate, and their mobile device will get activated for procurement. They can approve or reject any GRs or any documents through mobile. Okay, they can deactivate also. So whatever user information we have given so far for procurement, we can view that in one click. Okay, click on download. Here it will show. So notification for this you have used, this for this you have used, all these things. Whatever we have selected. checked or unchecked, in one page it will give us this download. Similarly, if you want multi-factor authentication, okay, like we have multi-factor authentication here. If you want to set up that, after you give your username and password, again it asks us to install the authenticator app and give the authenticator app code there, so that we can do that. This change desktop file synchronization, this is part of what you call the contract management. Okay, what is desktop file synchronization? When you are negotiating with the supplier, there is a activity called redlining the document, master agreement. Okay, when you enable this change desktop file synchronization, okay, whatever supplier is they want to remove, that part, that section or clause will get redlined. Okay, that is possible only using this change desktop file synchronization. When we click on this, and if it is, you can enable or disable the desktop file synchronization, which creates copies of files opened in spend management. Okay, and this feature is disabled now. You can it is available for Internet Explorer 6 plus only. Okay, you can enable this when we are working on contract. We'll see that. Okay, when we enable that, it is easy. Whatever supplier is not okay, we can remove them. Likewise, whatever changes we have created in this, the dashboard preferences is one more thing. So there is a dashboard, for example, I am removing the dashboard. Again, whether you want to show this confirmation page when deleting a dashboard tab. If you say yes and click on OK, whenever you are deleting any dashboard, it will ask you whether are you sure you want to cancel this dashboard tab. Okay. Otherwise, if you uncheck this, it will not ask that. Okay. And then why this is not deleted? Delete tab. Okay. See, we have not set that confirmation. If we have set that, for example, I have not added anything now, so that in the spanner, I will add a new tab, creating the door again, click on OK, and done. Some common actions I will add to it, and click on done. Okay. And you can also add your whatever you call add content. In the add content, you can add your Ariba Discovery responses. For example, if you have posted, I will show you this Ariba Discovery, you have posted something. The responses from the suppliers you can see here. Okay, Ariba Discovery. Okay, you can rearrange them as we spoke. You can pull this here and you can pull this here. Okay, that way. And now you don't want to continue with this. Okay, so before that, I will change the dashboard preferences. I'll say show confirmation and click on OK. Now I'll go to this corner and I will delete this tab. Okay, it will ask confirm delete tab. Okay, otherwise it will not ask. Okay, similarly, okay, this one like download supply sourcing user info. From here, multi-factor to user dashboard, whatever preferences we have given, we can see that in a notepad if we download this. When guided sourcing user preferences, when we are working on guided sourcing, there is something called change reporting preferences. Okay, whether we want all the reports to be in what currency, whether in USD currency or Indian currency, you can select here. Okay, I'm switching here. Likewise, one more last thing I want to tell. Okay, for the benefit of new people, we have, when we are working on this, we will have in ECC or Ariba, there is something called a hierarchy, organizational structure. Okay, there will be a company code. Under company code, we will have some purchasing org. Under that, we'll have a purchasing group. Okay, under that, we'll have storage locations, all those things. See, what is company code? Okay, there can be one company. For example, if you take Reliance as a main company, okay, Reliance is one company, for example. Okay, under Reliance, we have Geo Mobile has one division. I'm just giving a vague example. Okay, for this company code is 2000. The Geo Mobile under Reliance, the company code is identified by 2000. Similarly, Reliance Petroleum, this will have a company code of 3000. When somebody in the system has to recognize a Geo Mobile in the system, it is recognized by its company code. Similarly for Reliance Petroleum. Under this Reliance, again, you will have a purchase organizations called 2100 and one more purchase organization for 2200. Okay. This purchase organizations, basically the purchasing departments. Okay. The purchasing departments can be like, IT department or, the purchasing organizations can be based on your location. Okay. Geo is one. And in Mumbai, there is an office. Okay. Geo office. And in Bangalore, there is a Geo office. Okay. And for this, it is to Mumbai purchase organization, purchase ID is 2100. Similarly, for Bangalore, it is 2200. Why this all is required? For example, again, okay, let me finish this and come back to that. And under again, Mumbai, okay, forget about, I mean, we are not creating hierarchy for this for now. Only understand only Geo Mobile we have. Under Geo Mobile, company code is 2000 and purchasing, there we have two purchasing org, one for Mumbai and one for Bangalore. Again, under Mumbai, we have different purchasing groups. Okay, the purchasing groups can be identified by a group of people or a single person. Okay, it can be IT department or a HR department. Okay, it can be Sunil or Anil. Okay, so each of them will have a code. Okay, IT department, when they are purchasing, they will have some 300 as a code, and these people have 200 as a code. Sunil will have 100 as a code. Okay, Anil will have some 500 as a purchasing group code. Okay, when we are creating any PR or when we are creating any sourcing activity, it is necessary for us to select for which company code you are creating this sourcing activity, for which purchase or which purchase group you are creating it. Likewise, we have different fields as well. Plant, we have to select. Okay, we have to select the department. Which for which department you are doing this, for which region you are doing this. All these things you have to select. So all this you have to understand what are all these things. Okay. So for any organizations for doing a purchase order, it is necessary to have a purchase organization and that a purchasing group. And a plant is a location where these products are being sent to. And for which region, for which department, whether they are doing it for IT department and for which reason they are doing this activity, whether it can be a P2P activity or a sourcing or a contract activity, for which region we have to specify. Whether it can be country specific, IN, or it can be China or US. Okay, accordingly you have to select. So these things are important. Okay, we will discuss on this more. Yeah.
Yeah, where do we maintain this purchasing group? Is it in downstream?
Yeah, downstream only, yes.
So in upstream, there is no like maintaining.
No,
purchasing group.
Upstream, if they want, I mean, it is already in a standard. In upstream, we don't have to create it. I mean, if it is a custom, then we have to ask them to create. Let us see whether purchasing group is part of it. Sourcing project. Okay. When we are creating a sourcing project, there is no purchasing group here. Okay. And customer insists, I want that field to be here. Then you have to ask, I mean, there is a SPOC given for you from Ariba. He is an engagement SPOC. You can ask him, I mean, I want to enable that field here, and they will do the customization and give you. I will do the customizations. Okay. If you want any other fields, okay, in the upstream. For example, it is, for example, I mean, it is not relevant to upstream, then you can explain the buyer it is not relevant at the upstream. It is only comes to P2P side. Okay.
Okay, thank you.
So this is all, I mean, the introduction about. Okay, if you have any questions, so from Monday we can start on SLP. Okay, we have different modules, I mean, different workflow for SLP. Okay, so how is my pace? Am I fast or slow? If you tell me, I can accordingly reduce my pace. Am I good?
Yeah, it is good for me.
Yeah, thank you. So we'll start with the supplier lifecycle and performance from Monday. This is all about onboarding your supplier, how you can onboard a supplier. Okay? Somebody has to identify in the organization, I want to onboard this supplier. The activity starts from there. Okay? It starts from there and somebody identifies a supplier and they want to onboard the supplier and there is a flow. We will discuss on that on Monday. So any questions or we can wind up?
Like, what is the course plan for SLP?
Yeah, course plan. I mean, we will have a supplier request and then supplier registration.
Viraj, can you share that Excel sheet, right? In the content, and because before you start with session, right? You can show that what is the content you are going to complete on that session.
Correct.
Okay, so it will give the idea because that day we discussed that you will be covering that administrative thing initially, right? That is what I thought, but not ours. Means it's up to you how to proceed.
Yeah. I mean, from Monday onwards, I mean, we'll start from SLP. So I will, I mean, from Monday, I will tell you, I mean, on that day, I mean, for SLP, what are all the topics we are covering? likewise for each module, I will keep on telling you. I mean, I will follow that whatever.
The Excel sheet, right?
Yeah, Excel sheet, yes.
Table of content.
Yes.
And here, right, in the remaining time, you can explain, right, just means. Okay, yeah, continue.
Yes, I mean, if any questions, I mean, any new to Ariba, what they want to know anything. So this is the time. I mean, if we move forward, I mean, you can skip those questions. I mean,
okay with the phase, okay with the content, okay with the explanation.
Yeah, yes, nice. It's good. If possible, can you explain in high level process with the like the boxes we have like high level process from the business process, start point to end point, like.
Yeah, so Viraj, I think he is expecting source to pay to end process flow and how Ariba bundling is up there. How
Yeah.
those things, right?
Integration part also. For example, if I take upstream, in upstream we have like 3 modules, right? Sourcing and contract and SLP. How it is connecting integration part to backend and in the middleware we have CIG also and business network. I mean A network. How is the integration is going on here? I mean, how the data is flowing from upstream to downstream, from backend to Ariba. If you are talking, I thought you were in mute.
You are in mute. You are on mute.
Sorry. So yeah, I informed you there are 2 types of connectivities. Okay, there is a direct connectivity and a mediated connectivity. Okay. For example, we'll take a PR created in Ariba, okay, which is fully approved, and it converts to a PO, and this PO has to get transmitted to Ariba through CIG. It is a simple thing. I mean, this PO has to transmit it through CIG in a direct connectivity. In CIG, it is it is through a CXML. There is a payload called CXML payloads. Okay, in S4HANA, okay, through Cloud Connector, we have to install the add-ons. Okay, when you install the add-ons, you will install the latest version of your Ariba add-on. And from there, when you push the add-on to Ariba CIG, that add-on will reflect in Ariba. Okay. And the communication here from Ariba is through CXML. Okay. And the container in ECC side is your IDOCs. Okay. Okay. You are sending the information, the PR in CXML format, and then it will be converted to your IDOC and sent to S4HANA. Similarly, the response, okay, it will come to your IDOC and then converted to CXML, and the response will come to CIG and then to Ariba. Okay, this is one. Okay, when we are saying a direct connectivity. If it is a mediated connectivity, okay, and you have a PR, it first goes to your CIG, PR and converted to PO. It goes to your CIG, then to your CPI or PI portal, then to your S4HANA. Okay, and here again, the conversion is the same. The CXML in CIG and S4HANA, it is IDOC. This is called mediated connectivity at the high level. And if it is, supply chain collaboration or commerce automation, and this integration is done through, the EDIs. EDI, the CXML from IDOC, it will be sent to commerce automation, business network through IDOC, and the response will be received through, EDI. In case of commerce automation or supply chain collaboration. This we will see in detail. This is the high level, and we will see in detail when we are coming to integration. We will have an integration. After that, I will show you what is supply chain collaboration, how it is integrated with your business network. For all this, what is required is there is a cloud connector we have to install, and you have to install the add-ons in S4HANA. That when you push, the add-on will get pushed to, and the integration will happen from there.
So did this answer your query, or you are expecting something else?
Yeah. Okay, got it.
So basically, see, source to pay process, right? So what exactly it is from the sourcing you are doing payment, right?
Yes.
So from the beginning, right? What you do, let's say this is Ariba application is for business to business transactions. Okay, when we say business to business means, see, the one organization is buying a goods or services from another organization. Both are doing businesses, okay, in there. So it may be industry, it may be the different industry, right? But for producing any goods or services, producing any goods, right, they need material or services from another organization. So when it comes to source to pay cycle, and that is what Ariba application is used for. So when we say source, right? So let's say a supply company want to produce a car, right? What you will do to buy, let's say a tire, right? You will check. I missed initial part. So did you explain that way
Yeah, correct.
regarding?
I started with what is direct procurement, indirect procurement. Okay, see, this is indirect procurement, and Ariba deals mainly with indirect procurement, not direct procurement. For direct procurement, we have commerce automation and supply chain collaboration. Within spend management, you start onboarding a supplier, then you carry out sourcing activity. When you award a supplier, then you award him a contract. Once you award him a contract, you start your P2P activities. P2P activities, you create a PR that will get converted to PO, and then you create a goods receipt or a service sheet and invoice and then payment. This is P2P cycle. From sourcing, contract, PR, PO, GR, invoice and your payment, it is called S2P cycle.
Okay, thanks.
Okay, I will show you here. Here, you create a purchase requisition and the PO and a goods receipt or service sheet, okay, invoice, and finally payment. This is your P2P cycle, okay? And what is S2C cycle? Okay, you will create an RFP, RFI, and then finalize a vendor. Okay, auction. You create auctions, RFPs, RFIs. You finalize a vendor. You can create a contract with him. This is just S2C. Okay, and followed by this, okay, you will create a sourcing contract. You create a PR, PO, a goods receipt, a service sheet, invoice, and then payment. Okay, this whole cycle is called as S2P.
And that is where the Ariba application comes, right? So sourcing,
Yes.
so all these processes require different modules. So sourcing process will require sourcing module, contract process will require contract management,
module. Yes.
PR to GR, okay, purchase requisition to good receipt. There is a buying, okay, buying module, which is nothing but the guided buying. Then there is a invoice, okay. The PR to invoice called is a BNI, buying and invoicing, okay. And there is for payment, there is another module, the payment module. But for running all these processes, you need supplier, right? And that supplier onboarding and management is basically part of SLP, Supply Lifecycle Management. So it covers all these Ariba modules but for the direct procurement, okay? You are having two way of executing the process. One is creation of the PR to PO in the S4HANA or ECC, and then posting that PO and the later part, right? That will be in Ariba network. So that process is nothing but the commerce automation. Similarly, when you are doing a procurement for a direct commodities, you are basically integrating the direct supplier with your Ariba network, where you are doing the direct procurement activity, which required forecasting, then PO collaboration, then inventory management. Sometimes it may be subcontracting process. So all this functionality is integrated or executed through supply chain collaboration, which is in this PR to S2P cycle, nothing but the PR to invoicing and payment. So that process for direct material happens through supply chain collaboration.
When we talk about supplier management, okay, supplier management, it is a complete portfolio. Okay, what Ariba offers for supplier management is a complete portfolio which will have SIPM, okay, supplier lifecycle and performance, and supplier risk as the modules offered by them. Okay, when we say SIPM, okay, SIPM is a classic architecture. Okay, classic architecture. Okay, and this architecture will have, this architecture will only deal with supplier organizations and its users. Whereas SLP deals with complete suppliers and its contacts. Okay, it also deals with the supplier qualifications and disqualifications. Okay, preferred supplier and performance management. And on the other side, there is a supplier risk. Okay, this is a separate module. Supplier risk is a module which proactively mitigate the risks, okay, that can occur to the supplier. When we are doing business with the supplier, okay, we can mitigate the risks. We will get alerts from different vendors. Okay, we will have to get tie up with DNB, bodies, Okay, these are the third-party vendors who we can tie up, and they will send us alerts in terms of news, and we can create engagement requests for supplier risk, and we can mitigate the risks. Okay, this is a separate module. Okay, when a customer go to buy a supplier management package from Ariba, okay, they can either buy SIPM and the supplier risk, or they can buy SLP and supplier risk, or they can buy SIPM alone, SLP alone, or supplier risk alone. Okay, these are the different packages they can buy. They can first, either buy SIPM and supplier risk, or SLP separately, and or supplier risk separately. Okay, see here when we talk about under this supplier management, as I said, there is SIPM, which is a classic architecture, and we have SLP, which is called supplier lifecycle and performance. Okay, the difference between these two architectures are both have a unified vendor module. They give all the information about the vendor. Okay, common information and partition information, everything is available in SIPM. Followed by, there are supplier requests in SIPM. There are supplier registrations in SIPM. There are modular questionnaire projects in SIPM. There are performance management projects also in SIPM. But whereas in SLP, the added advantage using SLP is you can also have process projects. Okay, there are process projects. There is supplier qualification projects, preferred management projects, disqualification projects. Along with what SIPM offers, SLP has additionally process projects and qualification projects. Okay. And when coming to SLP, it gives us a 360-degree view of the supplier, complete view. Any information you want to view about the supplier, except the performance. Performance is outside this 360-degree view. Apart from performance, everything. When it starts from supplier request, and after the supplier registration, qualification, disqualification, the supplier certificates, and when a customer is buying supplier risk also as a package, you can get integrated the supplier risk in the summary page of 360-degree view. So this is one advantage of SLP. So it will give you a 360-degree view of all the activities of the supplier. Basically, let us go to the system.
So can you please remove the space before the user?
Yeah, I saw that. So how many of you have worked on, SIPM before? SLP or SIPM before?
Well, I worked as an end user. Almost 5 years ago, as an end user. I used to get a request for supplier onboarding, and I used to reach out to the supplier to get the supplier registered and qualified. But as I said, as an end user, but with the back end, so this is something that I'm not aware about. Thank you.
Okay. So let's click on a view here. Any supplier, I'm taking some supplier. Okay, view his supplier profile. Okay, before we start everything, I'll want to give you how 360-degree profile of a supplier looks like. Okay, so this is a summary page. If you go to any supplier profile in SLP, okay, we are not talking about SIPM here, only SLP. Okay, so in SLP, supplier lifecycle and performance is outside of 360-degree view. All other things, okay, in summary, we see, different statuses. Okay, what is the registration status, preferred status, ERP integration status, qualification status, when it was onboarding time created on. Okay, there are different supplier IDs as well. Okay, when we talk about supplier IDs, there is SM vendor ID. Soon, once you create a supplier request, SM vendor ID gets created. We will talk about other IDs. Okay, and along with the supplier, there is a contact. This is the page where you can see the contact. And as I told, ERP kind of architecture, SLP, when they have design, they have designed taking into consideration the ERP data as well. They have designed this similar to the ERP structure. Whatever we have ERP, anyone aware about the business partner in ERP, SAP, how the business partner looks like, what data it has, the company code data, purchasing data, okay, vendor information, tax information, okay, the extended vendor data, okay, keeping in consideration what we have in SAP, this SLP has been designed. Okay, similar ERP like architecture they have designed for SLP. Okay, whenever we can send a suppliers to attach the certificates, and those certificates we can manage here. These certificates we can see what is the start date and end date of the certificates. Whenever they are about to expire, we can ask the supplier to renew them or send an updated one. Okay, this all we can see in the certificates. And this is where we can see activity log. Activity log is nothing but your history. What happened when? Okay, who did what? Okay, all these activities you can see here. Okay? Whenever you are in support or implementation, you can guide the supplier like what happened. I mean, if you are not sure what is going on this supplier so far, you can see this information, activity log. Similarly, if the supplier has bought the risk package, supplier risk package, it will get integrated here and you will see that information here. Okay. What is the exposure? I mean, if you have, I mean, you have bought this, there are different risk types. Okay. There is a regulatory and legal risk. There is environmental and social risk, operational and financial risk. Okay. For each supplier, when you are onboarding him, you have to assess his risk. Okay. For that reason, this supplier risk module is implemented. Okay. What is the risk exposure for the supplier and what are the risk incidents? Okay. There are different types. We will talk in detail about risk in a different session. Okay. And this is in the summary page. And then when you go to initial request, okay, I will go to the document again. Okay. It starts with a supplier request. Okay. And then this supplier request are having two types. Anyone knows what are the two types of supplier request? Okay. There are two types of supplier request. One is internal supplier request. Okay. And external supplier request. Okay. When we say internal supplier request, so supplier onboarding, when we talk about supplier onboarding, starts with a requirement from a purchaser. Okay, purchaser wants to integrate, I mean, onboard someone, and he creates an internal supplier request. He knows the minimum details of the supplier. He fills in what is the name, what is the company. Okay, all the common information about the supplier he fills and it submits. Now, a supplier goes to, I mean, so I am the customer. I am from Infosys, and supplier goes to customer website, and there he finds a link for a supplier request and he fills and submit. That is the external supplier request. Okay. When we implement supplier requests, SLP, SAP Ariba provides us a URL. Okay. We will create a supplier request template similar to internal supplier request, but for external supplier request, we will provide the link provided by SAP Ariba in the supplier customer website. Okay, their company website, they will keep that link. And whenever supplier wants to register with your company, they can click on that link and they will fill all the details, necessary details, and they will submit the request. When they submit, it will come to our portal, our SLP portal, and we will approve the request, and followed by registration. Okay, the first step is supplier request. Okay, there are two types as we discussed: internal supplier request and external supplier request. Once this supplier request is fully approved, okay, it will go for approvals. Okay, you will see this is the basic information provided in the supplier request. Okay, we will go through this again. Okay, what is the supplier legal name? What is the contact name? Okay, company's main activity. What is their language? Are they ISO certified? All these things in the initial request, either supplier submits this through a link provided in the company website, or a procurement agent who want to onboard him, he will submit it in an internal supplier request. Two ways. Once this is fully approved, I mean, in the registration tab, okay, you will find an option to invite the supplier. Okay, this is already invited supplier in registration status. Okay, now you don't see that. We will do a practical thing, then I will show you. Okay, after that, there are questionnaires, there are modular questionnaires, or see why there is a modular questionnaire. Like in registration, when we talk about a registration, right? Okay, it is a common registration questions across the organization. Okay, there is no change. There is a single template, and all the suppliers has to provide answers to the single questionnaire. Okay, that is when, I mean, the category manager or a procurement manager from a particular supplier, they want to collect more information, they can use modular questionnaire. Okay, modular questionnaire is can be multiple, more than one, but supplier registration can only be one single supplier registration questionnaire across the organization. Okay, any questions? Okay,
Yeah,
so this,
Raj, can you repeat that last sentence? Modular questions.
yeah, modular questionnaire, registration questionnaire is there, right? I mean, the supplier registry, after the supplier request has been submitted and approved, we have to invite the supplier to get registered. Okay, this questionnaire is part of a supplier registration project. Okay, for this project, there is only a single template. Okay, supplier registration template is single template. Okay, the set of question you are asking, when you are onboarded to any company as an employee, every employee will have a similar questions, right?
Yeah.
Okay, yeah, similar questions, set of questions. What is your name, experience? All those things will be same. For example, particular to one employee, if they have to ask more information, they can send questionnaires, different questionnaires. Those are called modular questionnaires. Apart from the registration, if they want to ask additional information, they can use modular questionnaires. Understood?
Okay, you are telling that we need to add a field in the questionnaires, or we need to ask the question from the supplier, right?
No, let me tell you. See, this is a registration. Okay, wait. I'll show you here. See, this is already invited registration. Okay, if I click on here, I can view. Okay, so we have sent this questionnaire to the supplier. Okay, so these questions supplier has to respond. Okay, for example, supplier full legal name, main address, main telephone number, mobile telephone number, internet homepage address, country code, all these things. These questions are same for all the supplier who registers with the company. Okay, whatever questions you see in the registration questionnaire, this will not differ for different suppliers. All this questionnaire will remain, whatever you see here, all the questions will be same for all the suppliers. Whenever you invite a single registration questionnaire, that will be same for all the suppliers. Now suppose supplier is registered, okay, and you want to ask extra questions to the additional questions to the supplier. For that reason, I mean, specific to any supplier, it is not for all the supplier. Specific to one supplier, you want to ask additional questions, you can use modular questionnaire. That we will see. I mean, whenever we are working on modular questionnaire, we will see that. Okay, those questionnaires will come and sit as additional questionnaires here. Okay, and
we are doing that modular questionnaire task, right, in this section.
Can you repeat?
We are doing that task in this section, or it is, are you doing this modular questionnaire you are saying, right?
Yeah, these are all questionnaires we will do. I mean, in future. I mean, now I am giving an introduction to all the whatever 360-degree view, whatever we are seeing. I'm giving you an introduction of this. Okay. See, now the supplier request. Okay, he's been sent. Okay, and it is been approved. Okay, and here you see not invited. The registration status is not invited. And when you come to registration tab and click on invite option, okay, better I will create one supplier request. Okay, say TCS, just TCS. Okay, is this a test project or no? There are two options you see here. Is this a test project or no? What is the importance of this? When you select the test project as yes, okay, this will not come in the reports. When you have to pull a report for this sourcing request, if you say test project, it will not come in the report. If you say no, it will come in the reports, because the report will only capture the real-time sourcing request, not the test projects. Okay. Here you have to provide the information about which country it is, which department it is, what is the baseline spend. Oh, sorry. I created, instead of supplier request, I clicked on sourcing request. Okay, this is supplier request. Under create, you will find supplier request. Okay, vendor name, TCS. Okay, you will see this red here. Okay, these are, I mean, the mandatory fields. When you are seeing the star against each field, those are mandatory fields. You have to fill them. Okay, for example, district, you say Hyderabad. It is Hyderabad again. Country, India. Okay, give. Okay, state it is Andhra Pradesh. No, it is Telangana. Okay, first name I'll give Viraj. Last name Naidu. Contact location and communication language EN. Contact email address, I will give this name. Okay. So here in this section, you have to select for which category this supplier belongs to. Okay, there is a list of all suppliers. Okay, under all commodities, again, there is a subsection for engineering and research based. Under again information technology and delivery, you will find telecommunications. And telecommunications, you will have different things. Okay. you can select a category which suppliers actually provide services or materials. Okay, from which region the buyer is. User department. So user department might be when their suppliers I select as marketing. Okay, and submit. See, here it is giving you few options. Okay, this is a check for duplicates. If it says, I mean, already TCS is created in our organization, you want to create a duplicate for this. Okay, keeping it as, I mean, it will give a score also. It is 60% weak, or just TCS is, it will give a score. If to make it strong, you have to create a strong name, or it is, if it is already exists in the database, it will say it will give you a duplicate check here. Okay, you can cancel this request or you can ignore and submit the request. Okay, what I will do, cancel the or ignore and submit the request for now and click on done. Okay, see, it is now here. It says it is pending for approval. When you click on view, okay, and I will approve this. I will approve this 1 minute. Okay, see, when this supplier request is submitted, the project owner who is assigned to approve here, they can either approve and give the comments and approve this, or they can deny it and they can request for additional information. Okay, if I say, when I click on request additional information, they have to give what is the reason for resubmission. Okay, they are saying vendor name is duplicate or something. Okay, I will confirm. Okay, and done. Now again, if I go to supplier management page, see, pending resubmit. The status is pending resubmit. Whenever the approver is clicking on additional information, I mean, the buyer who is submitting the supplier request has to resubmit this request. And when we click on view, and when we come here, we will have an edit option. Give me 1 minute. Somebody knocking the door. Yeah. So when somebody is asking for a confirmation, and always we see a edit option here. Okay, we will go to edit. We'll see if we can edit this. So they have asked to change the vendor name. So I will say TCS Company Limited. So, and I will again submit it and click on done. Okay, now again it is pending for approval. It was pending for resubmit. Again the status changed to pending for pending for approval from project manager. Okay, you will approve now. Okay, it is still showing. See here, 3 potential duplicates were found. 3 duplicates. These are the potential duplicates found. So when we are using SLP, this is the benefit. When we are creating a new supplier request, it will throw us the error stating there are duplicates for this supplier. Accordingly, you can change the supplier name, supplier legal name. Okay, that is one benefit. You will click on approve. You can, I mean, the approver can enter some reason, or you can say approved and click on confirm. Now, accordingly, the status will change. Okay, the status of the TCS Company Limited under supplier request is approved. Okay, when I click on view and click on view supplier profile, now it is saying not invited. Okay, now the supplier request is submitted, but the registration status is still showing as not invited. When you go to this, now registration request is fully approved, not editable. When you go to registration page, invited, oh, somebody has set auto invite. Upon fully approval, they have set it to auto invite. So when supplier request is fully approved, I mean, invitation will trigger automatically. I will remove this. We will see this again. So now coming back to this, still showing not invited on them. TCS Company Limited has been invited to register. Okay, this will change in some time. Okay, it should change to invited. If it is auto invited, the status should change to invited. When they submit the request, registration will change to pending approval. Once fully approved, it will say registered. Similarly, qualification, it will say once it is qualification also completed, it will say qualification is completed, qualified. It is preferred is completed. Once it is integrated to ERP, it's say integrated. Okay. And yeah, also whatever the contact name once in the registration we give, that contact details will populate here. And every time under the contacts, we can assign a supplier manager. Okay, for every supplier, we will have a supplier manager or group of suppliers. According to the category, we can assign a supplier manager. Okay, we can assign some unknown user here, because I will take you through the user creation and user management in future sessions. Okay, we can assign a supplier manager who will handle this supplier. Okay, and we can, if it is, I mean, if you want to add any additional contact, you can add an additional contact here.
But here, contact we have not submitted yet. Then how invitation is sent?
Sorry. No, this is after registration. I'm just showing you. After the supplier is registered, this contact details also populate here. In the supplier registration also, there is a contact information. When they are filling the supplier registration questionnaire, there is also...
Can you please go to registration once?
Registration, somebody made it auto.
Yeah,
already.
Here it is like...
Wait, I'll show you.
It is showing invited to register, but the contact is not there.
I have not received it. 1 minute, let's change this in the template. Yeah, so which template there? Because this is test run, so many users are using this. Or else, if you allow me, the practical part we will see, and I will take you through the introduction first, okay? Okay, I was telling the followed by supplier request, there will be a registration. Okay, this registration is also of two types, external registration and internal registration. Okay, when we say external registration, when we click on invite, okay, a notification will go to the supplier. Using the link, supplier will have to answer all the questionnaire and submit the request, registration request. And after that, it will come to approval to buyers, and buyers will approve, and supplier will get registered in the system. The internal registration questionnaire is like supplier is not in a position to register. So on behalf of supplier, buyer will do the registration. Okay, there is option to create internal registration, or internal registration can also be used after the supplier is registered. Any additional information the buyer has to provide, like which purchase or supplier is related to, or the company code, everything. These details the buyer can provide. Okay, for that reason also internal registration can be used. Okay, and after registration, once he is fully registered, there is a qualification. So once after fully registered, like there is a qualification, like it is based on the category and region. Okay, the supplier is registered now, and based on the category and region, you want to qualify the supplier. Okay, how you qualify the supplier based on the category? It can be a strategic decision from the company side. Okay, company say for this category and region, I want this supplier to be qualified, because maybe there is long-term relationship between the supplier and buyers. Like maybe Infosys is having a long-term relationship with the IBM. Okay, for buying any app related to some software, like the Remedy software, they always have to reach out to IBM. Okay, the qualified supplier for that category, the software category, is IBM as a supplier. Similarly, when the qualification, when the supplier is qualified, you also have a option to disqualify the supplier. Okay, you are working with the supplier for a long time. Due to some terms and conditions, you want to disqualify the supplier. There is option to disqualify the supplier. Okay, there is also something called preferred supplier. See, preferred supplier is basically used for guided buying. There is a module called guided buying. Okay, whenever you say this supplier is preferred, there is levels of preferred supplier. For example, there is a platinum, bronze, gold, like that. You can make him, preferred, like on the highest, it is platinum. Next comes gold, next comes bronze and silver. Okay. So when you are trying to buy anything from guided buying portal, okay, for that category or item, it will show a preferred supplier list. You can choose from the preferred supplier list. Okay, and coming to the portal, this is the supplier management sections. If the customer has enabled for supplier management, they will see this tab for supplier management. Okay, you see when you are searching for a supplier, okay, there are different options. Likewise, in when you are searching for item in Amazon or Flipkart, you will have all these filter options also. Okay, so you want to see all the suppliers which are related to platinum, you can see them. Similarly, you want to see the suppliers whose registrations is pending for creation, you can see them. There are 0 results. And similarly, based on their qualification status, okay, you want to view the suppliers who are disqualified, expired, not qualified, qualification started, okay, or qualified. And you can see based on the categories we have given. Okay, if the supplier belongs to software, hardware, okay, different categories. If you select the particular category here, like plumbing, and click on apply, only suppliers related to that category will come in the list. If there is no supplier, it will show as 0 results. Okay, we have selected multiple filters. We will clear this. 1 minute. Yeah, sorry. So you can search with the keywords like you have Veena here. Okay, you can type Veena and click on search and you will find these details, vendor details. And when I click on this supplier, okay, we can see this supplier is registered and one preferred status, ERP integration is not integrated, it is in process. Qualification status, it is qualification started. Okay, see, these are the different vendor IDs I wanted to tell you. So when supplier is first, supplier request is approved, you will see this SM vendor ID is created. Okay, and this is the dummy vendor ERP ID created until registration. Once it is registered, and the ERP system will send a correct ERP ID here. That will replace this VDR ID. Until the integration, this VDR ID is a dummy ERP ID. Okay, and this is the network ID. Okay, once the supplier is registered, he will receive this Ariba network ID. Okay, this is where when he logs in, supplier logs into Ariba network. This is the ID represents he's part of Ariba network, and this is the ACM ID. This is mainly used for after integration. The partition information has to come back to Ariba from ERP, right? This ACM ID can be used as a link. Okay. For example, there are two types of data for the supplier. One is common data. Okay, one is common data. Common data is nothing but you will have some basic information about the supplier. Okay, general information about the supplier. You can collect the information about the name, headquarters address. Okay, this common data, when you collect from the supplier after registration, it can only be used for sourcing projects or your supplier management activities. Like if you want to run a performance management activity for the supplier, the common data can be used. But you want to carry out a procurement activities, you want to create a purchase requisition for the supplier, PR transactions with the supplier, you need partition data. Okay, partition data, along with the common data, partition data will have the supplier remittance locations information, and it will also have this payment methods and all other procurement activities. Like it will have this, the which company code, which purchase order he belongs to, which plant he belongs to. All this partition data is required for procurement activities, right? Okay. So partition data is very much required when we are working on creating a purchase requisition, the downstream activities. For upstream activities like creating a sourcing project, okay, sending an invite event to the supplier like RFI, RFP auctions, or sending a qualification survey or performance management, common data is enough. Partition data is not required. Any questions so far? You understood the difference between common data and partition data? So why I come here to explain this common data and partition data? Because when this supplier from ERP data, see, in this page, in the ERP data, there is a place called ERP sync in progress. Okay, when it is completely synced, okay, now you see here in the summary, this VDR ID, this will get replaced by the business partner ID from the SAP. Okay, that this VDR ID is dummy until integration, that will get replaced. And this ACM ID is used as the link between this Ariba and ERP to send the partition data from ERP to Ariba. Understood? Any questions? All the IDs, SM vendor ID, ACM ID, ERP ID, AN ID.
Because it is like if BP creates, then automatically partition data will create.
Yeah, BP. Once the data is created in BP, and this is stored in AC, there is identification. There is a tab called identification in BP, business partner. This ACM ID will go and sit there, and when the next schedule job runs, the system identifies this ACM ID and returns the partition data to Ariba. Basically, this is used as the link to send the partition data from business partner to Ariba. Understood?
Yeah, so I've been facing this error on my, deliverables side. So what exactly the error is that ACM ID partition linked that has been created, but we also see sometimes for certain vendors that an partition supplier has been created which is using the ERP ID as its link, which creates a clash between two different entities in the partition supplier column. So can you suggest some possible root causes for this, or can we
Okay, instead of ACM ID, it is using your ERP vendor ID as a link, right?
Yes, that's correct.
Okay, I think somewhere this in the integration you have to place this ACM. I will check this and I will confirm you on this.
Sure,
Okay.
sure. That will be really helpful. Yeah.
Okay, then yeah, this tab. Okay, we talked about supplier IDs. This is the overall supplier risk of for this supplier, especially for this supplier. Okay, it will show there are I mean for any supplier in Ariba there are 4 types of risk categories. One is based on regulatory and legal. One is environmental and social, financial and operational. Okay, so now for this supplier they have opted only for environmental and social. They have not opted for all other risk categories. So only they have opted for this, and their exposure is 51 by 100. And so a final they stand in a medium risk. Okay, here this is the tab where I mean in the summary page also we can see the supplier risk, and if you go to risk tab also you can see I mean different tabs on the risk based on see they have selected this risk exposure, risk incidents, enriched corporate information, okay, engagement request. Okay, to mitigate the risk, I mean there is the option to create engagement risk request from our side. Okay, and we can create them.
Because what are the what it means risk exposure, risk incidents? So can you please?
Well, yeah. See, for example, Veena Enterprises, you want to onboard, okay, into organization. You want to assess their risk. Okay, when I compare it to employee, do you onboard an employee who absconded several times? Okay, who has done some malpractice, right? You will not. I mean, you will check his history of PFs, all those things, right? Bank statement. You will not onboard an employee, right? If with such activities. Similarly, when you are onboarding a supplier, you will see what is his risk exposure. Okay, the risk is identified with these 4 types of risk. One is what is their regulatory and legal risk. Risk type, the second risk type is environmental and social, operational or financial. Does the supplier has any financial risk? I mean, is he insolvent? Okay. Does he has done any money laundering in case of operational? In case of environmental, so is he causing any risk to the environment and social? Similarly, regulatory and legal issues. I mean, if the supplier has. Okay, how we can assess this is there are some third-party organizations. Okay, like Dan and Bradstreet, Avocodis. Okay, these are the third-party organizations. When we integrate with them, they will send us alerts. Okay, if the alert is having more exposure, we will actually create. I mean, if required, we will create an engagement request, understand from the supplier, I mean, the risk, gauge the risk and understand the supplier. I mean, it can be mitigated? I mean, what is the status of the, I mean, see, if it is high risk, they will not onboard the supplier. If it is medium or low risk, they can consider. That way I'm saying.
Yes, will he get this information from Questionnaire or from
the third party organizations only?
So if we add dance number, so that will help to measure the risk, right?
Correct.
Okay. And what are the other third party?
Some Avocodis, Duns under Bradstreet is there. Yeah. So we will have a separate risk class on this. Yeah, we will.
Okay.
I mean, this is just an introduction to it. So
thank you.
Yeah. So after that, we have also have this qualifications. Okay. Sorry. After this, we can see whatever there in the supplier request. Okay. And registration, we see what supplier has responded, whether it's who all have approved it. Okay. Who invited it, when it was invited, current registration status, who was the supplier recipient, his email ID and office phone. And here you see, supplier says you have sent a registration. Okay. And if he is already registered, you can go to actions and view whatever he has given. And if he says he has not received the notification or something, you can click on re-invite and ask him to check again. Okay. So it is like as we talk, I mean, when I say integration of the supplier, I want to add one more thing. So SLP is a bidirectional. Okay. It works on bidirectional. You update something in ERP and that will get integrated to Ariba. You update something in Ariba that will get integrated to ERP. It is bidirectional, two ways in between with the backend systems. Okay. I mean, there is a flexible matrix, user matrix is there. I will show you that. I mean, there is something called performance management. Okay. It is outside this 360-degree view. What is performance management? Like we have appraisals, right? For employees, we have appraisal for our deliverables. Similarly, suppliers will also have a performance management. It is based on their, what you call, how they are delivering. I mean, timeliness. Okay. Their social responsibilities. Okay. All on these are called KPIs, key performance indicators. We also have key performance indicators. Likewise, supplier will also have key performance indicators. Like this, there is something called scorecards, is the container of these KPIs. Based on this, we will send out surveys to the supplier and they will fill out, and we will record the performance of the supplier. That is one module within SLP. Okay, and we will develop the supplier for a long-term relationship. Once onboarded, qualified, and we have gauged the supplier performance, we will keep developing the suppliers. Okay, any questions so far?
Nothing from my side, Viraj.
Yeah. Okay. Let me check what happened to this template. There are many templates here. We have to find out the correct registration template. And I'm searching for this. This is sourcing request. I'm not able to find the template to modify it. Give me one more minute. I'm sorry, 1 minute. See, after I think it took time to show this. So after the supplier request is fully approved, and we can see this in the summary, not invited. And in the registration tab, there are two options. One is to start internal registration. When we click on start internal registration, on behalf of supplier, I mean, one of the buyer will answer the questionnaire and submit it, and supplier will get registered. But if you have to invite a supplier, you have to click on this invite option. There is no registration template. Stable time. Maybe there is no contact us, so it is large. Okay, now there is option to send. Okay, now I can see in my notifications. Yeah, so supplier will receive this link from this buyer, register as a supplier with this company. So as invited to register to become a supplier with this company, and if you want to create account, you have to click here. We are not able to complete the request at this time. So when you go here, it will ask use existing account or create new account. Okay, we are intended to create a new account. I will click on create new account. Okay, if there is any DUNS number associated, if you don't know, you can leave it. Is not mandatory. If you know the DUNS number, you can provide the DUNS number here, and you can give some address, the state. This is first name and last name. So here it is asking, do you want to have this, your email ID as your username? Okay, when it is checked, okay, your email ID will become your user ID. If you uncheck, you can specify your username. Okay, you can say test hyphen followed by this email ID. Okay, and you can set your password. Okay, it will show us how strong your password is. Okay, you have to use the caps, small and special character, and the numericals also. And you have to select this. You are agreeing with the terms and conditions of business network, and click on this I am robo for CAPTCHA, and click on create account. Okay. Now I have to go back to the email ID to confirm the email address, confirm name. Okay, here the supplier has to choose, what categories or services they provide and to which service locations they can provide. Okay. If you already know, you can type them and add here, or you have to browse from the list of available products and services. Okay. When I say we have to supplier has. Okay, you can select a category. Okay, for example, you have a hierarchy of the categories. You can browse the hierarchy of the categories where the supplier belong to. And for example, he belong to this hospitality services, commercial sports, and if already selected, you want to remove any of them, you can select and remove them. Okay, and click on OK. And also accordingly, you have to select see. There are two options you see. If the supplier can deliver to specific location, you have to select that specific location. Okay, like under South Asia, okay, he belongs to India. Under India, Andhra Pradesh. Okay, he can select like this. Or if he can supply globally, we can remove this. And if we select global, the supplier will, selected for global. if your company offers global coverage, choose global. I mean, if they cannot supply globally, I mean, you can select specific location. Okay. And click on OK and click on submit. Okay. Now you see the page for suppliers, which says Ariba proposals and questionnaires. When you click on drop down, you will see this is a business network page, actually, where a supplier can see in future your POs and your service sheets or invoices. Okay, this is the supplier network discovery page, and this is a contract page. To answer all your proposals and questionnaire, he has to be on this page, Ariba proposals and questionnaire. Now he is in a standard account. There are two types of accounts, standard account and enterprise account. Standard account is like, I mean, they can use, this is a free of cost account. They can use only to respond to your RFPs. Okay. And the POs can be sent to the supplier through emails. Okay. If they choose enterprise account, they'll be able to create order confirmations. They can create service entry sheets in business network, and they can create invoices. Okay. They can flip invoices. Okay. All these transactions they can do if they have enterprise account. Okay. Now coming to under proposals and questionnaire, he will find the questionnaire which is in the status says open. Okay. And he will click on this. The supplier will click on this, and you will see the time remaining here. Where this timing coming from? This time, I mean, whatever we set in the supplier registration project, okay, that will show here to the supplier. Okay, supplier will now register as a supplier, giving his full legal name like TCS Company Limited. Okay, and yeah, some few things are populated from the supplier request itself, or we have given in the initial where we have given the username and password, they have populated from there. Okay. Main telephone number, what is the telephone number? You can specify some telephone number. It will not take country code sometimes. Their internet homepage, country code, which country they belong to. Are you willing to able to transmit and receive traditional procurement and account payables documents such as purchase orders, order confirmations, advance ship notice, and invoices electronically via Ariba network? They have to specify yes or no. If they don't want electronically receiving all these documents, they can specify no. They will remain as a standard in the standard account. They will receive all these through email. Okay. I mean, for that decision making, I mean, buyer might have made this question. It is not necessary every buyer will do, I mean, frame this question. Okay, I'll say yes. Are you willing to able to provide electronic catalog content via say yes? Even for the supplier, when they get registered, their supplier they have to pay some fees to the SAP Ariba company. Okay, they also have some levels like we have bronze, silver, platinum, gold subscription. Okay, if they avail the silver subscription, okay, they have to pay minimal fees. Okay, they will have access to only see the purchase orders and create invoices. Okay, if they avail a gold membership, they can do, I mean, they can enable catalog in supplier network. Okay, likewise, I mean, there are for each level, I mean, level of subscription, they have different features. Okay, they can avail different features, and also they have to pay a fees based on the transactions. Okay, there is like with service sheets, without service sheets, there is some 0.155 based on the transaction volume they have to pay. With service sheet, it is 0.35 something is there for the supplier. They have to pay that, I mean, amount to the supplier based on the subscription they have paid. Okay, this fee is based on the transactions and also number of documents they have created and the value they have created out of the profit they have created out of it. Based on value and volume, they have to pay some fees to the supplier, I mean the SAP Ariba company. Okay, what is the email ID you have to mention to receive the purchase orders? Mention the same email ID everywhere. For accounts receivable also same ID. Okay, this is a table question. You can provide your contact details clicking on this. For example, you can add, for example, I will take any of us from here, like email, and give the same email ID, contact number, same contact. See, here one contact I have given right here. Okay, now if you want to give another contact information for this supplier, you can click on, I mean, the supplier can again click on add an additional address contact details. Like we can have from our this thing, Ayappa, new manager, email, same thing, a contact number, some contact number we can give. So we can add any number of contacts adding this button, add an additional. There is something, some spelling mistake is there. Okay, add an additional, please provide contact details. So it should be add an additional contact details. Okay, and click on save. And likewise, the supplier can provide bank information. The bank information can also be single or multiple. If they have multiple bank accounts, they can provide multiple bank accounts. If it is a single bank account, they can provide single, whether the bank type is domestic or foreign. Okay, I will select domestic. Country is India and provide the bank name. So city like Hyderabad, state, Telangana. Okay, you can provide other things like what is your account number, what is the account holder name. Like you can give some account holder name as Ayappa and account number is related to that IBAN number. See, for India, IBAN number is not relevant. Shift code is not relevant. Okay. Likewise, if you want to add any additional bank accounts, multiple bank accounts, you can add it here. Okay, the same thing will get integrated to ERP as well. If you have multiple bank accounts get integrated to business partner in ERP. Okay, for that there is some configuration we have to do. I will explain you that. Okay, it can be maybe a routing number. It is asking, which is mandatory. For India, these are not relevant, but still it is asked. Okay. Now I have created this information. You can also create what is your PAN? Do you have PAN? Yes, no. Attach a PAN. If you say yes, it will ask you to attach a PAN mandatorily. If yes, what is the PAN number? Okay. I will say yes, no now because we need some accurate PAN number. Are you MSME, middle small size enterprise? You say no. Similarly, if your tax ID is related to India, you can select India. Okay. All other information, please confirm last financial year turnover. You mentioned something here. Please select financial year for the above. It is 24-25. How many number of employees you have? Some 400. Business code of conduct. Do you accept the business code of conduct? Yes. When I say if they select yes, okay, the buyer will approve it. If they say no, there is a different set of approvals required for this. That also we can configure. I will show you that. Okay. And there is a code of conduct. Do you agree for some company's code of conduct? Again, they are asking the same thing. I'll say yes. And if yes, please sign the attach the COC. Cancel. So if it is not mandatory, I will submit this. It is asking something is missing. The main telephone number. Enter 7 digits. Internet homepage due to the following error. Please provide correct URL. www. Submit. Okay. Now I am good to submit it. I'm clicking on OK. Okay. And I go and click here. Okay, of course. What happens is in Ariba, when we open this supplier account and buyer account together, it will not let us open. So you'll have to log in again. Before that, to delete some cookies. You are following, right? Any questions so far? So yeah. So under this supplier request, it is showing approved. We will go to this tab and see it is showing pending approval for registration. For supplier request, approved. But for registration, it is pending for approval. Now the supplier has submitted. Buyer can click on view, and here in the registration page, always we have, so there is this option to complete this internals, this thing also. So the internally, they have to provide all this information. So whether he is a PO vendor or you are not doing non-PO vendor. You are not going to, if you say PO vendor, it will integrate the partition data. If you say non-PO vendor, it will not integrate the partition data. It will sync to, if you say non-PO vendor, it will remain with the common data and you only used for your sourcing activities. Okay. SAP PO vendor, language for supplier, English. Do you want to apply a central block for posting invoice? Okay, there is in ERP, you will have this blocks. Supplier can be blocked for various reasons. It can be a purchasing block, it can be a posting block. Anyone know about this?
Yes, for non-PO vendor, how payment will happen?
Sorry, non?
For non-PO vendor, if it used for only sourcing, then how the payment will complete?
No. See, the thing is, this account group, they If the buyer only wants to carry out the sourcing or keep it as a normal vendor, then integration will not happen. If you say PO vendor, okay, then integration will happen and the partition data will come. And this also applies when there is a PO vendor, not for the non-PO vendor posting. If there is no PO created, how can you block the invoices? Okay. So this is false. I mean, we don't want to block it. I mean, this question is not necessary here. Somebody added, we will try to remove it. And similarly, which company code they belong to. Okay. I think based on criteria category, and it has selected this company code, all these things by default. Okay. It's taking time. Okay. Click on mark complete. Incoterms, we have to provide what are the Incoterms. Answer must be greater than what is the minimum order value. We'll set 10 lakh. We click on done. Okay. Now after completing this, we are seeing this node, I mean this line in approval. And if we click on this actions button, we'll have option to approve. So I am now approving on behalf of the project manager. Okay, in general, project owner or anyone who is in this approval flow will receive a notification. They will click on the link. When they click on the link, they can approve. Similarly, they can request for additional information or they can deny it. Okay, approve and click on done. Okay, now it is, if you see all are green, now the supplier is fully approved, and you will see in the summary. Oh, it will take some time to finish. We'll go back to the dashboard and it is showing registered now. Okay, it is not changing. It will take some time. Okay, we will stop here. Any questions so far? What I want is, like, I want to, I mean, you people to create some supplier request. Okay, and wait for the invite option. Okay, send it to your colleague. I mean, ask him to create the registration, however we have created. Okay, you can practice this.
All right, let's test your knowledge. Here's a question for you. What does CIG stand for in the context of SAP S4 HANA and Ariba integration? Option A, Cloud Integration Gateway. Option B, Corporate Information Gateway. Option C, Central Integration Gateway. Option D, Core Integration Group. Take a moment to think, and when you're ready, choose the correct option. Remember, each choice holds a key to unlocking the answer. Good luck. Type the correct answer in the comment section. Hey there, want to master procurement and supplier management? Our SAP S4 HANA Ariba Upstream and Downstream with CIG course is here to help. You can take it at your own pace on our platform. In this course, you'll learn all about SAP Ariba. It helps businesses handle purchasing, contracts, and payments smoothly. It also connects with SAP S4 HANA using CIG for better data flow. Our course covers everything you need, from the basics to advanced concepts. It's made by experts who know the industry well. Your teachers are pros with years of experience. They will guide you and answer your questions anytime. And don't just take our word for it. Our students love this course too. People just like you have found our course super helpful. Best part? It's budget friendly. You can learn all this at an affordable price. Ready to become an SAP Ariba expert? Sign up on our page now. For more info, check out ZaranTech's website.
See, there are two things in the qualification. Okay, there is a qualification and disqualification and requalification as well. So you can qualify a supplier for commodity or region. If he doesn't satisfy the requirement, you can disqualify them. And after a while, I mean, if you have changed your mind to requalify him, you can requalify the supplier. And as I told you, there is, the questionnaire segment for various commodity regions and department combinations, and which segments are required. Accordingly, you can qualify a supplier for that region and that commodity. So to start with, when you start a new qualification, you can add additional combinations of commodities, regions, and qualify the supplier. For example, you qualify a supplier for, if the supplier is supplying, textiles and steels, you can qualify him for textiles, doesn't qualify him for steel. Okay, or qualify him for, some country and doesn't qualify him for other country. His deliverables are not so good. You can qualify him for one region and doesn't qualify him for other regions. Okay, you can do that. You can add his combination commodities and regions to his qualification. This is all we can see. Okay, when we go to the system to check this information, okay, So to see the qualifications, the supplier status must be registered. Okay, then when the supplier is registered, you will see this tab called the section called qualifications. When you go to qualifications, okay, you will see this addition icon, add qualification. Okay, this all coming from a template. When we are talking about templates, I will show you all this. Okay, in the templates, they have given this category. Where this category is coming from? When we are creating a category, we will add our master data here. I mean, in the questionnaire. Okay, so when you search for this the category, you will see all the categories. Where this category is coming from, in the template, we have added for this category question the master data itself. Okay, master data option itself. Similarly, for region also, we have added the same thing. So you will select a commodity, furniture and fishing. Okay, I am randomly selecting some commodity here and region, say South Korea, and qualification end date, I will specify it as December 31st and click on next. Okay, when I come here, okay, send this qualification to the supplier, done. So this is the category for this region. We have submitted the qualification, and if you go to actions, I mean, there is option to view and re-invite this supplier for qualification. If you go to our mail, there is a survey for qualification. So similar to what we have seen, is coming back here. Do you have Cisco certification? Wait. Some link. I will go here. Okay, you have to give the username and password. We have given some credentials, right? Test hyphen. Okay. So supplier see this question. So he is asked whether they have a Cisco certification. He will answer yes or no. Accordingly, he will get qualified or disqualified. Okay. I will say as yes and submit the response. So for the qualification, this is the only criteria they are asking. I mean, they are not asking any, I mean, whether you supply this commodity, whether which region you supply this commodity, all those things. They want the supplier to be Cisco certified to get qualified, and attachment is mandatory. Some file from your own and click on OK. Okay, submit entire response. Okay, as you know, I mean, in this course of time, whenever the time remaining, whatever the questionnaire type it is, when you see there is a time remaining, you always can revise your response. If the time is lapsed, when it goes to pending qualification, you will don't see that option called revise response. Okay, so now I go here to see the status of this company. So now they have submitted the qualification, the supply request form. I'll go to the qualification. So pending qualification approval. Okay. So when you are going for any certification, they will ask different statuses. Okay. For registered, when you are you have sent it, it is invited. When before sending, it is not invited. After that, pending approval, then registered. Okay. Similarly, qualification, when we started, it says qualification started. Okay, and now pending qualification approval. Okay, the status will keep changing. And if you see the qualification here, okay, it is in approval. Click on this and click on approval and done. Okay, now the status is qualified. See, only when it is qualified, you have option to disqualify. Okay, and one more thing, like if the criteria for any sourcing, when you are creating a sourcing project, you disqualify the supplier, you will not find him in the sourcing project until you qualify him. Okay, if the criteria is not the qualification, even if after disqualifying the supplier, you will find him in the sourcing events. Okay, keep this in mind.
Yes, can you please repeat?
Now, there is option to disqualify.
Okay.
Okay. In the sourcing template, when you are going to create a sourcing event, that time if the criteria for the supplier invitation is qualification, then if you disqualify the supplier, you will not find this supplier in the, I mean, you cannot search the supplier in the sourcing event unless he is qualified. If the criteria the status is not qualification, or they say, I mean, even it is registered, you can invite them to any event. Then even if you disqualify, you can find him.
Okay.
Okay, that is understood. I reiterate it in this way. Okay, you can disqualify using this. Okay, when you click on disqualify, it will ask for, because why it is asking, if you are qualified for multiple regions, multiple categories, it will ask you which category or region you want to disqualify, and then you have to provide a disqualification reason. Quality concerns, change in ownership or management, pending audit, okay, other regions. You can submit this. We want to try. We forgot what category we have given. Let's go back and see that and compare. We have selected this cafeteria and South Korea. Disqualify. This is South Korea. And here you are saying pending audit and submit. So see, it is saying pending disqualification approval. Okay, when you go here also you see pending disqualification approval. You go to the qualifications. Soon after qualifications, you see there is a preferred appeared in this wizard. Okay. Before that, this preferred was not there. Before registration, qualification was not there. Before qualification, preferred was not there. Okay. Now after qualification, preferred is there. So I will go to this action. Yeah. And click on approve and done. Okay. Now if you see here, there is option to requalify. Okay. And again, I will click on this. Wait. Cancel. So now the status is disqualified. Okay. Ideally, when disqualified, this should not come, but preferred is still coming. We will check this. And if we go to actions and we can click on requalify, if the status is disqualified. And similarly, I mean, it will ask to send a questionnaire. They have to submit the questionnaire again. Qualification expiration date. Okay, now I have selected 31st December 2025. Send this. Hold on. I think this is the one. Copy link address. Yeah, I mean, you need not have to copy that. I mean, you can click on this, go back to dashboard. See, again, it is in revise response. It came back to the timing. It was pending selection. Now, again, if you go to this page, home page of the suppliers under proposals and questionnaires, you will see there is a qualification open again now. Okay, when you click on this, okay, if you want to revise the response, you can revise the response and submit entire response. Okay, now again, if I go back here to Ariba Spend Management, it says again qualification started. You again see now preferred is not there. It is automatically removed. Again, if you go to qualifications, go to actions, go to this action, click on approve and done. Again, you are qualified and again there is option to display. Now you have option for preferred supplier category. See, preferred is like, mostly this status, after the qualification, the supplier qualification is necessary to do a business, but this preferred is especially used for guided buying. Okay, when we are searching for any item in guided buying, so these suppliers are identified with this preferred status. They will have different levels of preferred, like platinum, gold, bronze, silver, like that. Okay, based on their, performance, their grades are given to them. Okay, let's see 1 minute. It is nothing unpreferred. I will. So similar to what we have done for qualification, you have to click on this symbol if you want to make this supplier as a preferred supplier. Similar to qualifications, this will have a set of questions. Internally, we have to answer first, and we have to select the commodity level. For example, under this commodity, there is classrooms and instructions, cafeteria. So this is the only possible this thing. And here we see South Korea only. But this is important in preferred. Okay. So eligible for diamond, conditional preferred, okay, gold not preferred, platinum. Okay, we'll say gold preferred supplier and submit it. Okay, this is pending for approval. Okay, we can view it and this is pending for approval again. Click on approve and click on done. Now this supplier is approved, and if you go to summary page, one preferred status is there, which is gold preferred. Okay, now the supplier is registered, qualified, and has one preferred status. And since we are not working on integration, there is no real-time integration possible here. So it is showing as not integrated. So if you go to ERP data, there is something called sync now. I will explain you this. Okay, why we have this sync now. Okay, and yeah, this questionnaire. Finally, we have completed the supplier request, registration, qualification, and preferred status. Now, if you go to questionnaires, these are the questionnaires I was talking about, which are called as modular questionnaires and associated tasks for this supplier. See, for example, in the registration, we have asked a set of questions to the supplier and which they have answered. Okay, this is a common questionnaire for all the suppliers across the organization, as we discussed earlier. Now, if any procurement buyer want to ask TCS Company Limited, this supplier, additional questions, okay, they can ask them additional questions. Okay, for example, to send modular questionnaires to the supplier, we have to click on manage and SM modular questionnaires. Okay, this come from the template. When we are talking about templates, I mean about SM modular questionnaires, I will show you. Okay, there are many questionnaires created. I mean in the templates, many modular questionnaire templates are created. This modular questionnaire template can be created to get the certifications and also the other any other required information. For example, supplier bank details somebody has created. Okay, somebody has created a SM modular questionnaire for safety dish certificate, and somebody has created SM modular questionnaire for quality and compliance. I will select this. Okay, and then I'll say next. It will ask to which supplier you want me to send this. Okay, you have selected a modular questionnaire created from the templates. I want to send it to this supplier. You will select the supplier. See, so as we discussed, you see there were many modular questionnaires. Registration can be one, a single registration, but modular questionnaire can be many. Okay, on necessary basis, you can have more modular questionnaires. So again, we have sent him the modular questionnaire. So if I come here to the inbox, yeah, no need to go to inbox. Likewise, we discussed. I mean, I will go back to this dashboard again. Okay, you see this modular questionnaire under questionnaire section. See, this is one completed. Now this shows open because this might be open for 30 days, like that. Okay, whenever a user want to, sometimes it will be open for 365 days. Whenever they want to revise any questionnaire or update something, this will be open registration questionnaire. And we see there is a qualification also. Now there is one modular questionnaire open for this supplier. If I click on this, they are asking this set of questions in this modular questionnaire. Okay, they are asking name of a supplier, supplier address, region. Okay, name of the supplier is TCS Company Limited. Okay, this is nothing to do with this information they have already taken. Only for test purpose, they might have created this. A search more region. Okay, and submit this response, entire response. You know this option, right? Even in what we call in the events, when you are working on sourcing events, you will have this compose message option. Whenever it is open, if you have any questions to the buyer, you can compose a message and send the message. Okay, this is more relevant during sourcing. I will show you there. Okay, now you have submitted this. When I go back here,
Because that compose message means like if buyer has any, like supplier has any question to buyer.
Yeah, correct.
Is that?
Yes, correct. You're right. See, I will click on compose.
Hello?
Message. Hello, yes. Am I audible?
Yes,
Hello?
yes.
Yeah. Yes.
Yeah,
It is correct.
it is.
Yeah. So you see from TCS to project team. So you can ask, I mean, dear team, dear professor team, please specify whether it is additional information. Okay, and this. Okay. Now if I go here, it is logged out. 1 minute. 2989. Okay. So if I go here, view supplier profile again. So in the questionnaires, we will see now this questionnaire is there. And this is also pending for approval. This has extended approval. Okay, it's to see for any document whether it is a supplier request or registration. I mean, if you are an end user and you have submitted this modular questionnaire and waiting for approvals, and you see this is required approval from assume modular approver, but you don't know who is the user, then you can click on this, and there are no approvals in this. Okay, it should get auto approved. Execute. So everything is pending approval, it is saying, but there is no approval. Or else, I mean, to approve this, we can go to the template and go to the document and SM modular question, mark complete. This one also, edit task details. We have randomly selected something, no? That's why edit task. And in this SM modular approver, there is no user. Click on OK. Edit. We will assign ourselves to this. Ours is 17 only, no? 17. So 17 and click on OK. Okay. Now, if I go to the task and I have option to approve, and if I go out of this, project also, if I go to see, till now, there is a group added to the approval flow, but there is no user added to that. Okay. So now I will go to this view supplier, go to questionnaires. So this is whatever I showed you, this will be useful for your troubleshooting also. See, this is approved now, but again, this is pending. SM modular and delivery questionnaire. Now there is a approver first. Okay. He should have option to approve it. So showing pending approval. Maybe from here only we have to approve it. Okay, see again it can approve here. Now it is fully approved. Go back, view supplier profile and go to this questionnaire. See this is now approved. Okay, this qualification questionnaire, whatever supplier has filled, this is approved. Okay, and when it expires, see every modular questionnaire will have a expiry date. Okay, when it expires, see that's why they will use this modular questionnaire for certificates. Okay, so there will be a dedicated supplier management team. Okay, they will send certificate questions to the supplier. Okay, so like in our organization also we have a SM supplier management team. Okay, their thing is, I mean, their task is they will go to this SM modular questionnaires. Every time they have to send a certification questionnaire to the supplier. Let's see whether this we can send. Before sending, we can view, I think. Let me check. Okay, this one, let's check any of the certificates I'll show you. Next, cancel. 1 minute. So manage SM modular questionnaires. Okay, these are the list of questionnaires from the template. Okay, safety certifications. I'm selecting a simple certificate. Okay, and click on next and next. Previous. Here our PCS and then send. Okay, again, if you go to view supplier profile, here under questionnaires, you will see there are 2 questionnaires we sent. First we have sent, which is already approved. Second one, status is not responded. I mean, to respond this, we again have to go to this section, click on go back to this one, and then there is a second one. I hope I have selected this time only, right? So open this. What is the supplier name? PCS Company Limited. Do you have a safety compliance certificate? Yes. Attach a certificate. Choose file. Your credentials. Open. And click on OK. Okay, submit. Now, if we refresh our system for this, view supplier profile and go to questionnaires, we see now it is pending for submission. It is already submitted, right? It is taking time. View supplier profile, questionnaires, pending approval. Okay. Now, if I go here and you see there is only supplier manager is there, and the supplier manager, if you want to see who is the approver, there are many approvers. So 17 will also be the approver here, and I will click on done. And if I am there, I will have to go here, go to task, approve this. Here again, it will show as approver. I click on approve and click on done. See why I have selected the certification again to show you. So I told you, right? I mean the supplier management team, their task is to send certification questionnaires to the suppliers. Okay. In the questionnaires, if you see, it is approved and there is no expiration date. Okay. And in certificates, nothing. How to fetch this in certificates and tell you about this. This should come in the certificates based on the approval. Request update. And so there is I mean, we have selected this questionnaire where there is no expiration date mentioned. Okay. So this is about modular questionnaires. I mean, you can send certification questionnaire. Once you see this in here, like it is showing in blue and all. I mean, when this is expired, when this expiry date expired, it will show you in red. Okay. And that time, I mean, the SM team understands and resend this questionnaire to them, and they will submit with the extended certificate with extended expiry date. Okay. And we have activity log. I mean, yesterday also I showed you, I think, this one. Okay. Here you see all the history so far what we have done on this, done for this supplier. Okay. You can do all these activities starting from the supplier request. Okay. You invite one of your colleagues, complete the registration, qualification, preferred status, and the modular questionnaires also you can select. Every request, for example, when I went to modular questionnaire, this is the front end of 360-degree profile of SAP, right? Supplier, right? For example, modular questionnaire, if you click on this setting icon, it will take you to the project of this modular questionnaire. Similarly, for all projects like supplier request, supplier registration, every form in the back end, you will see this is a supplier request, for example, not for this is the internal form. So this is a project. Okay, for this registration project, if you click on this, it will take you to the project where you see, I mean, the approval flow from where it is coming from. To tell you, there are 2 types of groups. Okay, one is user groups. Okay, can I switch to the topic? See, these are project groups. Whatever you are seeing, this project owner, supplier manager, VM team, finance, These are called project groups. Okay, these when you assign any user to these groups, it is called as, I mean, you are adding this Professor SA17 to project group, not to a user group. Okay, when we go back, so this is a project. Under that, you are finding under a team tab, there are some groups. Those are called project groups. Okay, and again, when you go to manage and click on this core administration, okay, there is a user manager. Okay, this is where you create a user. Okay, when a new joinee is joining the company and he is a consultant or he is an end user. Okay, and based on whatever designation he is in, you will create his account. Okay, there is a create user option. Okay, you will give all his information. What is the user ID? Okay, and then when you go to the groups, okay, and when you click on this add remove, based on what action he is taking, for example, internal user. Okay, there is internal user group. He will be the watcher. I mean, he can have access to the sourcing or procurement only to watch. I mean, he cannot take any action unless he is added to any approver group. Okay, similarly, there are different things. So if you are a consultant, if you are maintaining, I mean, you are working on the admin activities, you will be given this customer administrator role. If you are given this customer administrator role, then I mean, you can actually edit all the things. Okay, so you will see all the tabs. Okay, none of the users will have what customer administrator will have. So he can have a visibility to all the modules. Okay, whatever customer has what. Okay, you can select the groups. Okay, what I'm saying here is, so these are called user groups. When you are assigning any group to the user during user creation, these are called user groups. In the project, okay, any sourcing project or supplier project, there in the team tab, you see some groups. Those are called project groups. Okay.
I have one query. Like for these groups, what will be the access provided to each group? Where we can find that?
That there is a list. I mean, during implementation, if you ask Ariba or in connect.ariba.com also, there is a guide for what groups are assigned to whom. I mean, the supplier manager, like I said, somebody is not able to cancel it. I mean, the supplier ops administration manager access has to be given. So if you are an administrator, for example, say, I think I can select. There are these many. You are a customer administrator. At any point of time, if you go here, you have act as option. No other users will not have this option. Okay, if you are a customer administrator, you can act as other users also. See, whenever they are saying this user is complaining you, I am not able to submit the PR, you can act as him, but you should not ideally submit it because there is a SOD conflict. Okay, you segregation of duties conflict. You know, right? What is SOD? Segregation of duties. For example, if you are a supervisor and you are a preparer of a PR, for example, and you cannot be the approver at the same time. Okay, so preparer should be different and the approver should be different. Okay, if you do both, it is it is a conflict of SOD activity. That is compliance. I mean, it is a non-compliance issue. Understood?
Okay.
Yeah. So
in that case, we have to ask, we have to check in.
Yeah, correct.
Connect.SAP.
Connect. Yeah.
Okay.
So you know, right, about connect.ariba.com, why we use it. Now it is called as SAP Me. Okay,
Yes.
SAP Me, where you raise these cases. Earlier, those are called as service requests.
Yes, sir.
Now you call them as case. Okay, yeah, there only you can find the workbooks. Okay, if you go to the product documentation, you will find the workbooks. Okay, when you are doing the first implementation, there is a workbook. I mean, if possible, I will download it here, logging into my personal laptop. I'll show you workbook how it looks like. So during implementation, what happens is, it is a new implementation. You are going to a client. Okay, you are discussing on the requirement. You will have a workbook. Okay, during this discussion, you will understand what are their requirements. Okay, what is their current process and what they are looking for. All this you will enter on that workbook sheet, and what custom fields they want. Okay, likewise, when we talk about a project, supplier project, what team members they need in the project groups. Okay, who all should be project owner, who is from finance, all those things. In the template, you create and send it to SAP Ariba. The initial setup of all the modules, SAP Ariba will do. Okay, and after that, if you want to do integration with your S4 and Ariba, you have to do that. initial setup of what tasks you require in a sourcing project or so a supplier project. Okay, in the workbook, if you enter them post discussion with the client, you send it to Ariba. The initial setup will be done by the SAP Ariba itself. Okay, there will be an engagement manager provided to you from Ariba, so you can contact him for all these things when you are going for an implementation. Okay, even in support case, I mean, you can contact the engagement spot. I mean, he will guide you. I mean, for any queries. Okay, see, I was here to explain you what are difference between the project groups and user groups. We will have a separate section for this again. Okay, so for any queries, go back to administration. See, there is administration, core administration. Okay, core administration is mainly to capture the partition data or the data relevant to the child site. Administration is mainly for upstream. Okay, whatever activities you are doing in upstream, you can select this one. Under administration, there are many admin activities. We will check one by one. Okay, if you see the section, this my activity sections also increased to 1 preferred and 9 qualified. In under this 9 qualified, I think thesis is also one. Not shown. Pre-registered. Okay. Now we will see for some time the templates. Okay. See in this, I mean, demo site. So it is very difficult to create, I mean, make a template active. So we will create a template and keep it in a draft status only. Okay. Only for reference. So to start with, so we have seen all the front-end activities, right? Okay. These front-end activities are done by the end user. Okay. You will not be doing all these things. Okay. You will be assisting whenever there is an issue. So during the course of time when they are sending a registration or qualification, they are facing an issue. And if you are on a support, you will assist them. Or this supplier has not integrated with S4HANA. Okay. You can always check the integration status and you can help them. What actually a consultant does in the backend is they will create the templates in the backend. You will go to manage. So to create templates, you should have this template creator access. Okay, like for supplier management to do all these things activities, they should have supplier manager access or SM administration access. So if I find the roles for this, I will send you a document on this. Okay, I mean what roles are given to the suppliers. Okay, so I mean as I know to create supplier request, someone should have supplier request manager access. Only supplier request manager can create supplier request. Okay, I mean he should be a team member or he can be part of any group. Similarly, like I mean to initiate any manage supplier registrations, they should have access to supplier registration manager access. For SM modular question, SM modular questionnaire manager, supplier qualification manager. These are the different roles. Okay, if somebody has to, I mean, you are giving all these access, supplier request manager, registration manager, modular questionnaire manager, qualification manager, they can do all these activities. Okay, and see when when we selected on manage templates, you will come to this my templates wizard, and here you will see there are already so many templates are created. Okay, this pagination has increased to 46. Okay, each section will have, I mean, whatever the templates they have created, and the status also differs. I mean, it is draft, active, inactive. If you sort it, you will see inactive. Okay. Similarly, if you go to first, some will not have a status, and they are within these folders. Okay, we can first create a folder and create the templates within that. Okay. So, what do you mean by active? What do you mean by draft? Okay. When you create a template and keep it in a draft status, these are not available for the end user. Okay. When you make them active, these templates are available for for example, you created any modular questionnaire and that is in draft. That modular questionnaire is not available under manage SM modular questionnaire. Okay. When you make them active, they are available for you under manage SM modular questionnaire. Okay. To create like any template, okay, you can go to actions. Okay, and there is a different, you can import a template, upload a document here. And before creating a template, you can create some folder. Okay, and within that folder, you can create a template. I will name the folder TCS new templates. Okay, you can restrict this action to a group. I mean, only these people can access this template like that. Okay, and create this folder. So before that, okay, I want to tell you before we create any template. Okay, there are two types of documents. Okay, one is form. Okay, and I mean you will send out questionnaires as well. Okay, the form is like a survey document. Okay, survey document. I mean it can be a form as well. Form, and I mean it is mostly used for internal service, not for all the. I mean not for external. I mean you will not send any form to the suppliers. For example, supplier request form is a form. It is not a questionnaire. Okay, and form, when you say form, it is limited to, I mean, it is for only limited questions, not more, not for more questions. Okay. And in this, one more limitation is in the form, the content is not numbered. Okay. When you see any supplier request form, it is not numbered. Okay. Likewise, if it is a questionnaire, I mean, this is also a survey document, but often used for sending it to external people like suppliers. This is, I mean, best I can say for a large number of questions. And this content is always numbered. Unlike form, questionnaires is always numbered. Okay, understood, right? This form difference between a form and a questionnaire. Okay. We have created a template here. Where is our template? I don't know where it is hiding now. Here. Okay, this is our folder, TCS new templates. Under this, you need not have to go to actions again. Inside the folder, you can create a template. When you create a template, it will ask what kind of template you want to create. We will create only the supplier request. Supplier request and registration is a single template which Ariba provides initially. You can only copy those templates. I mean, you cannot create a new ones from here. Okay, let me select OK. For example, yeah, supplier request form. Okay, open this. Keep in mind, I mean, supplier request and supplier registration. I mean, the Ariba will provide only one set of one set of registration. If you want to create more, I mean, you can only copy them. Okay, you can copy this request template. Okay, name it as PCS supplier request. But request form, supplier request form, and sourcing, I mean, supplier registration form should be unique to the organization. Only to give you a demo, I am creating a copying a supplier request form. It should not be copied and create a multiple things like this. Okay, this is the one supplier request form. Okay, I will open this. Okay, there is already a request form here. If you want to create one more, okay, you can add a form here, a survey document. This is not okay. This happens one side. Select the type of form you want to create. Let's say it is not a test form. I'm going to blank this and we will go back to templates. Okay, this is actually a default questionnaire supply request form. We open once which is already created and we can edit that. Okay, so any project, whether it is a supply request template or a project registration template, it will have all these tabs. I mean, an overview tab and a documents tab. Documents tab is where you will see your form. And if you click on this and open, you will have this template here. But 1 minute, go to overview. Now it is in draft status only. You should be able to edit documents and no template is added in this. This is the task. 1 minute. Documents should this is sourcing project. Let us check what is active in this inactive registration form. Supplier request are there are no correct templates to copy also here. The request template now this. Okay, we will use this. This looks fine. 1 minute. Okay, go to project, go to overview, actions. Okay. So since it is not in draft, I will make it as a new version. So please bear with me. There is no correct templates in this test document, test system. So like that is the reason I had to take this one to show you. So when you copy any supplier request template, ideally there is a supplier request form here. Okay, when you click on this form and edit the form, you will see this section. Okay, so this is a supplier request form and it will have a time rules. And these are all used when we are working on sourcing activities. Yeah. So here it is asking whether the supplier management specify the questionnaire format. The questionnaire format should be form. Is the questionnaire required? Yes. And then into the participant section, you can leave it blank at the template level. In the content, you should specify. You should specify the things which are necessary here. Okay, like I will create from the scratch. For example, if I am creating any question, okay, I am creating a question here. For example, name of the company. Okay, when I say name of the company, I have to give the answer type. There are different answer types. For a name of the company, you always give text line limited or a text single line or multiple line, however you want. I mean, usually it is a text single line. Okay. Is this a mandatory field? When you say response required is yes, it will become a mandatory field. If you say not required, it is not a mandatory field. Okay. You will say, I mean, the name of the company is a mandatory field. And then you see here supplier mapping field. This is very important. Okay. When we go to let me log into this portal. Okay. We are working for, I mean, we're looking to integrate it to BP, right? You can select any business partner. Okay. Business partner, yes, organization. Okay. Here you see, there are whatever you see here under address. Okay. Vendor, there is a name. Okay. Whatever the information, if you want to you in a supplier request form or registration form, you want that to integrate here. Supplier request form will not integrate, but I'm saying, I mean, if any field you want to integrate it with SAP, okay, you have to give that field supplier field mapping name here. For example, I will say this one as vendor dot. I mean, if you apply some field restrictions, it will give you. Do you mean vendor dot text or vendor dot tax extension or something? So when you click on this apply field restrictions, and you are not sure about the field mapping, it will give you options. I mean, which field you want to enter here in the supplier field mapping. For example, this is like vendor info dot name. Okay, this is the technical name to map the supplier. I mean, to integrate the supplier from Ariba to SAP. So you have to give this supplier map field.
Where we can find this field mapping?
Again, I mean, see, I mean, you should be knowing, and there is a document. There are documents for each supplier field map. Otherwise, I will also provide you some field mapping documents. Okay, what are all the different types of field maps? I mean, we will see this. Okay, and
okay.
Okay. I will keep the document ready and I will show you what are the different field maps. Okay. I mean,
in case of anything new that not in the list, then how we can like collect this information? Is it like through SAP as a case?
Yeah,
or
SAP.
something
You
else?
can ask SAP or you can find it from the documents. Okay. I mean, for everything, there is a field mapping for everything. In every field you want to integrate to BP, right? I mean, there will be a field mapping. I mean, the technical field in SAP. Okay. If you go to this identification, somebody was asking, no. Here in the identification, this is where the external BP number, our ACM ID will come and sit when this get integrated. And using this as a link, the partition data will go from ERP to Ariba. Okay. Okay. I just wanted to show you this. Okay. It can be, here it is showing name. And here, if you hover this thing, this is name 1 and name 2. Okay. And this is name 3. This is name 4. Okay. So when you are giving the supplier map field, you want this field to go to name 1 or name 2, you have to specify. Okay, first for example.
Is it like if we take in one, like in this for S4, so if there are like for 4 field for a supplier name, like name field 1, field 2, field 3, 4. So in that case, do we need to make it available 4 field available for in SAP Ariba also in the supply request form?
Yeah.
Or we can make only one field.
No. See, for example, you name this field as vendor.vendor.info.name1, right? Okay, next time again you can create one more question for name of the company and map that to vendor.vendor.info.name2.
So in that case, it is like, is it like multiple answer type will be, can you please scroll up?
Okay.
The answer type will be different, right? Multiple line?
No. No, that is different you are talking. No, that is different. See, when you are saying, I mean, this will not come under multiple. Okay. You are saying, I mean, the multiple choices, right? I mean, for name of the company, you will give multiple choice question.
No.
Then
It will be like field 1, field 2.
Field 2, field 1, field 2 only. So it will be question 1, question 2. So you are saying this first question you will give as the name of a company, and you will map this to vendor name 1. Similarly, you have to create one more question if you want to map it to this one, this field. Okay, this is here vendor name dot vendor info name 4. In this question only, if you name it as name 4, this whatever response acquired from this will sit in this place.
Will go to
But this is not a mandatory field in SAP. This is a mandatory field. So that's why they will always send it to name 1. And see, this length, sometimes it can be 30 characters or 35 characters. Okay. And if you don't specify the max length here, supplier will keep giving the length of 40 and the integration will fail, isn't it? So so you have to specify what should be the length of this response. The max length cannot exceed the length of 30. So when they are responding to this question, okay, they have to respond accordingly. Understood?
So is it like max length must be less than or equal to 30?
Yeah, less than or equal to 30, yes.
Okay.
So see, when you are giving max length, you have to understand what is the length allowed by SAP. In this field, if SAP allows only 30 characters, accordingly, you have to provide that max length there.
How I can check that?
That SAP people will help you on that. Whoever is working on this SAP team, no, I mean, there will be S4HANA team, material management. So they will help you. You can ask them what is the field length, max length for a name for BP business partner. Okay, accordingly, you can fix that max length here. Understood? Any questions?
You can continue.
Okay, like, see, this is one question. Okay, and this max length and supplier field I will show. I mean, with some more fields in supplier registration. Supplier request form, this is not necessary because supplier request form, we are not sending it to supplier. That this is the internal form. So just for example, I have shown you here. Okay, this actually we will set these two during registration. But name of the company we can specify in the request form. What happens if we specify this supplier field mapping during supplier request form? During supplier registration, this will get auto-populated in the registration template, the registration questionnaire. Understood?
Okay.
Any questions? So here also, this is also mandatory. Here you will give the description saying enter the name of the company of the supplier. Okay, and likewise supplier will understand from the description. So here again, see this also comes in registration only. Since I have taken this topic, I will complete this. For example, if you say A to Z, okay, A to Z, okay, and this is the validation pattern, okay, they should not use any numericals or something. And you enter validation pattern error message as, for example, please, I mean, if they try to enter other than alphabets, okay, you will give a validation pattern error as, please enter only alphabets, okay, numbers are not allowed for company name.
What is the rules to like provide the validation pattern?
See, this can be 0 to 9. I mean, if you are asking for numbers, something like you are asking for address pin code, so it should be 0 to 9, like that you can specify. Okay, I mean, if you Google, I mean, there are something called the regular expressions. Okay, even in Java also you see this regular expressions, right? It will be like this. For example, the regular expressions to have 0 to 9, okay, and then again you will open a flower bracket. Only 7 digits are allowed. Okay, if you maintain this, okay, it will say it will only allow 0 to 9 digits and until only 7. And if it is a pin code, and if it is I mean, this question is about a pin code, you can name it as please enter minimum of 7 digits without special characters and alphabets. Understood, right? You can Google for this, I mean, validation, regression expressions. If you Google for regression expressions, you will find it in Google. So what expressions you can give here? Okay, if it is the name of the company, you just give A to Z. And validation error, you give it as please enter only alphabets, numbers are not allowed, or special characters are not allowed. You can give like that. Okay. So see, initially we were during the supply request form, when we are creating, it is saying, I mean, when we are entering a company, it says 2 duplicates are found. Okay. If you enable this as yes, that is, the system will do a duplicate check when you are creating a company, entering a company name in the supply request form. If you, say no for this, it will not, the duplicate check is not enabled. Okay. And you can submit this. Similarly, these are all submitted. Other questions are also submitted. See, for example, there are different things. Whoever is a new joinee, whoever is new to Ariba, I will try to create one more question for them. Okay. This is one question, for example. Okay. When you are trying to create address, okay. When you are trying to create address, you will select the answer type as address. There are many answer types. Okay. Based on the answer type, your output you can see outside, in the front end. And in the response required, if you say yes, a participant required, and this will become mandatory. Okay. And if you say not required, this question is still visible to the supplier or the internal user, but it is not mandatory. Okay. So always, for whatever the mandatory questions, you have to put yes, participant required. Okay, this is address. Address also we have something called vendor dot address extension telephone number dot number subscriber ID, something like that. It is there, but here based on this technical name, you have to map those things. I will give you some mappings. I told you, right? I will give you this supplier field mappings, whatever we see here. Okay, for the bank, we have different things. See, when we have select the answer type as address, we will see all these answers. So it will give you option to enter the street, 1, 2, 3, city, state, postal code, country code, etc. Okay. See, likewise, the address question has appeared here. So similarly, you can add a section under that. You can add a question. Okay, there is something called repeatable section parent. I will show you this. So this is more relevant when you are asking for a bank information. Okay, when you are asking for a contact information, this is more relevant there. Okay, and if it is this requirement is something, when we are posting a RFI, we will first specify a requirement. This is not, you will not get any response for this. This is like a info for the supplier. Okay, any attachments you want to do from the desktop or from library. The content from library also I will explain tomorrow. So again, we will see extended template session only. Okay, we will create a supplier request form. We will continue with this form only because we are not finding any forms. Okay, we will continue this form and exit from here. Okay, return to project. Okay, we are using this template. We will see, we will edit and publish the same form. Okay, we will delete all this, whatever is there, and create our request form and see what happens. Okay, fine. Any questions? So after I exit from here, okay, and I have returned to project. Okay, you can add teams to this. Okay, there are different teams. Okay, for example, for this, okay, you can go to actions and edit the team members page. Here in the team members page, you can add our group also to all of them. Say, see, it will come. Okay. Okay. Project manager we have added. Similarly, for this, you add 17. Search more. Done. Even for the category buyer, you add this too. Okay. Say, click on OK. You can add additional groups also if you want. Other than category manager and others. Okay, you can go to actions, edit, and you can add additional groups like title supplier manager. And here you can give him a role of supplier manager only. Search. Okay, this is for preferred supplier manager. Whoever is a preferred supplier manager, you can add again whoever you want here from 17 and click on OK. These are all become the project groups. Okay, user groups I explained you. And always in the sourcing supplier request template, you will find only one task that is for approval. We will see this tomorrow. And once it is in draft, always when you publish this, okay, this will be available for the end user to create a sourcing request form. If it is in draft, they cannot use it. Okay, we will do it from start tomorrow. A supplier request template and a registration template and other templates also for qualification, modular questionnaire, all other templates we will discuss tomorrow. So you see here, there are these different tabs. If you click on this compact view, this will show this view, okay, like task documents. And if you go to actions and make it full view, you will see all these tabs here. And what we have done so far on this template, you will see here in the history of this template. Who edited it, okay, who again created it, who submitted it, who added this team member, what actions we have taken so far on this template. In the history tab, you can see. We can also give some conditions. Okay. These conditions are not that relevant for supplier request form. for events and sourcing project and contracts, we will learn more on these conditions.
Because for SLP, a condition is not needed.
Needed, not that much. You can add a condition based on some field mapping. Otherwise, it is not required. For say for example, you can create a condition based on qualification. Okay, in the qualification, you can say if ISO certification, if they are saying yes. Okay, in the registration, for example, in the registration they are saying code of conduct, they are not accepting the code of conduct, a different approver will come. If they say accepted, that approver will not come in the approval flow. Only when they are not disagreeing to accept a code of conduct, business code of conduct, that approval will come in the approval flow. Like that, we can specify in the supplier management also.
In registration, supplier registration, can we set condition?
Yeah, we can set conditions. As I told you, right? Based on like there is something called user matrix data also. I will tell you that.
If we need some information for a specific country specific question, so in that case, do we need to create condition
yes. Yeah, only see if the commodity is selected, these commodities are selected. Okay, we can create a condition based on that. Okay, he should be the approver. There are many other cases. We can create conditions. Yes, for supplier management also.
Okay.
Every time when we are creating this any questions, right? We can use some user matrix also. I will show you that as well. Okay. For example, I have added this edit these rules. Okay. I am adding this new group. Okay. Okay. Here there is option which says use commodity and the region assignments. Okay. If you say yes, okay, and give a title. Okay. When you say no, nothing is coming. Okay. When you say yes, there is, to use commodity and region assignments and give a title saying category commodity manager and click on OK and OK. Come out of this. And if we go to manage core admin, okay, you see all this data import export. Okay. You can select data import export. Here, go to export user matrix. Okay, here. Okay, in the upstream, go to administration, use matrix. User groups or user relationships. User matrix will be there. Supplier and see this one. Commodity and region user assignments. This one. Okay, this is the user matrix. Okay, if you define for this commodity, he's the approver and load this commodity code name, commodity domain, region name. Who is the user? From which project group he belong to. Okay, I specified that project group here. Okay. When we go to recents, we can find the recently used templates. See the last one, this one we have used as commodity manager, right? Here we can say the commodity code unique name and the commodity domain, region, and who is the user responsible for this and what is his group, which project group is belongs to and his user password. Right? User.password adapter, third party or enterprise user you have to specify. Okay, this also we will see. Just to show you this. Okay, see this domain can be UNSPC and you can give some commodity name 4319. Region you can give like Canada. Unique name of the supplier. Okay, Viraj, which project group? It is commodity manager in project group. And the password adapter, you have to specify as password adapter 1 always. Okay. This is, by default, it is password adapter 1 for all enterprise users. If he is a third party user, you have to specify third party user. Okay. So likewise, for each commodity, okay, you will specify who will be the user and which project group you belong to and load this file, and as and when the supplier is selecting that commodity, that user will be responsible commodity manager.
We start with this supplier lifecycle and performance management templates. Okay, as we discussed, there are two types of surveys. One is a form and one is a questionnaire. Okay, when we create a form, it is only for survey documents and the questionnaire is also for a survey. Okay, form is often used for internal service where the question is limited. The number of questions are very limited and they are not numbered. The content is not numbered. Like in questionnaires, we have 1, 2, 3, 4. Like it is not unnumbered. In questionnaire, the content is always numbered. Section is 1. Under that, it is 1.1, 1.2, 1.3. Likewise, it is numbered. Okay. See, when we are creating a template, we have to keep in consider, in mind all these things, the question settings in supplier management service. So apart from what you see in sourcing questions, these are the extra questions which can be used for supplier templates. Okay, the supplier field mapping, the max length, description, search term, validation pattern, sensitive data masking, enable duplicate. So we will discuss all this one by one. Okay. During, I will show you the template creation as well as these fields in the template. Okay.
Okay. So right now you are going to do with test environment, right?
Yes.
Okay.
As discussed, the supplier request form or registration form can only be copied. Okay. And we cannot create duplicates of that. Okay. I will share you the system. It is already public. Here we are. I can go back. So you see my Ariba screen as well. And
yes.
Yes. So to create templates, you'll have to go to manage and we'll find templates option. And only when a user has a template creator access, he will find this templates option.
Okay, so the template create access, where we have to find out is that access is enabled or not.
So I am going to manage core admin under user manager users. So all the user management, whoever is going to creation is working on creation of users. Okay, the user creation happens in the user management here. Okay. This is in the upstream child, in the child also, in the child level also, in the downstream also, you see the same thing. Okay. To create a new user, you have to go here. Okay. Otherwise, if you are existing user, for example, I will go create a new user. Okay. I will have to give their user ID, password. User ID can be their employee ID and the employee name. Okay. And what is their business email address? Okay. In case of they are going for single sign-on, every company will have their own. They will log into their company website first.
Okay.
When SSO is enabled, we can link that SSO login to your Ariba as well. Okay. In that case, you have to use the user ID, same what you are giving as the login ID for your website. That time you will not have to log in with your username and password to Ariba. Okay. There will be a tile for Ariba. If you click on that, it will redirect you to the login page. Home page directly without logging in. That is called SSO functionality. Single sign-on functionality.
SSO means single sign-on.
Single sign-on. Single sign-on functionality. So when you create these users, all these star what you see here are the mandatory
one.
Okay. This business phone number, these are not the mandatory ones. And it will ask what is your supervisor name. Every user should have a supervisor. Okay. Then if there is no supervisor, there is a group called no supervisor that you have to provide. Okay. Here the general information. And after that, here you see under this groups tab.
Okay.
When I click on this template and click on search, there are template creator, template manager, template user. All these accesses are required. So
from here to we have to access our template, right? So based on this one only, the access is providing.
Yes. So now you want to access template. I am creating your user access here, and I am giving this template creator role. Okay. When I give template creator role, only then when I save this, only then under manage he will be able to see this templates option.
Okay.
If I don't give him template creator role, he will not see this option.
For me, myself, I can add that group or add something template creator or anything, or we have to contact particular admin group and ask them to add that group.
See, when you become a consultant, okay, there is a person responsible who will work on this user management. Okay, user management thing, he'll be responsible. You cannot provide your own roles. Because there should be an internal request, somebody has to approve it. Okay, then the consent person will provide you the access. He will check if you have any SOD conflict, segregation of duties conflict. Okay. For example, you are creating the template and you are working on the projects. That is not correct, right?
Okay. That is the reason I'm asking.
Two different people. And you are creating the PR and you are approving the PR. So there are segregation of duties. So based on this criteria, whoever is responsible for user management, they will give you the access. And Yeah, whatever you are responsible, they will give these roles. Okay.
Understand.
As far as administration is concerned, you always need this. Whatever we are doing, right? All these admin activities. If I provide myself customer administration active, I can configure everything.
Okay.
Okay. Customer administrator access role is required to access, configure all the modules.
Okay, understand.
Now I will not save this. I will cancel this.
Okay.
Okay. So imagine you have now a template creator access. I will go to manage and I will go to templates.
Can you please confirm that full form of SSO, right? SSOE.
Yeah, SSO, single sign-on.
Single sign-on.
It is called workbook time. You also see, I mean, from your end also, this is the performance of Ariba. Can someone check?
Please come here.
No, I mean, can from your end also, can you check is this the performance from your side as well? I mean, it is very slow.
Okay. So already you have provided access to everyone, right?
Yeah, I mean, it is there. I mean, this is from a third-party vendor. They have taken access from third-party vendor. Whoever we are taking, no, we all have all the accesses.
Okay.
Irrespective, we are in testing site. This is the test site. In test site, we will have all the accesses.
Okay. So you have already provided in mail itself a password and username. So based on that, we can open this link, right?
Yes.
Okay. I'm also trying my side.
Yeah. See, this template page has been opened. So as we discussed, okay, we first have to work on this supplier request template. Okay, this is a supplier request.
So I can see your create user page. Is it for everyone?
So once we click the template, automatically it rerouted to this page, right?
Yes, correct.
Okay.
And this request, the supplier request and supplier registration, we always have to use what the product has provided us, the SAP product, Ariba product has provided. Okay. So others like supplier qualification, modular questionnaires, we can create multiple. Okay. So the request template we were working, I will open this. So any project, whether it is a supplier request project or a registration project, it will have these tabs. Okay. First one is the overview tab of the template. It will have a name of the template and description stating use this template to perform supplier request process. Okay. Now if I switch to PPT, everyone is able to view the PPT or?
Yeah, I can see your information. Now you are in PPT. I can see.
I can see.
Now I am back to this.
So right now we are going to perform a supplier registration, correct?
No, request template.
So what is the meaning of a supplier request?
Request we discussed now as we had a class. Okay. Supplier request is the initial step in a supplier lifecycle management. Okay. So you identify a supplier, you want to onboard a supplier, and the first step in this process is the supplier request. Okay. This has two types. One is internal supplier request, one is external supplier request. Okay. Internally, the procurement team, the procurement guy identifies a supplier and he want to onboard a supplier. Okay, he has to fill in this request form. Okay. We have completed the creation of request form. Now we are working on how to manage the template, the backend template for this. So when you see in the front end, the supplier request form, in the backend, we have to create the template. No, in the templates, whatever we see in the front end, we have to create them in the backend. See, for example, I'll show you if you have used yesterday's class. Here in create option, you have supplier request. Okay. This is a supplier request form. In this supplier request form, the procurement guy has to give whom he is onboarding. His name, his supplier address, his contact, additional information, and submit the request. From where all these questions are coming? Okay, this one general information, primary contact. Okay, this is coming from a template. Okay, we discussed about this request in the front end. Now,
Sure.
So
I will check that recording.
Yeah. In the back end, how we can manage these templates, we can discuss. As I told, it is very difficult to find a template in this website because many people have created. So as I was saying, okay, these are the tabs in any project, whether any project or a template. So you will have an overview, okay, overview of the template or a project, okay. and you will have a version history. Okay, so many people have changed it. Okay, it is in draft now. You will make it publish. Again, somebody will revert, have a new version. And again, they make some changes in the template. The version will keep changing. Now, the current version you see, we are in V660. So 660 times this template has been changed, because this is a test system, no? In real time, you will not see this much number.
Correct. Okay.
Okay. So, for example, I am going to documents. In the documents, we will have the actual supplier request form. Okay. Initially, this form will not be there. If it is not there, we have to go to actions and create it from survey. Okay. Now, since it is already Ariba provided form, okay, we will edit this. Okay. When you edit any survey or a form, you will see these sections. First is the rule section, then participants, content, and summary. So, what are the rules for this? Okay, minimum supplier status for event participation. This is for a sourcing event. We can ignore this. Okay, this is important. The timing rules. This first one is not in. The response duration we have to give. How many days you can give a time to respond to this survey? Okay, they have mentioned, somebody has mentioned 30 days, you can give 10 days. Okay, and you can set a reminder for this. When we are working on sourcing templates, I will explain you what is this reminder. Okay, you see this hidden at the template level. For each of the field, you see there is a read-only, hidden, and delegated. Okay, when you set any of the field in the template to delegated, okay, you can see this in the front end project. Okay, and you can also change this. Okay, if we set this field in the template level as read only, okay, you can only read this, you cannot change anything. Okay, this field is visible in the front end, but you cannot change anything. If you say hidden, the changes made, okay, remain in the template. This field itself is not visible in the front end. Okay, so that's why they have made this as hidden, and whichever they require in the front end, they made it as delegated. They want this response start date and this one to be visible. If you want this to be visible, you can keep it as delegated. And you can change this when you are running the project.
I can understand, okay, read only and hidden. But delegated means, what is the exact meaning? I understand, but in technical term, I'm asking.
If I make it hidden, okay, so this field will be hidden, okay?
Yeah,
and if I make it read only,
so we can't change anything.
You see, you cannot change anything. Okay? If you make it delegated, in the project level, you can change this to 10.
Project level.
Yeah, in the project, you can change this to 10. And you can change this to hours. You can change this to minutes also.
So, delegated person can change the field.
Correct.
Okay.
Okay. This applies for event templates, supplier project templates, or sourcing project templates. All templates are similar. Here also, when you working on sourcing event template, there also all these fields will be there. Allow surrogate bidding. Okay, if they say yes, okay, for this field, okay, they are saying yes and making it hidden. Okay, surrogate bid is allowed, but this field is not visible in the front end. Okay, it is allowed, but it is not. This field is not visible. So if you say no and you delegate, when you are working on actual projects, you can. I either leave as it is or change it to it.
Okay, so you will have. I can consider the delegate can modify all the things.
Modifiable, yeah.
Yes. Okay.
Okay. And yes, project owner actions, this formulas and all, it will come in the event. We discuss there. Okay. For supplier management, this is important. Here only it will ask. We are working on what? Supplier request template. So it will ask specify questionnaire format. So as we discussed in our first slide, you see my PPT?
I guess no.
You see my PPT now?
Now I can see.
Yeah. So if I see for all internal, we use a form, okay, because it is limited number of questions. So we are working on supplier request form, which is internal. So we use this questionnaire format as form. If it is external and the the number of questions are high and we want to number the questions, then we have to use the format as questionnaire. Okay. For supplier request form, it is a form, internal form. This is enough. Okay. You can select just a form. Okay. Is the questionnaire required? Okay. This becomes mandatory. If you select yes for this, it becomes mandatory. But
so is there any other option except form?
Yeah, form and questionnaire. We have questionnaire now.
Okay. Okay.
Okay. Questionnaire is for large number of questions.
Okay.
Okay. We will be working on the registration template also. That time I'll show you what is, I mean, when we use questionnaire. So this is the form, and these are all not applicable for this. And participants also, we will not select any participants at the template level, and we will go to the content. There is already a designated template. Okay, there is already a few questions created here. This is not important here. Additional information. Okay, for example, this is the minimal information what we need when the procurement agent is submitting a supplier request form. Okay, first is a vendor name whom you want to onboard. What is his address? What is his primary contact number? Okay, how this is created is, see, you see, if I can collapse or expand this section.
Yeah, correct.
Okay.
So we have to expand one by one. Okay.
One by one. Okay.
So general information, primary contact. Okay, additional information.
If we have to create a new section, add a section. Okay, I will say general information as a section, and I will say okay. Under this general information, I can add question.
Okay, whatever the content we need, we can add it one by one. Okay.
Name of the company. Okay. Name of the company. So, and you are asking name of the company. You want to set the answer type as, whether you want it in a text or a whole number or a decimal number. Name of the company will always be a text. And you see there are three types of text. Okay, one is single line limited, one is single line, and text multiple lines. Okay, 1 minute. Let me take you through the see. When we say this text single line limited, okay, this can take up to 255 characters. Response up to 255 characters. If we select the text single line, it can take up to 4,000 characters. Okay, if we select answer type as text multiple line, unlimited number of characters it will select.
Okay, this is the difference. Okay.
Yeah, this is the difference of these three answer types.
Okay.
Okay, and if I select this, and see, there are, again, I want to show you something. Today we are going to discuss all these things. These are the question settings in supplier management, supplier field mapping. So for every field, you see there is a supplier field mapping, max length description, search term, validation patterns, sensitive data masking, enable duplicate check. First thing is supplier field mapping. Okay. See, when we say the name of the supplier, there will be if you want to integrate this supplier to ERP, SAP side, for name of the company, the technical name in SAP is vendor.vendor.info.name1.
You mean ERP side, the name is vendor.vendor.info. Correct?
Yeah, info.name1. Yeah, this is the technical name.
Okay.
So that vendor name we can give here. Okay. And we can specify, here we have selected single line limited. It has 255 characters. Okay. But max length, what SAP supports is only 30 characters. In that case, we can specify the max length as 30. Okay. So that, within Ariba, it stops whoever filling the supply request form not to exceed 30 characters.
Okay.
Okay. And
so already it is predefined maximum length, right?
Yes.
In ERP side.
Yes.
Okay.
And we have, somebody was asking what are the different field mapping. I have this slide. For address, we can use vendor.address. Okay. For contact mail, the technical name in ERP is contact.email. Okay. When you are using some commodity, within Ariba, there is a matrix.categories. Okay. When we specify this, that category will come. Okay. Similarly, for modular questionnaires, project.expiration date, project.legal approval level name. Okay. Network.legal. See, if you want to, for example, if you want to map this name of the company, this question to Ariba network supplier profile. So the supplier mapping field is network.legal.address. So you can have, for the same question, you can have multiple mappings. Okay. It is network.legal.address. Okay. You can now, when you are specifying two supplier field mapping, okay, with this supplier field mapping, you are mapping this name of the company field to SAP. And with this mapping field, network.legal.address, with this supplier field mapping, you are mapping this name of the company field to supplier profile in Ariba network. Understood? I mean, when you click on the supply field restriction, there is one unrecognized field. It's there. Maybe this is the one. So I have this. I will send you this today. SLP setup. Okay, complete SLP setup. How can you set up supplier lifecycle management? I have this. In this, we can search for supplier field. Okay, supplier field mappings. There can be different supplier field mappings. Okay. For full name also, there is a field map called vendor.vendor.info.full name. Okay. For commodities, supplier matrix.category. Okay. And for supplier regions, you have matrix.region. There are many more. Ariba network also there is something here. See, for example, 7 people. Yeah, here we are. See, when you have a registered supplier, okay? When you have a registered supplier, additionally, you are creating one more internal registration form to block a supplier. In that case, you can give, okay, for blocking activity, this has the mapping. Okay, when you give this has mapping vendor.vendor.info extension common block indicator set true. When you give this as a field mapping, and after registration somebody approves it, okay, then vendor will get blocked in SAP as well. But for unblocking also there is a mapping field. Okay, field mapping, various field mappings you see here. If somebody has worked on SAP, they will know the difference between posting block, purchasing block, okay, company code level block. These are all field mapping post registration, not before registration. When coming to this one, I think it should give, I mean, if I made a mistake, it should give some field references. It is not giving. Ariba network, no. I mean, for example, if you want to map this supplier company name, okay, name of the company to Ariba network, this is the mapping field name, okay. And then you can also specify a search term here, okay. When I say search term, so we talked about the max length, okay. And now, I mean, before going to search term, we will talk about description, okay. So when you give a name of the company, you can give a description. Please specify your name, your company name, your full company name, okay. Abbreviations not allowed, okay. So what happens is, I mean, when you give this description, okay, when whoever is preparing the supplier request form, when they hover their mouse, okay, when they hover their mouse on this field, they will see this description on top for every field. Main address, if you specify all the main address details are mandatory, and when they hover on this each field, container will see this description. Enter the supplier full legal name. Please avoid abbreviations. Okay. For this reason, we will give a description. I mean, we can give description in the template level. Understood? And this is the max length we already discussed. Okay. To avoid, integration issues, we will give a max length because SAP allows only 30 max length when it goes to, I mean, when it is getting integrated. Okay, and we have a search term.
In the supplier field mapping, do we need to separate it by comma? If we take two field mapping?
Yes, I think one. Yeah, it is comma only. Correct.
Okay.
Comma.
So I click unrecognized field mapping so that it will show the information, right? What is that wrong? And
yeah, correct. It should. Yeah, generate suggested maximum length and validation pattern for supplier field mapping. But actually, it should be doing some list of options here. In real time, it happens. When I created the supplier field mapping and I click on apply field restrictions, it will throw me some additional
information.
If I just say it remove like this, apply field, it is saying you mean vendor, did you mean vendor.vendor.info factory or vendor.vendor.info.approved? It will give options like this.
Okay.
Yeah, in this case, it is not giving the same away. Okay, and the next thing is the search term. Okay, we were searching for the supplier, right? If you want to get this name of the company searched by environment or sustainability partner, okay, and you can use this as a search term when you are searching for this supplier. Okay, I will show you that in the diagram here. You see my PPT, right? For example, in the refine list, in the search, you have provided a publicly available sustainability report. Okay, if you here you can refine your search by saying yes. Okay, and your
okay,
yeah, here search term. You see, So now in our this thing, we have given the search term as Environ Sustainability Partner. Similarly, somebody has given Public Associate Sustainability Report. And when they are searching, it will give yes or no. So they want to see only those suppliers where the search term is Environmental Sustainability Partner. When they click on yes, only those suppliers will be visible when you are searching for a supplier.
Okay.
For that purpose, this search term is used. Okay, this is not a mandatory. And if somebody wants to refer their supplier with some such term, they can refer it. And validation pattern, name of the company, for example, I asked you to check the regressions. Okay, there are many regressions. I will show you in the PPT as well. There are many regressions like for example, what is this? This is like address, okay? Address, for example, the validation pattern, they can use for a pin code telephone number 0 to 9. And the next bracket is 7. This is called a validation pattern. This is used based on the regression. Regular expression. Regular expression, somebody worked on some coding and all. These are called regular expressions. A to Z, 0 to 9. Okay. And the next bracket will have 7. Okay. What does that mean? 0 to 9, they can use for the telephone number 0 to 9 numbers and the minimum of 7 digits. No special characters are allowed. Okay, if there are any special characters in the validation pattern, yes, they can use the special characters. Same thing, when we come here for a name of the company, the regular expression is A to Z. A to Z, they can use anything for the response for this name of the company. And if they are putting any number or special character, it should throw them an error message stating, please use only alphabets. Okay, numbers, special characters are not allowed. Okay, this way they will, the error message will pop up to them. So this is the necessity of validation pattern and validation pattern error message. Okay, if we have, set this parameter, you also have to set the validation error message. Okay. And there is something called sensitive data masking. See, there is also has sensitive data masking. Here in supplier request form, that sensitive data masking is not there. Maybe when we are working on registration template, we'll see that. Okay, here you see there is an enable duplicate check. Okay, whoever has remember when we are working on this supplier request form, if I am filling the supplier request form with TCS, it gives us options. This supplier already exists, 3 options. 3 times, it made a duplicate check. Okay, the system made a duplicate check. That is possible when you enable this option, enable duplicate check. If you set this to no, that duplicate check will not happen. If you enable this, okay, every time when you are creating a supplier with the same name, which is already exist in the system, it will throw you error stating there is already supplier exists in the system with these names. And it will also recommend us, you can create with, like when you are creating a Google account, right? It will throw Vinay, all
yes,
the
yes, we understand that.
Okay. This is set to no. And then, these are the special things, visibility conditions. We will talk about visibility conditions also. And click on done. Okay. Unrecognized, I will remove the second one. Okay, I'm clicking on done. Okay, likewise. Okay, under general information, you can add one more question. Please ask for address. Okay. And then the answer type should be address. Okay. And
based on the question, we have to set up the answer type.
Yeah. For this,
so here we can put whatever, like a number, numerical, alphabetical, whatever, correct?
Yes.
Okay. So, but we have to set up that answer type is address or tax code, whatever we want.
Yes. See, what happens, I will show you. If the question is address, answer type is address, the answer will be in this fashion.
Okay. So based on the criteria, it is showing that information.
Whatever answer type you select, it will show you that this thing.
If we select money or something, yes or no?
Yeah, if you say yes or no, so you always have to, in the answer, for example, here yes or no one will come. Okay, let it this. And change the answer type to address. Okay, here also we have a supplier field mapping for address. Vendor.address. This is the supplier mapping field for address in the supplier database.
Correct. Okay. So exact information we have to provide what in our ERP.
Yes.
Otherwise, the data will not fetch, correct?
Yeah, data will not get integrated. If you don't want to integrate this address field to SAP, this supplier field mapping is not required. You can ignore this.
Okay.
If you want to integrate this address field to whatever response for this address field to SAP, then this is important. Okay. And I will say then.
So you are meaning that if we are onboarding supplier directly in Ariba, we have to select this field. Otherwise, directly we can integrate from SAP to Ariba or ERP to Ariba, like that, correct?
No. What I'm saying is, if Ariba is a standalone, it is not integrated with any ERP, then this supplier mapping field is not required.
Oh, okay.
I mean, the supplier is registered in Ariba and that information is get integrated to your SAP, S4HANA. That time the supplier field mapping is required.
Okay.
Whichever field you want to integrate with SAP, then you have to give that supplier field mapping this one. Technical name.
Understood.
Okay. So likewise, I will delete this thing. Okay. So there are no participants to be as part of it. I will publish this. So because this information is already there, I have created again. This is general supplier information, the vendor name and the main vendor address who has already created. So see, they have mapped it to this field. Okay, vendor.address.extension postal address. Okay. So here the postal code is the important thing. So they have mapped it to postal address. Okay. Similarly, the vendor name, it is similar to what we have done. It has been mapped to this one. The contact also, we can, the first contact or second contact, there will be a technical name. Okay, the contact first name. Okay, similarly, field mapping for contact last name, contact.last name, contact phone. Okay, contact.telephone is the supplier field mapping. Okay, understood?
Understood, but how it is defined? For example, I'm not sure about what is the exact ERP technical word. Where we have to find out if I forgot really.
Okay. See, this is, for example, this is showing vendor.businesspartner generic custom field for category. You just go to Google.
Okay.
Type supplier mapping in Ariba, mapping in Ariba for category. It will take you to the SAP community. Okay. And it will have separate supplier field mapping field values here. So this is the help portal. Okay. Here there are different supplier fields, a supplier name and ID fields. Okay. See, all information you will have here. Vendor.certificate.
This is the thing only I want, because sometimes we could not remember exactly what is that. So we need to check here only.
For metrics also, metrics.categories, metrics.regions. Okay. For all, you can search from here.
Definitely. Okay. This is useful. Yeah.
So tax fields. Okay. You have to search with correct, with correct notion. It's not done. One more thing I want to tell you here, when we are selecting this category also, so there is something called answer type. Also, there is a commodity. Okay. You see here, this answer type is also commodity.
Okay. So what's the changes happen in this template? Can you please go down?
No, nothing changed. 1 minute, I'll tell you.
Okay.
Here you are asking the additional information. There is a section for additional information. In that you have you are creating a new question asking what is your category of business. Okay, when you say you want to know what is the category of the supplier, you can specify the answer type as commodity.
Commodity, correct.
Okay, this commodity he will see from your master data. Whatever master data is there, that will go to him, and this will go to this field mapping. Or for commodity, you can also specify that matrix.categories. Okay.
Okay. So we are only selecting that field and we are asking that information about what is the commodity code and commodity information.
For buyer region, answer type is region.
Okay.
And I will cancel this. Exit, return to project, professor. Okay. When I create a supplier request form, supplier request form. So this is the category. Okay. So I have selected the answer type as category. So it is coming from our internal master data.
Okay. Whatever we selected there, here it will create one template.
Yeah, correct.
So these are the field we only chose. Correct.
Yeah. So from where this is coming, buyer region, Okay, for example, India. So India, I am selecting here, and department. Okay, this is all from our site master data.
Okay.
I
So
will
this
show
is
you.
front end, correct?
Yes. And where this data is coming, and go to administration, data import, export under site manager.
Okay.
And I will say region. Okay, these are the regions.
Here.
Yeah, we have imported here, and they are coming, I mean, in the front end to select those options, this hierarchy.
Okay. So if anything we need to add additional region, we have to
Is added this file.
Yeah, correct.
All these are regions. Okay. See, for example, we saw for under APAC, Maldives will come. This is the parent region, and under that Maldives will come. Its region code is MD.
Okay.
Okay. And USA is the parent region, under that will come. Similarly, you'll have Asia Pac. Under Asia Pac, Pakistan will come. Okay. Yeah, Asia Pac, China will come, and its the region code is CHN. That way.
So whenever we add here, automatically it will replicate into the
correct
our model. Oh, correct.
We will have to import these data.
Correct. I understand. We have to import whatever the data we need. We have to import, and we can add it, and then again we have to upload this document.
Correct. And you have to select this commodity as the answer type there in the template.
Okay.
The commodity platform. Yeah. The commodity codes export. It's taking time. So there are other things like department also. We have selected the department also, no? Which department you belong to. All those information are imported in a CSV format. Like we have Excel, no? .xls. In Ariba, it only understands .csv format. It looks
comma
like
separated value.
Yes, yes.
Okay.
Okay. I mean, when you are uploading any, I mean, it looks like Excel, but it is a CSV.
Okay.
All this data is imported in a CSV format. Okay. I will show you the department. These are the departments available. This is parent department. Under that, the corporate is 500 ID. So these are showing in Excel that it should be in CSV. Okay. These are loaded in CSV format only. And there are many data. Like, I mean, you are selecting the answer type as department. These fields, these options you will see in the front end.
Yes. Now I understand everything. Yeah. And one more, if I want to add, once everything I supply data, it means template I have prepared and it is shared. After that, I remember I want to add one more field. Is it possible to add? So after I published.
So again, you have to revert that. No, after you published, yeah, here you can add anything. This will come in the list. Okay, because you have mapped that answer field as department. No, any new field you add to this CSV file, that will come in the.
Not here. Previously we have seen that overview, terms, conditions, and other things, right? If you go with templates.
Okay. When I go to template. Okay.
So supplier request form.
Wait. I will take this one, active template. Okay.
Okay.
I will show
that is better. Yeah.
Okay. So now the active meaning what? This is version 1. Okay. This is a sourcing project. I will just show you. And see, now you cannot edit anything when it is active. Okay.
This is the thing only I want to know.
Okay.
If it is active, we can't say we can't do anything, right? We can't modify.
Yes. You have to click on this new version.
Okay.
When you click on the new version, and
in the new version only, we can add whatever field we need.
Yes.
So after that, the supplier can view that front end.
Yes.
Okay. I understand now. So is there any other state, like now the status is active? For example, if it is expired or if it is deleted, is it possible to revert back?
No, there is only inactive. There is inactive. Okay, active, and there is a draft status. Okay, now when I click on this new version, the status will become draft and the version will change to V2.
V2, correct. Okay.
Okay, I'm waiting for that. And
yeah, now I understand. So simply we can add that field, whatever, like if I need to add address to field, so I can add it and we can publish that. So it goes to active status again, correct?
Correct.
Okay. So this is the format of backend.
Yes.
So front end user need to update that address to whatever field we are adding extra. So based on the information, they have to apply. Correct.
Correct.
Okay.
Now
Understand.
draft V1 editing. And once this is again
done,
now you have publish button and you publish it active C2.
Okay.
I have not changed anything, just published it.
No. 1 second. Can you please can you change anything, any one like a region or any one you can add it and show to us so that it is very better.
So this is not that template. I mean, this is the sourcing template. When we are working on sourcing template, we can work on that because for supplier, we'll have a single template and we have to copy the same thing
Each
and
and
work on
everything.
that.
Wow. Okay, understand.
When we are working on sourcing, I'll explain this.
Sure. The concept is same, correct?
Same.
Okay. So if it is active or inactive, we can modify and make it as an active one.
Yes, correct. Is it the same performance from your end for Ariba? Can somebody logged in? Yeah. See, now we will go to manage. Now we worked on supplier request form. Okay, a form template. Now we will see registration template. In that, I mean, it is same. I mean, I want to show a couple of other things in the supplier registration form. It is the same from your end or only I am facing this? Can somebody log in and see?
I'm trying to log in, but it is loading. Can you please copy paste that link to our chat?
This one?
Yeah, yes.
See, now we have talked about supplier request form. Okay. Now, after supplier is, I mean, request form is submitted and approved. Okay, we have to send out a supplier registration form to the supplier externally. This is the internal form, what we spoke about. The registration form is the external form. The registration, okay, I will go to this, which is already there. It's functional.
All interface look like the same, right?
Same.
Okay, because I can see overview, document, task, the same thing only.
Okay, here, see, it is same procedure, whatever we have done now. Here, there are a couple of other points we have to discuss when coming to supplier request form. First thing is when I edit this, okay, you see in the, I mean, when I edit any document, okay, survey document, or I mean, in the sourcing also there are events. These are also called as events. You will see the rules section first. In the rules section, what is relevant to a registration questionnaire is this one. Specify questionnaire format as questionnaire, okay, because this is questionnaire and this is required. And what is the questionnaire type, whether it is sent internally or to external. So we are sending it to supplier. So this is
external. It is external. Yeah. So I want to know one thing. The questionnaire and click that down arrow button. No, not that. The specific questionnaire form. Here, a form already we have discussed. A form means that is internal one we are using. The questionnaire means we have to particularly use for external purpose only, right?
Not like that. See, form is for when your number of questions are very less. Okay. And we discussed in the first PPT.
Yeah, correct.
In the first PPT, we discussed about that only. What is different between a form type of service, format type of survey document, often used for internal surveys only, best for limited number of questions.
Okay.
And content is not numbered here. In the questionnaire, a form, I mean, often used for external supplier-facing surveys, best for large number of questions. Content is always numbered. Okay, this is the difference between form and a questionnaire. And yeah, see, this one we are talking about exclude from automatic registration. Okay, when we select this as this, upon supplier request form is fully approved, an automatic registration link will go to the supplier based on the link you have provided.
So without any approval, it automatically
after approval, after supplier request form is approved, there is an option for the buyer to invite.
Okay.
Okay, that is a manual activity. Okay, when you set this to no, where they have to go and manually click on invite button. Okay, and if you set this to yes, okay, then it will this questionnaire will automatically go to the supplier upon supplier request form is fully approved. So no need to manually invite him.
If I click that I button, I can see the information the same.
Yes.
Okay.
Choose yes to exclude this questionnaire automatic registration process. Choose no to include the questionnaire in automatic registration process.
You understand. So it is better.
Okay. For everything you have. Determine the format. Form for questionnaire, relatively small set of content. Questionnaire with large set of content. Okay. And this also is the questionnaire required. If a questionnaire is required, filling it out and submitting it as mandatory part of the supplier management workflow associated with the current project. Okay. If it is not set to no, it is not mandatory. They can skip that.
Okay, interesting.
Okay. And then similarly, In the template level, we will not invite any participants. So this will be always blank. And if we go to content, okay, this will have the same information as supplier request form. Supplier request form will have a maximum of 10 questions or something like that. But this is the extended. Okay, this will have lot many questions. When we are onboarding a supplier, okay, we will ask many questions like, are you willing to able to transmit or receive traditional procurement and account tables accounts such as purchase order confirmations? Okay, they can specify yes or no. Are you willing to able to provide electronically catalog content via Ariba network? Okay, if they say yes, okay, I mean this supplier can enable catalogs from their end in business network. Okay. Here, see, one more thing I want to tell you. I am editing this supplier full legal name. Okay. Here also, I have this vendor.vendor info full name. And in the supplier request form also, I have this field mapping.
Correct.
Okay. What happens is, once supplier request form is fully approved and we are sending the invite, okay, the registration questionnaire to the supplier, when the same field map is there for these questions, I mean, supplier, the legal name or name of the company, same field mapping is there. From the supplier request form responses, that response will automatically map to supplier registration questionnaire also. Supplier need not have to answer that again.
Okay.
Okay. Supplier request form is submitted by the internal procurement team with some TCS company limited, okay, as a supplier company name, and that is fully approved. Okay, when we are sending out a registration form, that answer is pre-populated in the company name. Already the TCS company name limited the supplier will see that answer already.
Okay.
Okay, because the same field mapping exists for both the questions in supplier request form and supplier registration form.
Understood.
Okay, so here also you have all this max length, okay, and validation pattern error, all these things. Okay, and click on done. And address also will have same thing. Okay, field mappings, everything, and email address, contact details. Okay, this is this contact details. Please provide contact details, bank information. So you have heard about this repeatable section parent. Okay, we can use this repeatable section parent for bank information. Okay?
So they don't want to mention the same thing. So automatically system will take the information, right?
No, not like that. Repeatable means repeatable section when we are adding. First, I will add a section, repeatable section, or add bank information. Okay, I'm saying okay. Okay, under this again repeatable section, add bank account details, and under this we can add a question. Okay, that can be your bank region. It can be your bank region. You can give single line limited and select here instead of accepted values as any value, select as list of choices. Okay, and here you select domestic, add one more international. Okay, this is the first question here, bank region, domestic or international, they have to select. Based on this only, this supplier bank account is categorized. Okay, they have a domestic bank account or they have an international bank account. First question. And again, under this, bank holder name, answer type is single line limited. Okay, and I'm clicking on done. And again,
don't you need to put the max length?
I mean, you can put I'm telling you.
Okay.
Yeah. 1 minute. Good question. See, in the repeatable sections, no, all these validations, for example, no, it should not. The bank region, if I under bank details, bank region. Okay, see, for this, there is something called metadata. I will tell you about one. Here it is asking max length. Let me add it from beginning. Repeatable section, add bank account, and again repeatable section, bank account details. Under that question, okay, we are adding bank region, list of choices here. So, international. When I edit, usually in the bank, it will be not give this max length and validation pattern, contain the nuance to specific. See, the thing is, country-wise, the bank, what you call the validation pattern is different. Okay, for each country, there is a IBAN. Okay, when somebody uses shift code, somebody bank account is recognized by account number IBAN or a shift code or account number or IFSC code. Okay, each country will have a different validation rules. Okay, that validation rule we cannot set here for the bank. Okay. Okay, that validation rules we cannot set it from this validation pattern. Okay, that validation is done I mean, we will save this and I will show you that.
Okay.
Bank again, 4 admin. If you go here, export, bank identifier types, there will be a metadata for this. If we are in upstream only, export this, we export it. See, for each of this, okay, there is a description, ABA routing number, okay, ISO, shift ID. So for each country, there is a different identification number, okay, to identify the bank details. So there is other metadata also. I'm searching for it 1 minute. In the PPT, if I show you this bank metadata will be in this fashion. Okay, the CSV. Okay, there is a metadata. For example, this is validation pattern file we will upload for metadata for IBAN only, a bank IBAN. Okay. For example, the country code should have BR. For this, BR is a Brazil. Okay, and again, this validation pattern is for BR, the IBAN number should start with B for 2 digits, and this exclamatory mark every time you see, this is a fixed length. Okay, and N denotes a number. Okay, 8 digits, 5 digits, 10 digits. Okay, number 1 and 1 alphabet after that. Okay, and this followed by a small letter, character, 25 length. Okay, this is the validation pattern. There is a file, metadata file for this. I'm looking for that one.
Whereas this resix pattern and validation pattern are same or different?
So validation pattern is different. This is in the CSV file actually.
Like the formation of this resix pattern and validation pattern are different.
Yes, correct. So for bank information and all, you have to use the CSV file for validation. Okay, let me, here I will show you in this. You see my screen, bank validation. Bank validation. See, for each country, there is a metadata for like this. For AE is, what is the country name? AE is Australia, for example. Okay, see here. Okay. For each country, there is a country code as MO and country and zip format. Okay, this is a Netherlands validation zip format. Give me 1 minute. So repeatable sections are mainly used for tax information or bank account information. How it looks like is like see, when I go to supplier management, let me go to supplier management. TCS company limited, supplier registration, this supplier questionnaire, we can view it. Bank details, okay. If I go to bank details here, so these are the bank details. This is first bank detail. Bank type is domestic and bank ID is 000. And there are different answers like bank name, city, state or province, bank holder name, okay, bank key and account number and IBAN. For each of these, there is a validation pattern, but in this system, it is not showing. I mean, there are metadata files also. 1 minute. See, one more important thing I want to tell you. See, any of the things it is not there here. I mean, always you can download the data dictionary from here. Okay, under data site manager, data import and export, download data dictionary.
So here we can
find that
data.
Correct.
So the format and other things, correct?
Correct. Okay, for example, I type bank here. It is not that I don't know it. Let me go to manage administration. See, you see these fields. Import country specific bank control key. Import country specific bank control key translation. We import bank specific country specific IBAN bank IBAN fields. Similarly for bank ID and for bank validation fields. All of this validation for bank details we should not put in there. I mean, what do you say? In the question, we should not put the validation pattern in the question. For all the bank related validation, we have to do it here. Okay. Let's see here, for example, I will export this.
It is everything separated file, not a single file, right?
Single file, yes. For each of the validation, for IBAN fields, the validation is different. The bank.
So, for example, if it is region, means that individually we have to upload.
Correct.
Yeah.
See, for this, there is a country code, IBAN format, length, mandatory. What is the IBAN break and IBAN visibility? All those things you can send it here in this fashion. Okay, for example, country code in
this is the format we have to use. Okay, okay.
Okay, IBAN length can be 25. Whether IBAN mandatory, you can specify it as Y. Yeah, IBAN regress, I mean, it can be A to Z or a /D. Okay, and what is the IBAN visibility? I mean, IBAN should be visible. You have to specify here. And what should be it? I mean, A to Z and 0 to 9 characters, it is possible, the mandatory thing. So all these things you will load for each country specific. Okay. Country specific validation, you will enter here and load this file into Ariba. Okay. When you load this into Ariba, when supplier is creating, for example, for BR region, okay, Brazil region, they are uploading the IBAN when they are entering IBAN, and it is supposed to be 10-digit IBAN number with alphanumeric 10-digit IBAN number. This time, when he is trying to give a wrong thing, it will say this IBAN is not correct for Brazil region.
Okay. So it is protecting the wrong entry.
Yeah. So, for example, in India, the account number should be some 10 digits for any
10
bank.
digit or 13.
Yeah, it will not allow more than that. Or, I mean, it should have only digits. I mean, when we try to put any bank account number, if these are the validations available for, this is the bank validation metadata files. All these metadata files, you have to check with your engagement SPOC. I mean, whoever is the Ariba engagement SPOC. I mean, he will provide you country-specific control keys and country-specific IBAN fields and all these IDs. They will help you to upload these files. When these files are uploaded, I mean, we can set the validation for bank fields, only for bank fields.
Okay.
Okay. This applies for tax fields also, not only bank fields, because tax is also different for different region, country-specific tax fields. Okay, we have VAT. Some other countries, I mean, we have GST, some other countries working on VAT. Okay, each, I mean, the tax code will have a different thing. See here, now you see, okay, the country code is AR. For this country code, is it an organization or a customer? Yes. Okay, regression pattern is this one. Okay, this should be 11 characters. Okay, and it can have a dollar sign. Okay, sample format as like this thing, and their tax name is this, and unique name for the tax is AR1. So for each country, the validation format will differ. This regression you can check with Ariba, and they will give the regression pattern for each country. Okay.
Is this consultant job?
Yeah, consultant job only. Yes. But you can get this regression pattern from Ariba only.
Meaning text format and everything the consultant need to prepare for business client will provide.
No. Actually, when they are implementing, okay, they will upload all the default tax data, okay, into the system. And I mean, based on customer, I mean, if they are looking for some other information, some other validation for any tax, or see, for example, each company will allow different tax codes. Okay, some company will have 15% tax, 10% tax. I mean, VAT codes and all. There is something called input tax. Okay, I mean, these are all in S4HANA. When they want to replicate the same tax codes in Ariba as well, the validation pattern will change. Otherwise, I mean, you can check with Ariba. They will give you country specific this pattern. Okay. So, but for bank and all validation, you cannot tax codes, bank and all. The validation is set using these metadata files, country specific tax fields, country specific bank fields. Okay. We'll be back to our templates. Okay. I want to show you this, how this looks like. I mean, the repeatable sections. We have any receive approved, being supplier performance, where supplier will be. So this is in registration, for example. Okay. I am going to this person. See, from our side also, we can act as supplier and do the registration that I will show you. See, now I have copied this user, but that is not allowed. I will go to this supplier and customer, business email ID. It is saying HP laptop services is there. So I am acting as this supplier. Okay, customer admin only can act as, I mean, have option to act as a supplier or act as any other user. Okay, this act as options will be there. Okay, when I go and act as this supplier, see, it routed me to supplier page. Okay, he has not filled any information so far. Okay, when I go to bank information, you see, this is the repeatable question. Okay, contact details was also as a repeatable question. When I go to bank information, okay, I have added this add bank details. Okay, and see, I have given all this information. And again, there is another, I mean, button to add one more bank. See, it is not necessary where the supplier will have only one bank, right? He can have more than one bank. Okay. He had he added the first bank details here. Again, he can click on this and add the second bank. He can add the third bank. Okay. For this purpose, the repeatable questions are used. Okay. And this
Okay,
can
here one more question. So, a user has multiple account and multiple bank accounts. Okay,
Yes.
so how they will understand which bank received the receipt or whatever money or a supplier we got it like that.
Yeah. See, for example, for any time, I mean, the bank, I mean, here it is not there. When bank is, this bank information is integrated to S4HANA, there is option to set this, I mean, most of the cases, supplier will have a single bank account. They are specifying multiple bank account. They have to specify the primary bank account.
Okay.
Every time, yeah. So that only to that time they can have transactions. Sometimes they say you can send me to other bank. That is also possible. That AP team will take care.
I have seen like for few cases, even supplier deletes this info. Can you please go to add bank information?
Okay.
Yeah. When the supplier add multiple bank details and later on delete the other and keep one bank details. And after submission, like it is showing multiple blank bank information. So how to
I'm sorry. Can you repeat the question?
like supplier add multiple bank details. Okay.
Yeah.
And fill one and later on deleted the other blank details. And after submitting, what we can see like there is blank bank details is also visible in the supply profile. So which is like creating issue in synchronization.
Okay. The supplier has first submitted with multiple banks and then he deleted it, but the deleted banks are still visible.
Yeah, deleted, not like blank information, blank bank details are available or deleted, sometimes deleted bank information, bank details.
See, that is not possible actually. See, if they have deleted it, you can always come and see here. See, I am acting as now, I will stop acting with supplier. Okay, I will show you. So you can always go to any supplier like TCS Company Limited. Okay, if the information has been synced to ERP data or not. Okay, for example, there is no bank data here. If there is a bank data, for example, for example, there is a bank, understand this is a bank data. If you see only first bank data, okay, only one bank data is synced to S4. Okay, if there are multiple banks here, I mean, similarly, the multiple banks have been integrated to S4HANA. But the blank it will not show because it will fail during the validation. There is a validation for the bank, no? They cannot submit with the blank bank details.
So these cases we are not seeing in production, but in this system we are like facing this issue and we have raised SR for this. But it is like still there in this system.
In S4, all those bank details will come and sit in the payment transaction. I will show you this and we'll stop here and we can continue from here. Okay. See, all the payment transactions for the bank details that will reflect from, I mean, if they have multiple banks, it will come and sit here. First bank, second bank, third bank in S4HANA. Okay. The first bank, second bank. I mean, if the supplier has registered this multi-blank and it has been synced to S4HANA, that will come and sit here. Okay. There is a validation. Okay. For example, for bank details also, the last one I'll show you. For the bank details also, there is supplier mapping for bank. See, this is the vendor mapping field for bank details. Then you want to map the bank information to your S4HANA vendor.bankinfo. Okay, keep this in mind. We will continue from here. Okay.
Because there is another query. Like if we want to add one section for multiple attachment, so in that case, is it okay to go with repeatable section or some other way?
No. I mean, the repeatable sections can be used for bank contacts and tax only, not for other things.
Okay.
Yeah. Basically for tax fields, I mean, you have multiple taxes. Tax also will be single only, mostly for vendors. Vendor banks will have multiple and contact details will have multiple contact details. Okay. I mean, IAPA will be the, senior salesperson or marketing person there. And I mean, he's a project lead or something. Those contact details, can be different. Can have a repeatable sections. Bank can have a repeatable section. Understood, right? When there are more than one information about the same answer, we can have repeatable questions, mostly used for bank and contact only, wherever I have seen.
Okay.
So we'll stop here and can continue tomorrow with some more list of information on the templates for modular questionnaires and qualifications and the process projects. Okay, you will see all those things. And if we have time, and again, we can see this integration also under the SM manager. So this is all the integration, especially for supplier management. This is where you integrate your supplier to the SAP system. See, like last thing I want to tell you, in supplier registration or supplier request form also, there are two types. Okay, one is internal supplier request form, external supplier request form I discussed. I mean, Ariba will provide you a URL where you can paste it in your company website. Okay. And I mean, when they click on the link in the company website, I mean, it will open a self-registration request form. Okay, it is called as self-supplier registration request form. Okay, they can fill and send that will come for approval and followed by registration. Okay, and in registration also, we can, as we saw, it can be automatic. Okay, post approval of supplier request form is approved, automatically a registration link will go to the supplier, or you have to manually click on invite button. After the supplier request is fully approved, you will come to the supplier registration tab and you click on invite option. Third option is you have multiple users, you want to send them mass invite. You can use this wave name. Okay, for example, region wise, you want to send a mass invite for all the suppliers. There are 100 suppliers. I mean, the request form is completed. Okay, and for all those, you can set a region or a wave name you can create, and you can send and upload that file. Okay, you can download the sample file from here or download a template. Using this, you create multiple users and choose the file and upload it here and run this wave. When you run this wave, I mean, the invite will go to all the people, all the suppliers in that file. So this invite can be sent to registration or modular questionnaire. Okay.
All right, let's test your knowledge. Here's a question for you. In SAP Ariba Upstream, which module is specifically designed for managing supplier information and performance? Option A, Ariba Contracts. Option B, Ariba Sourcing. Option C, Ariba Supplier Lifecycle and Performance. Option D, Ariba Spend Analysis. Take a moment to think, and when you're ready, choose the correct option. Remember, each choice holds a key to unlocking the answer. Good luck! Type the correct answer in the comment section. Hey there! Want to master procurement and supplier management? Our SAP S 4HANA Ariba Upstream and Downstream with CIG course is here to help. You can take it at your own pace on our platform. In this course, you'll learn all about SAP Ariba. It helps businesses handle purchasing, contracts, and payments smoothly. It also connects with SAP S 4HANA using CIG for better data flow. Our course covers everything you need, from the basics to advanced concepts. It's made by experts who know the industry well. Your teachers are pros with years of experience. They will guide you and answer your questions anytime. And don't just take our word for it. Our students love this course too. People just like you have found our course super helpful. Best part? It's budget friendly. You can learn all this at an affordable price. Ready to become an SAP Ariba expert? Sign up on our page now. For more info, check out ZaranTech's website.